friends! First of all, thank you to Frost Giant for organizing everything. And, well, not organizing everything, I organized it, but for providing the prize pool for this launch tournament. Now, I do have to apologize just a little bit. We are running just a tiny bit behind. I had a big thing, a big jar of balsamic come crashing down from my cabinet and shattered everywhere. So I had to go and deal with that one. So I'm getting the maps downloaded because we're using 6 custom maps in this setup, and that does mean that I need to go and download those maps. Unfortunately, Matt Arena was great about it. It's like, hey, Beo, last night you want to go load these so we can deal with that? I'm like, yeah, but I'm already in bed. So yeah, which is fair, you know, but it does mean I have to go download and build a bunch of maps right now. That is Emberfrost. I need I'm getting a couple from Ariel. I need Rebirth, which looks pretty cool. All right, there's Rebirth. I have that. I need, what else do I need? I need Rebirth. I need Short Circuit. Yeah, I need Short Circuit. All right. And I am hoping that Short Circuit is not, that these maps in particular are not screwed over by any changes that were made in Necrolyte. We'll find out. If it's bad, we can swap pools and get things figured out. But, you know, for now, that's going to be the goal. So we're going to extract here on these 3 maps. All right, there we go. All right. Awesome. So I'm just waiting for some hosts there, and then we'll be getting this started. For those of you that are wondering what the matchups are going to be, because I did not publish those in advance, it's going to be Snockstar versus Refresh. That's the 2nd series. 1st series will be Mana versus Ariel. So we're going to have to see just... I need to take my tea out of its diffuser. That's probably good. I got this really nice, like, old tea head poo air that I've been enjoying. It's very smoky. But anyway, making sure Discord pings are a thing. All right. And by the way, if you're trying to go and wanting to watch this in another language, we got Indie covering it. I believe TKL is as well once things get started. So you can watch it in Polish. You can watch it in English as well. So we got Malice Depths. I think it was Malice Depths. Oh, and the FAB submissions. Otherwise, they may display the wrong tile set. Guillotine, which one of yours did I take? Rebirth. Okay, so I need to go download from the FAB submission. Not, is it in the thread? Hey, Devin the Dude. Yeah, I think it's just Ember that I'm... Or just thinking, yeah, I think it's just Rebirth that I'm taking from you, which did give us some pretty interesting games yesterday. Oh, if you can host to update your build, that'd be awesome, Guillotine. Yeah, like, it's a lot easier to go in and just get the map maker to host. Hey, Haka IPL. What am I eating? I made some overnight oats that I wanted to eat before the broadcast, but then I had the balsamic take a dive. Do I think people check out the new update by the weekend? I hope so. Decent view, like decent CCUs for the first day, and then Steam maintenance happened and it crashed things down a little bit, which is unfortunate. Isn't it fairly early in the US breakfast time? It is at 9 o'clock in the morning for me. Lil B, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 4 months. And Hassan, and Evarista, and Fulester. Thank you so much, everyone. Can we see the overnight oats? These are the overnight oats. They're not very pretty. It's chia seeds and oats and almond milk and... Yeah, that's right. Codes. I have a couple. I don't have it set up right now because, again, I'm like running slightly behind because of everything that has been happening. Good morning, Jex. Congratulations on the West Coast. I don't have it set up quite yet. Is there an update on? Yeah, Pori. The game's launched. Necrolyte's out. You have all 12 campaign missions, and I will say, I was having a good time on the first 6 missions. Mission 7 is awesome. Mission 7 is fantastic. Having a lot of fun with that. So, yeah. Is there an update for the game? So, full 12 campaign missions. Celestials are have gotten a massive change in their macro, and we're probably going to have to require a balance patch. Oh, I need to go and fix that. Malice, Black Spire, Scarlet. Unfortunately, Emberfrost does not have a... Are you here? Vokurka is tough to beat on AI skirmish. I didn't have a lot of issue with Vokurka playing on Brutal. Galt smacked me though, but I do play Infernal, so I think that has something to do with it. What was I doing? I was going here. There is the ping. Thank you in the announcements, Jex. And where is the map contest? Do we have... Oh, okay. No, they're good. There is a Emberfrost that has the map name properly. All right, so we need to download that. We need to download Short Circuit, the actual one, and then we're going to be just about ready to go. Let's extract here. All right. Guillotine, thank you. There we go. And I'm so happy, by the way, that they've gone and made it so that it actually respects map naming, and like 95 in Ariel. Yes, we did get Ariel access to the dev build before the patch. So Ariel does have a chance, did have a chance to go play around with Celestials for a couple days. Tell me they thinks it's pretty even. We do know that notably there is, I don't know if it's a bug, I don't know if it's a feature, but I don't know if it's a bug, I don't know if it's a feature, but do we have that in there? Rebirth, untitled map. Okay, I need to make 2 more, then we'll be ready to go. But yes, so Ariel's had a couple days to practice and figure things out. Will anyone be playing Celestials today? Ariel will be in our first series of the day. Oh wait, I already have Rebirth. I don't need to rebuild that. LPM versus LPM? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm sorry, I am like trying to talk here and be distracted at the same time. There we go, there's Short Circuit. But yeah, anyway, so Celestials are mining less. Oh, that's what, Luminite per minute. Got it. Okay, yes. Don't know if it's a bug, don't know if it's a feature, but it is changing how Celestials have to play. You get less Luminite. It's a bug. Hi, I'm deaf. Can you enable captions? I can try. I did not know that. I didn't know that was a thing, to be honest. Where do I need to go to enable? How do I enable captions in Twitch? All right, looks like it's an extension that I need to download. We'll get that going. Caption. All you have to do is enable the video overlay or panel, log into the companion website, start closed captioning. Do you have a suggestion? I don't know if there's one that is better. Twitch dashboard extensions. Evarista, do you know which of them, stream closed captioner or ultimate closed captions is better? Scarlet Isle, Black Spation, Rebirth, Short Circuit, Malice Deaths. All right, so we got the, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What am I missing? All right, Black Spire we have Malice, we have Short Circuit, we have Rebirth, we have Scarlet Isle. And I guess Ember Frost is not respected in map name. Okay, so we do have, maybe if I, All right. What did Evariste have to say? I don't know about better, but they both work easily enough to set up and work. Stream closed captions, what most of the people in my bubble use. All right. Activating that. Oh, it looks like it's, you know, I gotta, all right, John Paul, here's the thing. I'm gonna do it next, or Jola Paul, I'm gonna do it next time. I'm going to do it next time because it looks like I have to bring the stream down and have to bring it back up again. What's up with Mana? He's been playing. He's been following things. Mana versus Ariel. There we go. It is a best of 5. And by the way, then we're going to have Snockstar afterwards. This is standard GSL format. All right, yes. There we go. Mana played well yesterday. Yeah, I mean, obviously not to the standard of the other players, but played pretty well. And I'm very interested to see what's happening in this patch. I have not been playing a lot of 1v1 because I've been grinding the campaign instead. Really, I'm telling you, campaign 7, campaign game 8. Farmy, I have not. Okay, Edge of Oblivion is vetoed. So Black Spire has been vetoed. Edge of Oblivion has been vetoed, which means that we're getting, by the way, this is best of 5s. First 2 series of best of 5s. After that, best of 7s. Scarlet Isle is map 1. We're doing Scarlet Isle map 1 and then going from there. And we actually are now ready, funnily enough, to get into, hey, it's, oh, Epic, hey, man. How you doing? Last I heard, you were swimming in, like, big into swimming? Thinking about going off to college? How you doing, man? By the way, so where are we joined by ID? This is gonna be Mana. There we, if someone's a mod in chat, I don't know if I have any mods in chat right now, but if, hey, slash mod Rusty Shacky. Hey, Rusty, can you make some predictions going? Can you get some predictions going? That'd be awesome. I trust you to not ban everyone. That's the ban, but in Tiberian Sun, there was something like that on a billboard. Huh. More you know. All right, I need to leave the slot. All right, for now, we have myself, we have Indy, we have TKL. Also, there is a TLNet calendar event if you all want to join. Okay. Has Stormgate launched yet? Yes. Stormgate has left early access as of yesterday, Tangent, with a full first campaign, with ladder game, or not with ladder games. I mean, yes, with ladder games, but with a version of 1v1 that they view as sufficient, that they view as good, and it is pretty fun. And it will continue to evolve over time. There's a full Sigma Labs segment where things like the map editor, custom maps, eventually campaign, or eventually Team Mayhem and things are going to find their way in. But for now, we have a game. Scarlet Isle is map number 1 here. And we are gonna get started. Start the recording, start the games. Game 1 is here. Wow. Once OBS decides to, there we go. All right. Spawning on the north side of the map in the red. He's from Team Liquid, the Vanguard player. It's Mana. The bottom side of the map playing the newly revamped Celestials. From Poland, it's Ariel. And this has been what I'm excited to pay attention to. Yes, in the $2,000 show match launch series we had yesterday, we saw Winter casting, but it was all Infernal Vanguard. And Infernal's cool, Vanguard's cool. We saw some great games, particularly that MSRM Mixu series in the winners finals, or in the grand finals, actually. But what I have been jonesing to figure out here, so we're gonna see, there's like a pretty, taking Therium, okay. What I've been trying to figure out is just how fast, or just how different Celestials are and how that's gonna change. So there are a lot of things to talk about when we talk about Celestials. Yes, Mana is also from Poland. But the way Celestials work now is no longer do they have 3 prisms, they have 12 that they mine here. They don't have to send the prisms back to the Arc ship, but they still have to go and sit here on the collection array and make that happen. Collection arrays no longer auto mine. They have to be on a base to be able to mine from it. Kind of like a refinery or something in StarCraft 2. The Arc ships are now much closer to an actual command, to an actual town hall. So you have them here, that they're the only things that build prisms, and they automatically build collection arrays. So you can't build collection arrays anything else. They can fly, but they start grounded. You can mine Therium directly, and those are probably the big things. So Ariel playing pretty greedy here, which you kind of have to. There appears to be a bit of a bug right now, where if you go and each base mines about 200 luminite per second less than it should, which is a little bit unfortunate. So Ariel will be having to play around that a little bit. I assume this gets fixed pretty quickly. But for now, that's what we're looking at. So it was 3 Arc ship before any sort of chamber, and that is something that Scarlet Isle really does enable. Mana also went command post before anything else. So command post into double mech bay. He's got hedgehogs on the way, and with the scouts here and everything else getting started, he's gonna start to get aggressive. Now, Grace Light Node is a nice healer, but it does not give you any sort of energy. It's not any sort of static defense. So for now, first Argent will fall down, but the Prism's doing a nice job. They're gonna get 1. Not gonna get the second one, but they will get 1 scout. The Prisms do have to be pulled off the line, but more chambers are on the way. Surge is here. It is now a 50 energy spell that has no downsides. So you can get a couple of them out here. It is very nice to be able to go and make sure you're in a good spot. But unfortunately, we're not here until it takes a while to get to the Judicator node, which is the static defense thing. It takes about 20 seconds, I think it is. So Mana instead opting to be with his healing as much as possible as the first Grace Light node will fall down.
A Stormgate has appeared.
And Stormgate getting started in the middle of the map, but these hogs are a bit of a problem. And Mana with only like 1 unit to defend, or Ariel with only 1 unit to defend, is struggling a little bit here. So the Prism's getting pulled off the line is something. Hey, Joe James. It's been a while. How you doing, man? Yeah, this is a... Remember, so Argents are heavy units. Hedgehogs do bonus damage versus heavy. So it's this kind of awkward scenario where getting up to critical mass is hard. And this is on the longest rush distance map I believe that we have in the pool here today. Emberfrost might be a little bit longer. But the Prisms keep going down, the Argents keep falling, and we're at this point where Ariel just is not quite able to hit critical mass of Argents to properly fight this off. We're going up to 5 chamber, and that's gonna get you there soon. But for now, it's just Argent pops in, Argent pops out, Argent dies. And because, yeah, there we go. This is turning into Adjudicator node finally. But remember, using Adjudicator node takes power. So these Gracelight nodes doing a decent job of keeping the Argents alive as the defense matrix is going to get taken down very fast. Or Guardian Nexus, it used to be called a defense matrix. But the problem with Adjudicator node is you do need some power nodes as well. Otherwise, it just does not have the power it needs to actually get the shots off. So for now, it's still not a defense. And behind this, Mana is still on 2-base setup here. He does have more mech bases on the way. He's not really transitioning. Transonic rockets are the only thing that he is actually going to go for. And Ariel has a little bit of a time. So this is turning, there we go, Energizer node. Ariel's had a little bit of an opportunity to be on 3 bases to get the Guardian Nexus up to, I do like this. Ooh, I really do like this. Starforges are on the way. And Starforges are actually a really good answer to what Mana is doing. If you can get up to vectors, which is maybe not the easiest thing, but if you can get up to vectors, what that means, bonus damage versus light, you're a light unit, it's a lot of maneuverability. It is a very nice thing to be able to take these hedgehogs down. As for now, Mana's only on 3 array, or a 3 chamber, not 5. A couple of them have been taken down, so the production's not quite where it needs to be. And unfortunately, I think these Gracelight nodes have to be turned over because they're just draining all the energy from the Energizer nodes. And that means any sort of Adjudicator nodes are not going to be able to do all that much. So Vector's now on the way, Kree as well. Roll-up will be done soon. And this has just been Mana trying to bend, or Ariel trying to bend but not break. Are the passive healing areas constantly active? Yes, you might be able to turn off autocast. I'm not sure. But otherwise it is, yeah, constantly healed. More chambers are going to get taken down. Now Vectors are starting to get added in. They're soon. They're very close to completion, and roll-up is nice against these hedgehogs, certainly. But we're seeing just how much infrastructural damage Mana is able to affect here. Well, oh, there we go. Now the Vectors are out. You want to be able to blink them backwards out of range. So only trading 1 for 1.
Stormgate will activate soon.
And behind this, Atlas has been made. I don't know if there's anything more than that. We do have a 3-base Mana here. So, yep, okay, there we go. Atlas sieging on top of this. I'm not exactly sure. Is there a... Not exactly sure what you have high ground vision right there. I don't...
A Stormgate has appeared.
For now, there's an Atlas, and this siege is going to get started. Atlas doing 120 damage versus structures, 160 damage versus heavy structures, which I don't think a chamber is a heavy structure, luckily enough, but it is a little bit awkward. Now, if you can get on top of this army, it can work out fairly nicely. But Mana, he's got himself some medtechs here as well, and that means the Nanoswarm is going to be a problem once it's done. Everything here is mechanical. Everything here has a mechanical tag. Nanoswarms are a problem, and because of the tempo that Mana has been able to set here, there really is not a lot that Ariel has been able to do. So he's just been kind of, it was friendly fire, that was decent, but at this point, you're just kind of dead. Unfortunately, Vector's coming out 2 by 2, but I think you have to open Vectors if you probably want to make this happen. Ariel's gonna fall down. Mana takes game number 1. Are drops here? Yes, Captain Damage. Drops are here. So you can go and get your Fog of War shader as well. Jow James Mountain, thank you so much for the subs, guys. Really appreciate it. And yeah, they did add ragdolls to things. It was pretty cool. And Evarista, gifting a sub to Senna. Thank you so much. Is Vanguard RP right now? To be honest, I have no idea. They got the least amount of changes. Part of it is that Celestials are, they feel the need to open 3 array like as quickly as possible. Too much action to care about Stormgates. Yeah. So the problem is right now is that you mine about 200 Luminite per minute less. Hey, Harassment Authority. Yeah, it's really cool. They added this a while ago and they've occasionally been using it. But you can go and they have a Twitch embed. So you can watch in game. It's awesome. I also wish that I hope Stormgate will also continue to grow. It's a great, unironically, it's a lot of fun. Are there balance issues? Yes, there's this bug with prisms right now, unfortunately. But so it goes. Yeah, that's gonna happen. This is the downside. This is the danger of running launch day or day after launch events. Sometimes things are a little bit weird. And Jeppers with the Prime sub. Thank you so much. So we're going to move into game 2 now. Mana's up 1-0. Now we move into game number 2 into what I think is, I don't know, because Ember Frost is also gorgeous. But this is probably one of the prettier maps that we have in Stormgate right now, as we're going to see one of the new tools that was added in. So you get this Zenith scan that you can cast out of the Arc ship early on, and it was buffed a little bit. So it has 2 modes. There's a wide mode and a narrow mode. The wide mode lasts, I want to say, 5 seconds now. The narrow is another 10. So you get vision of the area that you're scanning for quite a while, and it's very nice to be able to see what exactly your opponent is doing. As we're seeing by the way, Ariel is going and he's building his Arc ship at his natural, not really moving his Arc ships around. Which I think is kind of interesting. I think it is probably more efficient to just saturate this as quickly as possible, lift your Arc ship, fly it over to the natural, land it, because once it lands, it starts building a collection array, and then replace. I think it probably, from an efficiency perspective, makes more sense to lift and replace rather than it is to make more. Because if you make more, you have to wait for the Arc ship build time and then the collection array build time. Whereas if you're doing it the other way, you don't really. You can start mining out of the natural kind of as quickly as possible. And you're not going to... Arc ships don't move that slowly. Earthquake saying, recently went back and tried out the game. I'm impressed by the improvements so far. Yeah, you should be. I think it's really fun. So, Ariel is opening Starforge in this game number 2. Chamber into Starforge, not going for the greedy quick third. And unfortunately here, Mana is being a grizzled greedy guts. He is command post on the way. Yeah, this is the 3rd base. It's a 1-1 into a quick third. So Ariel going vectors, I like it. Against the Hogs, I think it's what you got to do. But this 3rd base is going to be much slower. Ariel already is in a bit of a deficit, in a bit of a eco valley. I also want to see late game CVV, but with how powerful hedgehogs appear to be in this patch, and just the mining bug, whatever that is, it's going to be hard. Oh, you don't recharge prisms while in the air. Okay, Emerald Star. I was assuming that you would gain the prism charge while it moved. If that is not the case, then yeah, I can see why you're doing it like this. Second Arc ship feels better for a more macro build. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I had assumed you would rebuild prisms. It was like, you know, you miss out on like a tiny bit of prism mining time from the charges, but like you'll have a charge in the hopper and you'll just be able to get like 2 prisms starting pretty quickly.
Stormgate will activate soon.
Oh yeah, no, no, Butters, man, I'm not saying that you shouldn't go and get a second Arc ship. You do need to build 1 Arc ship per base, I think, just to have prism eco. But what I'm saying is, I thought before I was made aware that if you're flying, you don't regenerate prism charges, is that you should go and drop to the natural and then build another Arc ship in the main, rather than build the first Arc ship in the natural. So for now, it's going to be Vector Argent versus a couple Hogs and a Scout, and this army does pretty well. Vectors, right? They do 14 damage in a volley of 3 versus the light units. They handle these hedgehogs very nicely, and it's incredibly important as one vector has to kite away. It's incredibly important to make sure that you go and that you get these trades, that you do take the hedgehogs down, that you do not let them snowball. So Ariel will win the first Stormgate. Mana not super interested, but remember, he does have a third base up and running. Yeah, most cell effects are awesome. I love how their buildings look when they die. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm just excited for the full art overhaul. I really like the look of the new. Oh, what was that? The new scythe. That looks awesome, and the splash art we've seen of Celestials, that I assume is an Archangel, it looks awesome. The glitch puddle, yes, the glitch puddle under the Archship is also. Oh, there we go. We're making a fourth base here. The glitch puddle under the Archship also looks fantastic. So it's obviously not there. We are still waiting on the big graphical revamp, but looks good for now. Is Mana behind this? He's got Nanoswarm on the way, a bunch of med techs, and Nanoswarm, it does 200 damage to mechanical units. So it's nice to be able to keep your hogs alive, certainly, but it's also incredibly useful to go and just you take a look at these units. 195 HP, 145 HP, and yeah, there is a Faerun, so that is something. But in general, it is. You'll just get these kills. So for now, Hedgehogs dive on top of the Faerun, going to take that down, but is it worth it here? That is the question. Nanoswarm being used defensively, not aggressively. So Mana keeping some of his hogs alive, but the Vector, oh, the Vector Micro is very nice here. And Ariel's going to have to just run away at this point. You do, when you blink backwards, you do take bonus damage, so that Vector will fall, unfortunately. And you no longer have the HP reset. Like at one point, Vectors, when you would blink back and blink forward, you would go back to the HP you were at. That's not quite the case anymore, as now Ariel's gonna have to back up here. Vectors have to run. Nice micro from Mana on these hedgehogs, just making it very hard for Ariel to get out. And even though the Vector micro was good, we don't have recall potential done yet. So Ariel has to retreat back home, tail between his legs. Static defense, Grace Light nodes are here and they can get some healing going, but it does feel like you'd want to see Judicator nodes go down ASAP as a response to this. But for now, third base is going to get lifted, which does mean the hogs have to run. This is actually pretty nice, because what happens here is that while this can get killed, Archship's the one that you want to pop up in the air, because the moment the array goes down, it just, another one starts to get made. So you do miss out on a little bit of mining time. It's not the end of the world. It is still pretty rough though. Now Vulcan's getting added in here, as well as the Vectors. The Vector count's just not really all that high. With the healing from these med techs, you're just not able to do what you need to do. So this fourth base also going to get targeted down here, and just gonna have to lift in the air. Prisms are going to start to fall. Mana's at like 3 Vectors in a prayer. He won the first Stormgate, but 2 Arcships have died. Okay, this Arcship got back in, but an Arcship has died. A couple collection arrays have died. Mana's on 4 bases. Ariel's on 2, and the Celestial Eco problem seems to be a thing. Does the day-night cycle have any gameplay implications like Warcraft 3? No. Well, yes and no. Every nighttime is when the Stormgate spawn, but that's by happenstance. It's every 3.5 minutes. It's not that it needs to be night for Stormgates to pop up. It's more that when it turns nighttime, the Stormgates pop up. So it's decoupled. But it really is primarily, it's a visual thing, more so than anything else. Ariel's gonna be forced to tap out, and Mana goes up 2 games to 0. Prison's Mind Theorem half as quickly as servos now. Wonder if that's working out easier to balance the patch though. Yeah. I do think Celestial's probably a little bit underpowered right now. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs. The fact that they mine a lot less is awkward. And I don't think by design. So It's forcing some kind of just awkward stuff. It's kind of the opposite of the problem Celestials had in some patches where they actually go and they mine too much and the air economy gets tuned the other way. So I'm assuming that this is going to get hot fixed. Porphorian mana. Actually, I don't remember if mana got transonic rockets in. Oh, we need TKL. There we go. I don't know if it got transonic rockets in game 2, but transonic rockets increases the range of untransformed and transformed hogs. It does not change the transformations. AAA, I am finishing up my overnight oats from this that I made this morning, or that I made last night. Ooh, this new puer I got is really good. Anyways, Malice Depths, map number 3. So here we are. It's map number 3. The vector idea from Ariel did not quite work out, unfortunately. And now, well, we're gonna have to see what they're gonna do on Malice Depths. Seraphim might be an answer. Hogs do have an anti-air attack, and that is solid, but you do force the transform, so like going Argent Seraphim or something might be a thing. I love what he's doing here, by the way, because prisms are pretty fast. Is you pull a prism down into the natural to get vision to just drop the arc ship. So runs in, gets the vision, goes back to his main base. It's like a tiny bit of efficiency loss, but not the end of the world. And mana for his part, this is the quickest. This is just the quickest possible hog. So you build a barracks, you build your mech bay, you sell the barracks, and you just go from there. It is very quick. It is a lot of map pressure. And in this game where it does feel like you have to go and be a little greedy as the Celestial player, it's a good punish. Rusty, I think erring on the side of Vanguard being OP is wise because they're pretty stable and they can buff the other races, well, which are still more experimental. That's fair. I honestly didn't think, I was not sure how, I guess, OP we were gonna see Vanguards be in this patch, because they did not get a lot of changes. They got some pathing improvements with the hedgehog so they can cluster together a little bit more, which does increase DPS density. But other than that, they didn't really get a lot of changes, and Infernal and Celestials did. So it really was a question of like, how much are the Infernal nerfs going to impact the things? How much of the Celestial changes going to change things? Poriforian, you were thinking of, oh, what's the StarCraft 2 upgrade? You're thinking of servo. You're thinking of servo motors, or quick rapid servos, something like that. So Prism will go down here. As this Argent just can't do anything. It's really unfortunate. Argent's, stay of execution, but yeah, the Argent just can't do a lot. That's the problem. If these prisms can go and lock, no, Hogs is still faster, and the second cluster's not really there. So you're not mining out of your natural. It's a lot of mining time lost. You know, I'm a little, maybe he just didn't have the Cascade field where it needed to be, but I'm a little surprised we didn't see Ariel try to just wall this thing off entirely. So by the way, Starforge is here. There's just not enough money. We're looking for 50 Therium, and the Therium is just not there. So I think mana is, or I think Ariel's kind of dead.
Dimensional
I thought we would see something a little bit. I thought this matchup might be a little bit more interesting, which is why we said it first. I thought, you know, mana is not refresh. He's not Snockstar. You know, he's good, but I don't expect him to necessarily win the show match. We'll put him against Ariel and against the nerf race, and maybe it's fine. But Mana's had the time to learn the hedgehogs, and it's just it's oppressive. Smart surface. There we go. Thank you, Thomas Beck. Yeah, Omega 4414. We're just at this point where the economy's a little scuffed for Celestials right now. It's a bug. Pretty sure it's a bug. and it just makes it hard because you have to go and expand so much faster than the Vanguard player or the Infernal player, realistically. But you have to expand so much faster, which then means that you're in an awkward spot because they can just go quickest possible hog. Like the use of the horrible atlases. They were I don't think atlases are all that bad. They're just difficult, and that's fine. Maybe you could go with buffing their play with evac just a little bit. I don't know, but evac atlas is probably my favorite thing in the game when I get to see it happening. So for now, we do have the Judicator node getting some damage done here, but not a lot. And now Prism's gonna get moved in, and we're on red power as well, so you can't build any more structures outside of nodes, which is fine because that's what you want anyways. But with the Faerun as well, with the healer here, which by the way has been nerfed, the amount it heals it does, the amount of energy it regens. Okay, more nodes are on the way. Recall potential is about halfway done, which is where these vectors actually get good. For now, they're okay. As we do have, of course, Nanoswarm about halfway done. Takes down the high veteran Sea Hog. That's going to be pretty nice, but Faerun's just keeping things alive for so long, even as it is running out of energy, which is nice. That was not something that happened in the last patch. It would never run out of energy, ever. It was always at 100%, so it's nice to see that happening as the Grace Lights are trying to keep some of these vectors alive as long as possible. More prisms pulled into the fight here. Can we actually win this fight, Ariel? That's the question, and it seems like for now the Faerun is gonna get you. You blink on top of that one, I think. Faerun gets taken down, losing it. Okay, eventually the Faerun gets taken down, lose a hog for it, but now Nanoswarm applied on top of the vectors. The timing's there, and it's just a lot of damage. There's no healing. There just is not enough healing. The vector's slowly dying, but I think we got the hogs. Ariel holds on. Now, Mana does have a third base behind this, but Ariel does as well. No prisms on it just yet, but Ariel has been able to hold on. Recall potential is done. And finally, there's something.
Dimensional rift detected. A Stormgate will activate soon.
All right, Starforge getting taken low. That's not optimal. We're waiting for these extra couple. There we go. More vectors going to get added in. Targeting down. There we go. Yeah, you do want to go. You want to make sure that you take down these medtechs quickly as possible. Blinking around, running away. That one, oh, blinks backwards. Happy feet there, I think is good. Blinks forward a little bit more here. Taking bonus damage, but gets backwards. And now, all right here, do we have the damage to go take these down? No offensive nanoswarms. And the vectors, they're starting to get low, but they've taken down the majority of the hedgehogs. Ariel, this is by far the best game that they've had the chance to play. They actually have a spot in this game as they build more vectors. Now, of course, transonic rockets getting added in, +2 range on the anti-ground hedgehogs. We have system shock coming in from these medtechs as well, which not only makes things move faster, which is always very nice, but also gives them an additional half a point of energy per second regions. That's a bit of an awkward blink there, Ariel. Not really what you want. Ariel doing a pretty good job taking advantage of the fact that they do 150% damage into this Stormgate, but I don't know if Ariel is prepared to properly deal with this just yet. You're just having to run away. Vectors, they got to get on out of there. Ariel does have a third base up. There we go, 10 out of 12. Fourth base just getting started. So Ariel's economy is starting to get where it needs to be. More Grace Lights getting added in. We're getting there. That's Ariel. They're now thinking about a 5th base here. Fully saturated this base. You don't need the Arc ship there anymore. You can move on over and taking a look at tech. Arc station on the way. Ariel has been at tier 1 this entire time, just trying to stabilize. Which means that once you get to tier 2, you unlock sabers, you unlock seraphim, you get yourself on the way to tier 3, you get archangels. There's a bunch to like about getting into tier 2, or really getting into tier 3. Oh, these are actually so good here. Unstable Necrolytes getting added in. Generally, they don't do a lot, but when you have these low HP clumping together vectors that want to blink on top of this army, well, Necrolusks, they explode. They do 200 damage in an AoE. You do not want to blink on top of this. It's like having banelings on top of your army. It's a little bit dicey here, so we're not seeing any offensive nanoswarms get made. Necrolusks, you just got to kite away from this. It's dicey. It's a problem. You have to target these things down. There's such a target priority. And in the meantime, look what Mana's doing here. He's just bracketing where the blink spot is. So they're just taking bonus damage for now. And now the Necrolusks, I think they're just going to dive in and just try to blow up some structure. That seems to be the play. Fourth base is going to get taken down. Vectors will find them. Damage doesn't really go off all that well. Two of them will fall. Looks like they're going to go and take down the Starforge. So one Starforge will die. But now Sabers are getting added in. This base is dead. That's a guarantee. But remember, Mana does have, or Ariel does have this base on the north side. They're starting to build prisms out of. The problem is you're losing all of your production, as the rest of the Vectors are here, but Vectors do a really good job against this army. They don't do a really good job when we take a look at the 3 Vulcans that are in this army as well. So you gotta get these Sabers out. And the Sabers, just the production's being annihilated here. So Ariel is having the best possible game that they could have, but you just can't touch these 5 Vulcans. They're such a problem, and now we're seeing offensive Nanoswarm being used as well, and Mana is going to... It's a 3-0. Ariel cannot quite get where they need to be, and that is going to be a 3-0 for Mana as he moves on into the winners match. Of course, if you like this, you want more Stormgate action to see how this game evolves post Necrolyte, make sure to go hit the sub button, follow me on Twitch, and I'll catch you next time. Yeah, the Stormgate opening audio is fantastic. And Nilius for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. All right, where was I doing? What was I doing? That is, gotta go to highlights. Gotta go to big files. This is, we're just gonna delete all these, doesn't matter. This is Mana, Ariel, Necrolyte, .mp4. Move that down. All right then. So that's the first series of the day. It's going to be Snockstar versus Refresh is going to be the second one. And it's going to be our last best of 5 of the night or the morning. Everything after that will be best of 7s. Citizen Snips 0069. Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Friends, we do have to go for a bit of a break to make sure we don't run ads during the games. When we're back, it's going to be Snockstar and Refresh. Where can you download these maps? Francisco de Leon in #custom maps, or get someone to host them for you, and then you'll have them in your thing. Where can you see players scrap? That is !B or bracket. I'll be back in 3 minutes. And with the scouts here and everything else getting started, I'm going to start to get aggressive. Now, Gracelight Node is a nice healer, but it does not give you any sort of energy. It's not any sort of static defense. So for now, first Argent will fall down, but the Prism's doing a nice job. They're going to get 1. Not going to get the second. Remember, so Argents are heavy units. Hedgehogs do bonus damage versus heavy. So it's this kind of awkward scenario where getting up to critical mass is hard. And this is on the longest rush distance map I believe that we have in the pool here today. Emberfrost might be a little bit longer. But the Prisms, so these Gracelight Nodes doing a decent job of keeping the Argents alive as the Defense Matrix is going to get taken down very fast. Or Guardian Nexus, it used to be called a Defense Matrix. But the problem with the Adjudicator Node is you do need some power nodes as well. Otherwise, it just does not have the power it needs to actually get the shots off. So for now, it's what Mana is doing. If you can get up to Vectors, which is maybe not the easiest thing, but if you can get up to Vectors, what that means, bonus damage versus light. You're a light unit. It's a lot of maneuverability. It is a very nice thing to be able to take these hedgehogs down. As for now, Mana's only on in. They're soon. They're very close to completion, and roll up is nice against these hedgehogs, certainly. But we're seeing just how much infrastructural damage Mana is able to affect here. Well, oh, there we go. Now the Vectors are out. You want to be able to blink them backwards out of range. So doing 120 damage versus structures, 160 damage versus heavy structures, which I don't think a chamber is a heavy structure, luckily enough, but it is a little bit awkward. Now, if you can get on top of this army, it can work out fairly nicely. But mana, he's got himself some men been able to set here. There really is not a lot that Ariel has been able to do. So he's just been kind of, it was friendly fire. That was decent. But at this point, you're just kind of dead. Unfortunately, Vector's coming out 2x2, but I think you have to open Vectors if you probably want to make this happen. Ariel's going to fall down mana. Takes game number 1. Vector Argent versus a couple Hogs and a Scout. And this army does pretty well. Vectors, right? They do 14 damage in a volley of 3 versus the light units. They handle these Hedgehogs very nicely, and it's incredibly important as one Vector has to kite away. It's incredibly important to make sure that you'll just get these kills. So for now, Hedgehogs dive on top of the favorite, going to take that down, but is it worth it here? That is the question. Nanoswarm being used defensively, not aggressively. So Mana keeping some of his Hogs alive, but the Vector, oh, the Vector Micro is very nice here. And Ariel's gonna have to just damage, so that Vector will fall, unfortunately. And you no longer have the HP reset. Like at one point, Vectors, when you would blink back and blink forward, you would go back to the HP you were at. That's not quite the case anymore, as now Ariel's gonna have to back up here. Vectors have to run. Nice micro for Mana on these headshots. Lifted, which does mean the Hogs have to run. This is actually pretty nice, because what happens here is that while this can get killed, Arcship's the one that you want to pop up the air, because the moment the array goes down, it just, another one starts to get made. So you do miss out on a little bit of mining time. It's able to do what you need to do. So this 4th base also going to get targeted down here, and just going to have to lift in the air. Prisms are going to start to fall. Mana's at like 3 Vectors in a prayer. He won the first Stormgate, but 2 Arcships have died. No, okay, this Arcship got back in, but an Arcship has died for Storm. Welcome back, friends. Our second best of 5 is on the way. This is the one we're excited about. Hopefully we see it twice. It's gonna be Snockstar versus Refresh in a best of 5. Yeah, Snockstar versus Refresh in a best of 5. I just realized GSL Group is only gonna give us this once. I'm like, because GSL Group is functionally an upper lower bracket. It just doesn't have the grand finals. Could you have the maps, please, for Liquipedia, Poriforian? They are in. Refresh is already level 16. He's already at count level 16. What is this? He's been grinding, man, is all I know. We're gonna move into Emberfrost for game 1. Apparently, for some reason, it's not respecting the map names, but Poriforian, I believe the maps are, oh, you asked what the maps were last time. We're going in Emberfrost, map 1. I don't remember the order last time. I remember Short Circuit was map 2, Malice Depths was map 3. Yeah, okay. Poriforian for the first series, Scarlet Isle, Short Circuit, Malice Depths. There we go. Okay, the maps to the last one are good. Then we're good. All right. We're going to move into game 1 here of Refresh and Snockstar. I need to start the recording. All right, there we go. Game number 1. Spawning in the upper left on a new map, a gorgeous map here. It's Emberfrost. And in the upper left, in the blue, it's Refresh. And the bottom right in the red, showcasing the new, I think they're still calling them shrines. I think at one point they were going to call them Darkholds. The new Infernal Base. His name is Snockstar. And I love that this show match series is functionally 3 Polish guys versus the Korean. Refresh is Haka IPLS. Who is Refresh? Refresh is by far the strongest Korean Vanguard player. I know Poriforian is saying one of the best. I think he is the best. He has played some incredible games versus Snockstar in previous versions of the game. And honestly, Infernal Vanguard looks awesome. Like when it's at a high level in this patch, from the stuff I saw in the Winter Show match yesterday, it looks great. Snockstar going for a cheeky little quick expand here before the 3-minute mark, which you can absolutely do. It does mean that you're not going to have a lot of fighting potential over the first Stormgate. By the way, this is a 3 Stormgate map. Look at the spiral here. Man, Matterino does such a good job with his with his terrain painting. Yeah, Refresh is a, as Refresh is a monster. Now, losing this effigy early on is a bit annoying, but the Shroud has already been brought around to kind of cover the area, so it's not the end of the world. If there's an immediate push right here, you're a little upset because you do like to have that Shroud forward so you can fight on top of it, but otherwise, not really going to be that much of a thing. And even if this effigy goes down, the Shrine's done, so there really is not a ton of value in making sure that that happens. Is seeing just a little bit of pressure from Refresh early on here. It's a Lancer into the main base. It's the Scout being annoying as he does have his natural up and running, and it is going to be the Hog plan. So Snockstar's response to this is if you notice here, he's on, yes, he does have a second Vault on the way because it's just kind of hard to spend your money otherwise. But he opened with a pretty quick Ritual Chamber as a Gaunt will fall down, which is not what you want, but he opens pretty quick Ritual Chamber. And what that means is that you're able to go and get this, what's it called? The Soulbound Chakrams upgrade pretty early, which means that if you're on Shroud, your Gaunts actually do apply Curse, which it used to be by default, but now this is a 25, 30-second upgrade that is also, of course, gated behind getting a Ritual Chamber. So it comes out a little bit slower. You can still technically have it for the first Stormgate if you rush it, like we saw Snockstar do, but it does slow your economy down. A little bit, right? You're mining a lot more off Ethereum earlier on than you might otherwise like to, which means that you're mining less Luminite early on than you would like to, which does slow your economy. Citizen Snip saying, yeah, if Stormgate takes off in Korea, we're done for. I mean, there's no genetic algorithm that means that Koreans are better than the West. It's just they had so much time of like just the institutional training camp, boot camp, and grinding of getting really good at Brood War that kind of carried over into some other things. But I am excited. I'm thinking of running. So by the way, shout out to Frost Giant Studios for making it. I forgot to run giveaways during the break. That's my bad. Shout out to Frost Giant Studios for providing the prize pool on this one, but I am gonna try to run a Korean tournament at some point. We do have the Korean tournament on Friday. That is Control's thing. That is, I believe, MC's there in the semifinals. I'm assuming Refresh there. I haven't taken a look at the bracket, but that should be pretty cool. But problem is, Control, it's his tournament, but he's not playing in it, and he's the best Infernal player in Korea at the moment. So we're gonna run something, and we're gonna try to get all the best, you know, Korean players. Anyone, like, if you're good from Oceania, maybe we'll get you in there. Maybe we get you in there as well. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs saying, put this map on the ladder right now. Yep, yeah, I'm down with that. We're running a map contest right now, and I believe the games are going to get played on Saturday or Sunday. And we're going to go just say, hey, Frost Giant, these maps are the best maps. Go add them in. And now charge is done, so these hedgehogs got to run here. That's the timing. That's why Snockstar's been playing like this. You open up Gaunts early because brutes just get clicked down by all the hogs, and then you just buy time until you get to Infernal Fury. And at which point it becomes a little bit harder to kite. Not impossible, as we're seeing right here. The fight's still kind of okay for Refresh, but it's no longer just this free harass, good luck, you're just not allowed to play the game if you're an Infernal player. So Refresh is going to get forced backwards as Snockstar getting himself up likely to tier 3 pretty quickly. All right, we do have one Twilight Spire on the way. Tried to click on it, couldn't find it, but one Twilight Spire on the way. And by the way, Reaper Rush is done. So Gaunt's now able to chase things down. 35% bonus movement speed matters quite a bit. It's very nice. As we got a fourth base on the way as well. You know, ideally you're using an effigy to get this started, but actually he might have used a temporary effigy to go get a tribute pyre. One of the big nerfs, by the way, that Infernal got in the most recent patch is that when they go and drop an effigy, it's a 25-second cooldown now, reduced by 20 seconds if it's on Shroud. So you can no longer chain effigies off Shroud and be fine with it. It is something that is punishable, and the hogs are going to show up. Snockstar, this was when he was going to go try to get room on the second Stormgate, but instead, it's not really what you want to do, and he's just going to get, it will be a cancel, okay. So no kill, but it is a cancel on this fourth base, which is unfortunate. Now, Okay, yes, the Hogs do have room to move. I thought they might have gotten themselves into a corner. Not super familiar with this map just yet, but plenty of room to run. They get the 4th base here. That is going to be very nice, but there is this drop on the other side of the map. A bunch of Gaunts ran in. Looks like the Harbinger was taken out. Nope, never mind. Harbinger's there. Gaunt drop on the other side. It gets a couple workers, but not too many. This second Stormgate is about a third of the way done. No one's really interested in claiming it right now, and Snockstar now on the other side of the map here. The repair medic doing a decent job of keeping some of these hedgehogs alive. This army, though, is a bit scary, and we do have Molten Touch on the way for Hellborn eventually, should you need it. But this attack right now from Snockstar is a bit dicey here, although we do have a repair medic doing a very nice job on this 3rd base. The concave from Refresh is very tasty, especially with the rampart in the front, keeping some. I believe it kept the repair medic alive a little bit longer than it otherwise would have. And now I'm hearing Vulcans getting at it in as well. They shred Gaunts in this game. This feels like a very nice hold from Refresh for right now. And while this may not mean that the second Stormgate's going to get claimed, this was a lot of money that Snockstar committed into this. Is the Harbinger going to get brought back in once again. And there we go. A little bit of pressure on the Therium mining here, and Hogs got to be careful. Dragon also getting started. It takes forever, though. It is a 2-second build time. It is a, not 2 seconds. It's 120 seconds. It's a 2-minute build time to get this dragon up on the map. As the Stormgate, by the way, was not claimed. So that's why we saw Snockstar not really playing around with it all that much. Or whether, I guess why we saw Snockstar going for that bit of aggression. As Gaunt will fall, you do have to be careful. These Hogs have to kite away. Of course, with the repair medic, they're largely fine. As Fiend Explosion's getting started, which means you get 1 more Fiend than you normally would. So 3 instead of 2 if you split at 90%. 2 instead of 1 if you split otherwise. But for the most part, the Hogs are staying alive. Looks like a couple units died. Suboptimal. You did get a couple Phantoms, but for the most part, Snockstar is able to, or Refresh is able to hold on. And in the middle of the map here, as the battle mech, or as the mech build continues to grow up, we have Atlases on the way, which Atlas evac is my favorite thing. I think it really is the coolest bit of micro that we see in the game. So for now, 4th base done. Almost getting fully saturated here by Snockstar, but there's a bunch of pressure showing up, and we will eventually get into Miasma. For right now, it's Forsaken Traps. That's going to get started. And I'm sorry, not Miasma. Necrolyte Hex. And this setup here is really good. Molten Touch is so good in this composition, because what it does, not only does it go and do bonus damage, it reduces healing by 50%. So it means these nanoswarms that make it almost impossible to kill this army. Otherwise, all of a sudden, it's actually manageable, as we will see a bunch of these Forsaken Traps get dropped down here eventually. But the army's gonna move forward even still. Yeah, sure, there's a curse on top of the Vulcans here. Think they can get something done. Answer is that they can't. That is a crazy move from Refresh. Dashes in, but could not get on top of these Hellborn on the high ground. And now the Dragons here as well, doubling up the Phantoms that are getting made, sucking down all of the curse. You're doing 25% damage on top of everything. Now that means this 3rd Stormgate is absolutely going to go the way of Snockstar, as Bisonborn and Vitraco, thank you so much for the Prime subs, guys. But yeah, unfortunately, if you are a Vanguard fan, Refresh overextended just a little bit there. Now he's got to go lick his tail between his legs. What are we going to get? Yeah, okay, you get 3 dragons. Absolutely. Well, nope. Never mind, he Power Stoned it. I assumed that was going to be a Soul Forge. By the way, you can only Power Stone. This Power Stone does not stack anymore. You cannot triple Avatar things, but Refresh is dead anyway. So this is game number 1, back and forth. But Snockstar clutches it out. Game 1 goes the way of Snockstar. It's not a 2-second build time. It's a 120-second build time. It's a 2-minute build time. Oh, Everist also gifted a sub to Rusty. Thank you, Everista. Radar Quest, honestly, watching the game is more entertaining than playing. You just gotta learn. Play the game more, dude. The game's fun. Why are we still automatically... There we go. All right. Oh, what was map 2? Scarlet Isle map. I was like, why do we not have a host? It's because I need a host. I don't know why my activity feed is not telling me about gifted subs, but thank you for gifting subs to people. Those of you that are gifting subs, I really do appreciate it. Yeah, the new levels. I wasn't sold. Like, I was like, okay, you know, but I'm obviously not some sort of campaign mastermind. Wasn't massively sold on the new campaign or on the like 1 through 6. I'm like, they're great, they're solid, nothing like, but like mission 7 was awesome. Rah, who funded the prize pool? Yeah, I should put that in the title. This is Frost Giant has provided the $500 prize pool. Something's screwed up on your PC. Oh, that's unfortunate, 3D Art Quest. Have you tried verifying game files? Well, like mission 1 through 6, they're RTS missions. They're fine. I really did have so much fun with mission 7. It was nice because it scratched that multitasking itch. And then mission 8, I'm like, a couple of these missions, like I'm not getting every bonus objective on Brutal, which is refreshing. Although in fairness, one of them was because I couldn't find what I needed to get the bonus objective, so I guess that's on me. Anyways, we're gonna move into Scarlet Isle. This is map number 2. Here we go. Although, anyway, we're moving into game 2 here. Scarlet Isle, another Ariel map. Haka IPL, I actually liked mission 7 more than 8. I know people are saying really good things about mission 8, but mission 7 was the platform mission. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, my problem with mission 8 was I found one of the bonus objectives. I knew where the other one was, like it shows on the map. I just could not find how to get into it. And you're under so much pressure that it's just like, this is not working. But yeah, mission 7 was, you had dropship micro, you had like cool moving platforms that you gotta control with your top bar abilities, you got attacks coming in from 3, like stressing multitasking. I got to the end of it and almost died because I didn't expect the boss to be as strong as it was. Like, oh man, it was good. Yeah, I found the right one, Turlock. I couldn't find the left one, but now that you mention it, I should have just brought evac with me and done that. How do you deal with Infernal losing workers to build? I got full saturation. 10 seconds later, I'm running on empty. Build more workers. 3 art quest. Infernal do build workers faster than the other factions. Oh, you cheesed the end of it? Nice. I got one of the bosses down to very low. Oh, you're talking about mission 7. Yeah, I'm not building, for the campaign missions, I'm not building enough static defense, I don't think. We're going to see the new improved, so Shroudstone last patch was bad. It had attacked every 1.6 seconds. It was bad. It built forever, just not very good. But not only have they upgraded the animations of the Shroudstone, not only have they done that, it now attacks every 1.3 seconds. So it got a pretty significant buff. Most of Infernals got nerfed, but the Shroudstone in particular did get a little bit of a buff, which I like. Oh no, never mind. That's the Soul Brand Chakrams, which that feels like maybe some reused art. Because I looked at that, I'm like, oh wait, there's no way we're at miasma at 3.5 minutes or like 3 minutes and 20 seconds. But Soul Brand Chakrams are now done, so the gods can apply curse on Shroud. Very important. Yeah, it's where I'm like trying to talk about the campaign in very loose terms, like talking about mechanics. Unless you also consider, consider talking about mechanics also campaign world, then I'll stop entirely. I figured talking about, oh, you know, stress multitasking was kind of safe enough. But for now, first Stormgate's gonna get claimed. And by the way, they did change the way the graphic works here. It used to be it was red versus blue. And, red would try to fill red, blue would try to fill blue. Now it is red versus, or it's color versus white. So whoever's done the most damage has the color in there, and that color is trying to fill it up to full. Now my Western-centric, as Sulforge is gonna go and give us a couple more hedgehogs. My Western-centric brain wants to go from left to right, fill from left to right. But you know what, that's fine. I suppose that is manageable. Now, Gremlin's starting to get made here. They do, if you've watched them sometimes in their passive animations, they do a little dance sometimes, and it's pretty fun. But Tribute Pyre's now ready to go. These Gremlins have a surprisingly long leash range. Kind of surprising. I always am surprised how far they go, especially because they did get an attack buff. 1.5 seconds, 8 damage every 1.5 seconds is not horrible. I mean, better to have actual units, but as a kind of, when you get a bunch of tribute fires around a base, it does make it, it does give you some pretty nice defense. So now Twilight Spire on the way. Snockstar, by the way, in the break, asked me if he could clone dragons. And I said, yes, you can. Because I think it's been nerfed enough on multiple ways where it's not as quite impressive. Here's, oh, Hedgehog's gonna go find the Harbinger. I think, goodbye. Gaunts are gonna go, they're gonna get marooned here. Harbinger dies. That is a very nice pickup there from Refresh. That's all the map presence that Snockstar wanted to find as he builds time for this fourth base, buys time to go get himself the Elder Shrine, eventually one would assume. But losing that means this is a bit of a problem now with all the gremlins that are here. It's not super easy to attack into this position, and we'll have to kite back for the time being. As by the way, this shroud is fake. It's a bug. It's a viewer bug because the Harbinger went down. But now Refresh feels very unlocked on the map right now to do pretty much whatever he wants. Killing off that Harbinger was a decent amount of Therium that Snockstar would have loved to use to turn into anything else. So for now, kiting away, you're trying to get through this front line of brutes so you can eventually go and take down the Hellboy. Right? That's kind of the big scary thing right now. You get on top of the Gaunts as well. But the trades are good. And behind this, Vulcan's getting added in, Refreshes on 3 bases, and he's expanding forward, which is what you want to do. It means that your rally defends your attack, or your rally defends your bases. It means it just means that your production's also going to be a little bit further forward.
Rift detected.
And that can be very, very nice. Now we're going to see the Hedgehogs get on top of one. Hellborn's going to go down. North side is going to kill off all the brutes. South side, maybe not quite as good here, but this fight is going tremendously well for Refresh. He's going to take down everything here. This drop from Refresh, from Snockstar, was supposed to be the pressure release valve. Instead, you lost so much Therium. And the pressure just got started. Refresh cuts everything down, wins game 2. Mixer saying, I'm surprised he delays Hedgehog range by so much. Yeah, I don't know. I've played exactly 1v1, one ladder game, Mixer. I'm not super up to date on Necrolyte builds. I've been having fun playing the campaign. Yeah, but Sword SC2, it is a 2-minute build time. It's not 2 seconds. I did lie. MSRM versus Mixie last night was hilarious. Took MSRM 2 minutes to build a dragon and walked in and died 2 seconds to exo. Yeah, the problem with dragons right now is the breath. Whatever it's called. Cursed breath, I think it is. You go and... Black Spire is map number 3. When you do that, it's now range of 4. So it's just not great. You play 0 ladder games, you're already an expert. Ah, yes. That's the Twitch chat experience there, Haka IPL. Yes, Porphyrian Winter hosted a $2,000, again, sponsored by Frostgiant, a $2,000 show match with Mixu, MSRM, Mana, and Theory. I just want us to get to late game, guys. This matchup in particular, once we're starting to get like Atlas drops and proper answers and we get to like 5 bases, is a really cool matchup. So we're going to move into game number 3. Refresh and Snockstar. They're tied up at 1 apiece. Here we are. It's game number 3. We're tied up at 1 game apiece. Game 1, we saw Snockstar take some damage, hold on, and have a really nice dragon timing. Do everything that he needed to do, and eventually kind of win this fight. Game 2, Snockstar tried to go for a Harbinger drop once again, put some pressure, like buy some time to get up to his next stuff, and got caught out. And immediately here, Refresh dove on top of him, took him down, and that was that. Isn't late game not really a thing anymore because of Stormgates? I have seen some very cool late game swords. So the answer is no. Late game is pretty cool. Yeah, Storm Warrior. Hey man, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. There's a couple Fiends here. So Fiends were nerfed, or Brutes were nerfed, or whatever you want to talk about it. Were nerfed quite a bit in that they now, Fiends were buffed, Brutes were nerfed, turning into Fiends, is maybe the way you talk about that one. Where you only get 1 Fiend if the Brute dies below 90% HP. So if you manually split the Brute, you get 2 Fiends, otherwise you're gonna get 1 Fiend. In exchange, they do a lot of damage. They now do 12 damage. If they're on Shroud, they actually, funnily enough, there's a bug right now where they do 7 damage on Shroud. Was there a bracket for that? Yes, there was. I'm not sure if they put it in Wikipedia. But there was definitely a bracket for it. But now with the Lancer out, Fiends are going to run away. Now, technically, if you're really on top of things, these 2 Fiends can kill a Lancer. Now, it's not a guarantee. Theoretical physics. Yeah, you know, Frost Giant, there are many things, but the community is always going to make better maps. So we have Edge of Oblivion. I pretty much expect to see it, vetoed like the entire time, but Edge of Oblivion is in the pool. It's the only official ladder map that's in the pool for this show match. Everything else is showing off the full custom maps. The community is absolutely cooking with the custom maps. They're doing a really good job. They're doing such a good job with the custom maps.
Dimensional rift detected.
It looks more like an RTS. The first second I opened the stream, I was like, why in the world does it say Stormgate, but they stream StarCraft? Then I watched better, and it's Stormgate. Yeah, it's funny. I saw some people at Winter stream last night like, oh, it looks like a mobile game. And it's like, well, first of all, show me those mobile games because I'm sure I'd like to play them. It just looks good. You know, it's like if you're saying if there are mobile games that look as mobile games have improved quite a bit. So sure, fine. I really enjoy the way that the graphics of Stormgate now. It's kind of jarring to look back to where it started at early access, but as of right now, I think Alan has done an incredible job. And yeah, you know, Celestials don't have their beauty sleep just yet. We're still waiting on that one, but otherwise, it's pretty cool. So for now, first Stormgate is gonna be refreshes. Snockstar's not even really interested in contesting it. And realistically, second and third Stormgate are probably better anyways. So it's gonna be ooh, Shadowmark's a really good one. I saw a bunch of people in Winter's chat yesterday complaining about how strong it was. But the Shadowmark is a relic that you can go use to cast an ability on any one of your structures. And then in an AoE, everything around there produces researches 40% faster. So it can be very strong, as we're gonna see the Shadowmark used on this mech bay. Increased construction speed, production speed, recharge rate. So you get more, oh, unfortunately, should have done on this one, I think. Command Post is not gonna get it. But the Biolab, somehow gets it, even though the... Never mind, Biolab doesn't. So all these structures will produce 40% faster. Or habitate 40% faster. Something like that. They have also committed, yes, as Type Aerodub says, they have committed to adding custom maps onto the ladder. It's just not here yet. Hogs are going to dive in, seeing what they can find. And remember, because of the Shadowmark setup, there's not like an immediate power surge from Refresh. He's not immediately going to be going, and I love this. We got Solar Habitat plus Shadowmark. These Vulcans are building so fast. But Snockstar is on the other side of the map here. This is the Infernal Fury timing that he's trying to hit. He's got himself Soulbrand Chakrams. He's got himself Infernal Fury. And this is kind of a scary timing. So we're going to see a sentry post go down. I don't know if it's going to get up in time here. And the entire army of Refresh on the other side of the map dealing with the reinforcements, which is what you want to do into timings like this. As the Vulcan's now starting to get added in that much more. Repairmatic doesn't get down. And oh, it's going to get shielded as well. It actually is surviving. It's keeping a lot of these bombs or these servos around. And with the overcharge as well, they're pretty tanky. They got 50 bonus armor. So they take about 2/3 as much as HP as or damage as they normally would. And Refresh holds this with flying colors, with the Exos, with the Vulcans, with the Hedgehogs. This was a scary timing from Snockstar. But with the Hedgehogs going in and cutting off a lot of the reinforcements, the Vulcans there, and the defense there with a Rampart shielding up the turret, and the Vulcans getting added in, Refresh just makes that look easy. Well, the Solar Habitat ability get buffed to no, Frank Sriracha, because it's not a production. It's not a build, research, or charge based thing.
A Stormgate will activate soon.
Solar plus Shadowmark buffs things it makes you produce pretty quickly. Does the pattern of which Stormgate locations become active, or is it random? It is 100% random, Jiao James.
A Stormgate has appeared.
My recency bias, or my not recency bias, my whatchamacallit bias, tells me that it duplicates more often than it should, but you know, there's a 20% chance you get the same Stormgate 2 times in a row. So 50 supply difference already. It's not confirmation bias. It's maybe it is confirmation bias. Boost does not time out. The way you kill the boost is you kill the structure. It might actually you might have to kill each structure individually as well. I wish the Shadowmark, instead of being something like this, I wish the relic would like plant a flag that was snipeable, like 200 HP, which a relic is, and then you can snipe that and take it out, instead of it just being this buff that applies to all of these structures. I think that would be more, regardless of balance, I think that would be more interesting to play around. This army now is very scary. Lots of med techs, lots of Exos, lots of Vulcans, and we are not here just yet. We are not at, I don't think we're at tier 3. Yeah, tier 3 is not done, so no Molten Touch, no ability to really cut down on the mining. I like this though. A lot of Spriggans getting added in. Did notice that one. Hedgehogs, not anti-air mode, but there are a decent amount of Exos, and you have to go get on top of these Exos to make things get taken down. Miasma's doing a pretty good job, I think. No, Miasma's not done yet. Never mind. That's just Shroud, but unfortunately, damage too much, damage too strong. Refresh is going to be able to go up 2 games to 1 in this best of 5. Weavers still kind of counter to Hedgehog rushes. Yeah, but Weavers are more expensive and they're squishier, so they're good against the Hog rushes, but it's a little harder to get them out. Mr. Raku asks, how do the Stormgates work? If HP doesn't seem to lower when attacked, is the player with the most damage dealt to it the one that gets it? Kind of. There's a threshold, Mr. Raku. So it's 1,000, 3,000, 6,000. And then you have to do that amount of damage more than your opponent to claim the Stormgate. So if you're trying to watch the game and see who's claiming it, there is a bar that starts white, and whichever player has done more damage slowly fills it red. Or blue, depending on the team color. What was map 4? Short circuits. All right, map 4 is going to be short circuit here as we chug right along. For the next series, we should have Rushy as well, by the way. The game is fun. I tried Celestials, had no idea. So in Vanguard, we'll play them a little once they get a little bit more familiar. Yeah, Celestials have had a metric ton of changes. Oh, I need to leave the slot. Not the Vulcan is the problem. Strong units are good and cool. The problem is Spriggan is hard countered by the Hedgehog and the Exo. Any sort of anti-air, they have like no HP. The problem, and Spriggans do decent damage into, like they could do some damage into the Vulcans. If Snockstar had like 15 more seconds, he could have had miasmas on top of all the Exos, and then maybe there's something there. But you really do need to counter the crazy healing that exists. You really do. I think you need Molten Touch, which requires a quicker tier 3. So we're going to move into game 4 now. Short circuit, hoping to send us to a game number 5. When is Idra playing? I think he's like a professional mathematician now, Sent. I don't know the last time he played an RTS. There we are. Map 4. Map number 4, another map by Matterino. It's Short Circuit. Pretty cool map. It has, I like what he's been doing here, where he's on a lot of his maps. I don't think we're doing a Rotfire Veil, unfortunately. I did not see that one added in time, but he's going and making the Stormgates feel really like they're part of the map. Like you can see on this one, you can see some cables going into and around it. There's another map that is, there's another map that he's made that's kind of a similar vibe that is not this. That has like cables going to it and everything, and it's like doing a lot of research, which is super cool. But what makes me very excited about this map is for right now, you can take a look at the edge and say, ah, look at these asteroids. And that's really cool. But skyboxes are now enabled in custom maps, and that means that we should be able to see like a planet below this platform now, which is very exciting. But is the circuit short? Well, technically, the circuit is 1 day, Filibuster, so yeah, I guess it is kind of short. Yeah, Matterino is kind of goated. But yeah, sorry, skyboxes have always been enabled, but skyboxes below the map is the thing that was enabled. Because they needed that for some of the campaign missions. So like, okay, we're gonna add this in, and that functionality is per what Tim was telling me, the interview that I published yesterday. That is now available. That is now something that you can just kind of play with. That is available in the editor because they had to add the functionality. And again, this map with like a great big planet below it. Oh yeah. Matt's curious, why do people want to make Stormgate feel look like StarCraft 2? Wouldn't the variety make it more fun to watch? You definitely have a lot of people that are just, and it's funny because I'm kind of in this boat as well, where there are people that are RTS fans. There are people that are Blizzard RTS fans, or, Age RTS fans. And then it's like, well, am I a big RTS fan, or do I just like Blizzard RTS? And I'm kind of finding more and more that I'm more in the second camp than in the first, or that I'm in the I like Blizzard RTS games. So you have a lot of people that are like, okay, well, StarCraft is not getting supported anymore. I want to see StarCraft get actively supported, like by development time. So I'm just I want Stormgate to be StarCraft. That's a lot of the logic there. Nope, Algorithm War, it is this morning. Hello. But I would argue that Stormgate is sufficiently different enough from StarCraft 2, where, they're taking some of the things that we know how to do well, like this observer overlay is very much kind of what they do in StarCraft 2. It looks great. You know, the observer overlay is there. You know, unit sizing, it's a Blizzard style RTS game. StarCraft doesn't have a Stormgate, you know, the units are different. Some of the mechanics are different. Charges are a thing, right? In Stormgate and StarCraft that are not in, or that are in Stormgate, they're not in StarCraft. There's a bunch of different things, right? But the game, it's not a StarCraft clone. It's not a Warcraft clone either. But, you know, there's also a reason that people say, yeah, I want more StarCraft stuff, because StarCraft is, in my view, the greatest RTS that's ever been made. I hope Stormgate gets to that point. It's had a lot less time to develop, as the first Stormgate is going to get claimed by Refresh. It's going to be a Soul Forge. So probably just getting yourself 2 more Hedgehogs is what I would assume the goal is here. Yep, 2 more Hedgehogs. There we go. Yeah, as Rusty says, also on the input side of things, there is so much tech that Stormgate has that I'm like, man, it makes it hard for me to go back and play StarCraft. Like the quick macro panel is just, it feels so good. Auto hotkey feels so good. And now with the Infernal Fury done here, this is when you have to start to kite away, but it's a decent cooldown. Infernal Fury, it's like a 20-second cooldown, I think it is. So once you trigger all the charges, it is something where Snockstar, he's got to run back a little bit. Does have to be careful. Hope they figure out some way to make observers' lives easier natively. That would be huge. Well, the observer, this observer overlay, Storm Warrior, is native. If you just, whenever you open up a replay or you're live observing, you have this overlay. Now, I would love to be able to eventually get the functionality where I can see the perspective of anyone in the lobby, not just the players, so I could just have someone else observing for me, which would be great because I'm not the best observer. But you know, they do have an observer mode already. Eventually they're gonna have like different tabs. I'm assuming, I mean, again, the guy that made Game Heart is the lead UI guy, the lead UX guy, I think technically, in Stormgate. So it's gonna get there. Did I learn the names for every upgrade due to 15p? A lot of them. There are some that have either changed names, like the, well, technically it's the ability, not the upgrade, but like the Hexen upgrade, which was Hexen Adept, Hexen Adept training, Hexen Mastery training. But at one point it was Poison Trap and Miasma. Now it is Forsaken Trap and Necrotech Hexfield. So some of the abilities have changed. I'm not totally on top of that, but for the most part, we have them down.
Stormgate will activate soon.
As here's the drop going across the map. Refresh caught this in game number 2 and effectively won the game off of it. This time though, looks like it will find its way onto the 4th base on the other side of the map. It's a couple brutes, a bunch of gaunts here, and you're just trying to go get those phantom conversions ASAP, take everything down, and this could snowball very quickly if you don't respond to it properly. So that's, I think, 3 or 4 servos getting taken down immediately. Then you pick up, unfortunately, he put a phantom in there, so one brute's gonna have to run away. But already this is so nice because this is buying time for Miasma. This is buying time for pretty much anything else that you would want. This is just keeping Refresh back at home as we're at this second Stormgate timing. So Refresh is building some sentry posts to go contest this thing pretty hard. But the funny thing is, this is not something that Snockstar is properly contesting. He's just waiting for his Elder Shrine, which I wish show up in the production tab, and fortunately it doesn't, but he's just waiting for the Elder Shrine. He's not saving up for the Dragon just yet. Oh, it seems like the bottom bar for the most part has been fixed so it accurately shows who's top, who's bottom, but blue, it's swamped. But okay, there we go. There's Molten Touch on the way. Necrotic Hexfield's gonna be done soon. And that does mean this army that is being made is gonna be very difficult for Refresh to fight into. But the other good news is that we are solidly into a macro game now. 8.5 minutes in, we're all on 4 bases here. We're eclipsing 200 supply. That's exactly what we're looking for. So I think, oh, please get an evac here. I don't see it. He's not making them just yet, but man, getting an evac micro is just really cool in general, and dropping Necrolytes with evacs seems ideal. As we're gonna see the necrotic hex fields go down, and if this is you take 10x curse, it does so much damage. As I'm just now realizing how close the "you came through a Stormgate" effect is, and the "oh, you're cursed" effect is. It looks very similar. We're gonna see if I kick off here. Necrotic Hex Field's going down once again, and you would love to see some sort of system shock on these medtechs. Just the Purge being able to go and retreat away and have some fun there. But for right now, rotating over, cutting through a lot of these gremlins. Tribute Pyres are gonna get taken down. Snockstar actually gonna find himself a little bit supply block. Every single Tribute Pyre is now 15 supply, not 10. And one Necrolyte, two Necrolytes. Get some decent trades here, not the best ones. And these Hex Fields forcing Refresh back quite a bit, but now they're not on top of the army anymore until right now, so he continues to kite backwards here. But this is still very awkward. He's fighting on two fronts, he's losing on two fronts. He doesn't have the Sentinels in his army just yet, so he doesn't have that move speed advantage you like to find. And with no system shock, no way to purge all these curses either. Okay, Sentinels are here now. They do have a couple Stacies to try to go lock down some of the backline units, but this army from Refresh has to run away. It's got to retreat. Does have haste spot dispersal, so they run a little bit faster. Without system shock, it's not that much faster. And by the way, Quick Draw also wasn't even done, so now Shroudfall is going to go down across the entire map here as Snockstar forces his opponent back pretty significantly. And with the movement speed that you have on the Phantoms, on the Brutes, and on the Gaunts, it's a difficult thing to run away from. But Shroudfall will be done soon. Now the 10.5 minute Stormgate gonna get started pretty quickly here as our Dragon's about halfway done. This is dropping the left side, not really doing much.
A Stormgate has appeared.
Refresh, he's on 4 bases, 1 to 5 bases. Okay. 5 bases on the side of Snockstar, so the economy going a little bit better for Snockstar right now, but the supply is still very even. And now Quick Draw Hustle's getting added in. Now the evacs are getting made, finally. Is this survival? Oh, that's not survival. Where are my Lancers? It's not survival protocol, it's mitigative guard, which means you take every bit of damage you take is reduced by 2. It's very strong as the tier 3 upgrade. I'm pretty sure. I'm not used to the new. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's mitigative guard that's getting researched. They changed a bunch of the They changed a bunch of the icons, so I'm not totally used to those just yet. But the big deal is Nano Bubble. It's just about done, and that means every unit inside of it takes 75% less range damage. So it can be very strong into the Dragon, into these Gaunts, into these Hellborn. It's a very nice solution. And oh, by the way, we're getting Helicarriers too. This is the late game we were looking for. So now we got an Atlas here, sieged up, ready to go. A lot of damage. No upgrade just yet. Does not have Plasma Arc Infusion. So doesn't just burn things down, but we gotta take a fight here. A little bit awkward. Triple Dragon. That was the tier 3 Stormgate, but okay, just gets targeted down immediately. I was gonna say their stasis, they're being brought back a little bit, but you gotta be very careful. The army comes swarming in. Nano Bubble not getting it dropped in time, and this is not a position that Refresh wants to be in. The Triple Dragon was a problem. This army is very low, but it's not quite low enough. The drops aren't quite gonna be there. Stasis gets targeted down way too fast. And without any stacked events to get back to, it feels like Snockstar is just running over this situation. Now, I did tell Snockstar that Triple Dragon was legal because it takes so long to get there, and I thought maybe if you get up to tier 3 Stormgate, it's probably legal. And we're gonna see if that is true, but for right now, that Triple Dragon timing, Snockstar overcommitting into this base and getting fully flanked was a big problem. So for now, yes, the Lancers, they're taking a little too less damage per attack. That's something. There are Helicarriers out of the map as well, but they're just not getting the damage that they've done. The bombing run did not find the damage that it needed, and now the Helicarriers, or I guess the Hurricanes, there we go. They're gonna get taken down. This game goes to Snockstar. I don't see a way that he's gonna be able to hold on anymore, and that means that we get to go to game number 5. Refresh oversteps a couple times, Snockstar punishes, and we get to go to game 5 in this best of 5. Yeah, the game was, I'm not going to say over before the carriers, but it was a bad spot. The fight that that Refresh took in the middle of the map that forced him back home and made him lose all map control. The supplies were equal, but the quality was a little bit was higher for Snockstar. He was up a base. He had the third Stormgate. It's one of those things where, like, yeah, Triple Dragon is ending the game, but the game was already in a bit of a rough spot. Game sounds are loud. You can't hear me. I thought I had that tuned. I'm sorry. All right, let's bring it back down a little bit. What was map 5? Rebirth. This is a pretty fun one. This is a 2v2 map that also works for 1v1. But yeah, copying dragons was not removed. Instead, it takes 2 minutes to build a dragon. And dragon, the ability, the cursed breath ability is very short range now. So I think it's probably been nerfed enough. We'll see. Again, this was a situation where rough fight from Refresh was not playing around any of his structures that would allow that fight to be good. It was, he lost a big fight earlier on that made life difficult. So it's like, you know, he got flanked and lost almost all of his anti-air before the fight properly started. There's a whole bunch of reasons that fight went poorly for him. That was not just 3 dragons. Yeah, Infernal, even without the dragons, Infernal was pretty head that game. They were up a base, tier 3 Stormgate, you know, all those things. So we're gonna move into Rebirth. Game number 5 here, Refresh and Snockstar. Here we go. We're now into game number 5 of this best of 5, the second series of the day. It's Snockstar, it's Refresh, and we are on Rebirth, which is a map that has a single Stormgate. It is technically a 2v2 map, but I just think it looks pretty. You can play it as a 1v1 map as well. So this one, there's 1 ramp. You get 2 bases in the main base. It's kind of like a different take on Scarlet Isle, if you want to think about it like that, where you can go and go for this double expand pretty easily. Oh, you just noticed Emberfrost displayed has the wrong textures. Matterino, if you want to host up Emberfrost briefly for me, I did pull Emberfrost Final. Matterino, I did pull that from the, I downloaded it, I built it. And I'm not sure, it's also still showing in my UI as unnamed map. So I'm not sure so there's something weird where it's like not overriding properly or something. So if you have a current version of it, if you'd be around to like host it up for me after this game, that would be awesome. So we can at least have it correct for the rest of the games that get played. So for now, quick expands coming out from both players, which is what you want to do when the map is big and you kind of get a free pocket base. So we've had, that was the late game it wasn't like the super back and forth late game. And I do think there was a glaring lack of system shock that allows you to play around the hex fields a little bit better. But overall, great big late games, really cool stuff. Hopefully we get another one of those, as we're looking forward to it. By the way, I love that, like, I don't know, what do you want to call this, like Gila monster skin that we have on this map? I think it looks pretty cool. Honestly, like, take a look at this area, this mottled black and red stone texture in the middle of the map, and this this setup right here. I think it looks gorgeous, which is why I picked it. I don't know how it's going to work from a competitive balance perspective. There's a single Stormgate that is potentially abusable. You get 2 bases for free, but I think it looks really pretty, and that's all that matters. Poriforian saying it looks like chunky meat. Pori, if that's what your chunky meat looks like, it's probably spoiled and you should throw it away. This is not what meat should look like, Pori. This is food poisoning, Pori. Nori's saying, I think one Stormgate's probably bad, but visually it looks great. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm like, I don't know. We'll see. One Stormgate might be too easy to camp. Might not be. I don't know. For now, though, we do have... Oh, Soulbound Chakram's not done yet. So the Hogs dive in. They just kill off the Gaunts. That's already a pretty nice trade because once the Gaunts are down, the Hogs can just kind of kill the rest.
Has appeared.
So now the kiting is going to continue. And the nice thing about this, if you are a Refreshed fan, is you can go and just kind of rally through and take the first Stormgate down with your units while you put a lot of pressure on the other side of the map. Yeah, but yeah, Guillotine did cook with this map terrain. It looks profoundly alien. I could believe like some stony desert area on Earth, maybe. But for now, a lot of Gaunts and Brutes are going to show up here, and they should be able to... Wait, Infernal Fury's done? Yeah, I did notice. That's my bad. Infernal Fury is done quickly in this game. So this is kind of a 0.5 type build where you get the upgrades down very quickly at the expense of getting your third base up. And even still, Infernal Fury, not enough to break this down. The kite job from Refresh is really solid. So, a couple more stuns, sure, but the damage is just not following up here. There are not enough effigies. Snockstar committing into this 2-base all-in very heavily, and it's just not killing what it needs to kill. It might get a couple hogs at the end from the curse, maybe. This one might tick down. No, it's not gonna. This one, 9-7. Yeah, none of them are gonna tick down right now, so the damage is still there. Now they're gonna tick down a little bit, but Refresh is up 20 supply. He has more damage here. Infernal Fury actually gets baited out on the Stormgate a little bit. This is just not a good position for Snockstar, even if he gets the Stormgate, which is, you know, a maybe at this point. It's actually going to time out very soon. He has lost so much of his army to make that happen. The Brutes continue to run in. They just get kited down. They're not killing anything. The Fiends pop out. They're dying as well. And this Stormgate will remain unclaimed. So Snockstar committed into this so hard to get the Stormgate. And he's just lost everything. And this effigy is a 5 HP effigy. It does not last long enough to go get a second one up. So now we're also in this situation where there is not enough energy. There's there are like 2 effigies available for these fights. It's not a lot. Third base is on the way, and it's very far out of here, so you can't really rally imps over to it super well either. This is a fantastic game for Refresh. Having higher effigy cooldown really impacts how Infernal fights across the map. It really does. And I think it's good, Turlog. It's nice. Like, you want to fight on Shroud, but you were just getting like free permanent effigies all over the place in the last patch, and that just didn't feel good. The counterplay didn't matter. And what I hope we're going to see here, and we're not there just yet, but what I really hope we're going to see is more play around Harbingers and the Harbinger drop upgrade, which due to 15p was asking. That's an upgrade I don't have memorized because I don't get it enough. But the slam down upgrade, whatever that is called, is now diving on top of the effigy. Very nicely done. Here more units will fall. There's going to be 3 lashes, not even 3 lashes, not enough energy on these Weavers right now. So the concave is good. Everything is dying. And Weavers, while they can be a decent answer to Hedgehogs, you can go lash them in and make sure they don't run. They're pretty squishy, all things considered. They only have 380 HP, and we got this number of hogs. They're getting taken down. Snockstar, I think he's dead, yeah. Snockstar falls down. Refresh moves on to the winners match. Snockstar into the losers. And of course, if you like this, you want more Stormgate action, make sure to go sub to the channel. Follow me on Twitch. I'll catch you next time. Thank you, MSRM Seismic Slam. Snockstar's like, this map might be worse than Boneyard. You know what? I didn't know I was gonna play. I added it in because it was pretty. Where do you upload these custom maps to play the game? You go to C/documents/Stormgate/maps, and then you load them into the editor and have to build them. Shift F5. Otherwise, you can have someone who has the map host it, then you play it, then you're good. Is there a custom map that we haven't played yet? What was banned? Malice Depths was banned. No, but we played it. Did we play? I don't think we've played Malice yet. Of the pool. Flibuster asking, are we asking about prisms? Yeah, prisms are broken. There's not quite enough. All right, so we're going to move into, we got a bit of a break here. When we're back, we're going to have a ultimate code giveaway, and we're going to move into the winners match. From here on out, it's best of sevens. Winners, losers, both best of sevens. I will see you all. I need to move this thing. This is Snockstar refresh. 5 games.mp4. And we go, and where am I? Big files, there we go. All right. So we'll be back in just a little bit. I'm going to get the giveaway going and see y'all very soon. This, what's it called? The Soulbound Chakrams upgrade pretty early, which means that if you're on Shroud, your gods actually do apply curse, which it used to be by default, but now this is a 25, 30-second upgrade that is also, of course, gated behind getting a ritual chamber. So it comes out a little bit slower. The court in the semifinals, I'm assuming refresh there. I haven't taken a look at the bracket, but that should be pretty cool. But problem is, Control, it's his tournament, but he's not playing in it, and he's the best Infernal player in Korea at the moment. So we're gonna right now, and I believe the games are gonna get played on Saturday or Sunday. And we're gonna go just say, hey, Frost Giant, these maps are the best maps. Go ahead, them in. Now charge is done, so these hedgehogs gotta run here. That's the timing. That's why Snockstar has been by all the hogs. And then you just buy time until you get to Infernal Fury. And at which point it becomes a little bit harder to kite. Not impossible, as we're seeing right here. The fight's still kind of okay for refresh, but it's no longer just this free harass, good luck, you're just not allowed to play the game if you're an Infernal player. So refresh is gonna get force boosted by 20 seconds if it's on Shroud. So you can no longer chain effigies off Shroud and be fine with it. It is something that is punishable, and the hogs are gonna show up. Snockstar, this was when he was gonna go try to get room on the second Stormgate, but instead, it's not really what you wanna do, and he's just gonna it will be a cancel, okay. We do have a Repairmatic doing a very nice job on this third base. The concave from Refresh is very tasty, especially with the Rampart at the front, keeping some, I believe it kept the Repairmatic alive a little bit longer than it otherwise would have. And now I'm hearing Vulcans getting at it in as well. They shred Gaunts in this game. This feels like a very nice, gonna get brought back in once again. And there we go. A little bit of pressure on the Therium mining here, and Hogs gotta be careful. Dragon also getting started. It takes forever though. It is a 2-second build time. It is not 2 seconds. It's 120 seconds. You get 1 more Fiend than you normally would, so 3 instead of 2 if you split it 90%, 2 instead of 1 if you split otherwise. But for the most part, the hogs are staying alive. Looks like a couple units died. Suboptimal. You did get a couple phantoms, but for the most part, these nano swarms that make it almost impossible to kill this army. Otherwise, all of a sudden, it's actually manageable, as we will see a bunch of these Forsaken traps get dropped down here eventually. But the army's gonna move forward even still. Yeah, sure, there's a curse on top of the Vulcans seem to think they can get something done. Answer is that they can't. That is a crazy move from Refresh. He Power Stoned it. I assumed that was gonna be a Soul Forge. By the way, you can only Power Stone. This Power Stone does not stack anymore. You cannot triple avatar things, but Refresh is dead anyways. This is game number 1, back and forth. But Snockstar clutches it out. Game 1 goes the way of Snockstar. Starting to get made here. They do, if you've watched them sometimes in their passive animations, they do a little dance sometimes, and it's pretty fun. But Tribute Pyres now ready to go. These Gremlins have a surprisingly long leash range. Kind of surprising. So now Twilight Spire on the way. Snockstar, by the way, in the break asked me if he could clone dragons. And I said, yes, you can. Because I think it's been nerfed enough on multiple ways where it's not as quite oppressive. Here's, oh, Hedgehog's gonna go find the Harbinger. I think goodbye. Gaunts are gonna go. Time to go get himself the Elder Shrine, eventually, one would assume. But losing that means this is a bit of a problem now with all the gremlins that are here. So it's not super easy to attack into this position, and we'll have to kite back for the time being. As by the way, this shroud is fake. It's up top of the guns as well, but the trades are good. And behind this, Vulcan's getting at it in, refreshes on 3 bases, and he's expanding forward, which is what you want to do. It means that your rally defends your attack, or your rally defends your bases. It means it just means that your production's also going to be a little bit further forward. This fight is going tremendously well for Refresh. He's going to take down everything here. This drop from Snockstar was supposed to be the pressure release valve. Instead, you lost so much Therium. And the pressure just got started. Refresh cuts everything down, wins game 2. And yeah, you know, Celestials don't have their beauty sleep just yet. We're still waiting on that one, but otherwise, it's pretty cool. So for now, first Stormgate is gonna be Refreshes. Snockstar's not even really interested in contesting it. And realistically, as Type Aerodub says, they have committed to adding custom maps onto the ladder. It's just not here yet. Hogs are going to dive in, seeing what they can find. And remember, because of the Shadow Mark setup, there's not like an immediate power surge from Refresh. He's not immediately going to be... Snockstar is on the other side of the map here. This is the Infernal Fury timing that he's trying to hit. He's got himself Soulbrand Chakrams. He's got himself Infernal Fury. And this is kind of a scary timing. So we're going to see a Sentry Post go down. I don't know if it's going to get up in time here. And the entire army of Refresh on the other side of the map dealing with the reinforcements, which is what you want to do. Bonus as much as HP as they, or damage as they normally would. And Refresh holds this with flying colors, with the Exos, with the Vulcans, with the Hedgehogs. This was a scary timing from Snockstar. But with the Hedgehogs going in and cutting off a lot of the reinforcements, the Vulcan Exos, and you have to go get on top of these Exos to make things get taken down. Miasma's doing a pretty good job, I think. No, Miasma's not done yet. Never mind. That's just Shroud. But unfortunately, damage too much, damage too strong. Refresh is going to be able to go up 2 games to 1 in this best of 5. Craft is, in my view. Welcome back, friends. We're trying to get Rushy's camera in here. It didn't really work out. Hopefully we'll have it for the next series. For now, we got a co-caster. I'm not just by myself. Rushy is sitting there with me. Say hi, Rushy.
Hi, Rushy.
There we go. Got it figured out. It's going to be the losers match first, best of 7. It's going to be, of course, Ariel versus... Sorry. Yeah, that's going to be Snockstar versus Ariel, not Snockstar versus Mana. I typed wrong in the chat commands. Also, y'all in chat need to cool it. We're having a giveaway here. There are no infernal tickets. If you have a ticket, that's it. You can only buy 1 ticket. I have 13 entrant. There are 13 people that have entered. Y'all, exclamation mark ticket or exclamation mark enter, not both. That's how this works. What's the next match? It is Ariel versus Snockstar. We can see what Celestial versus Infernal looks like. There, yes, and asking, there's a giveaway that'll be running over the course of this series. It is a giveaway for an ultimate code. And the $65 pack that gives you everything that is purchasable in Stormgate right now is available to be purchased. And if you already have it, give it to a friend, I guess. Anyways, we're going to move into game number 1 of this series. I gotta go hit the recorded button, and hopefully the giveaway is like actually working the way it's supposed to. Anyways, here we are, game 1. In the upper left, in the blue, in this game, in this best of 7 in the loser match, he's the Polish, he's the Polish Celestial player. It's Ariel.
And in the bottom right, playing for Aftermath Games, this is the Red Infernal player. This is Snockstar.
Man, Rushy, that is, I think, the worst intro I have ever done.
You were just setting me up to be super successful right out of the gate, and I appreciate that. Like, thank you. That's nice of you.
Yeah, I'm like, the Polish Protoss player? Wait, this is not Protoss. This is not StarCraft 2. What? I have been primarily casting Stormgate for like the last 6 months, and I'm like, Polish Protoss! Alliteration!
I was gonna say, there's just so many things that StarCraft 2 set up for us that is just ingrained at this point. Now, I get it.
So, rushing. Celestials have changed quite a bit. Their economy, there's a bit of a bug right now where one base mines about 200 luminite per second less than the other two factions, which is not great. As I'm told, you're a little quiet, so let's see if we can boost you up just a little bit. Can I boost? Okay. Hopefully that's a little bit better. That's about as far as I can go, hopefully. But you have been boosted.
I feel boosted.
There we go. But yeah, so big changes here to Celestials. Of course, one of the reasons we're seeing these quick expand builds is because you need the money. You don't mine as much as you should. But what's your initial take on how the Celestial, on this new Celestial macro?
Well, I mean, it completely rewires your thought process, right? We're going back to having the same worker count as the other two factions. We're not just utilizing only 3 prisms at each location. But the funny part is really the approach hasn't drastically changed. It's always been for Celestials through every iteration so far, just very, either you're going for hyper aggressive and you're going to end the game before the 4-minute mark, or it's this very strong macro opening where you can play very safe. You have some defensive weapons at your disposal, and you just spend some time getting a whole lot of workers put together. So the idea of, yeah, it looks visually very silly that we see a full 3 base saturation before the 3-minute mark. About the same as we've seen in the past. So the little bit of harassment here by Snockstar is not going to be too terribly crazy because the Argent's going to pop out in time, push it back. And now you're just sitting on a really strong macro opening.
Yeah, remember though, again, one of the reasons you're doing this is that this 3 base opening, 3 base saturation, that's 1500 luminite a minute. You want to know how much a 2 base saturation is for any other faction?
About the same.
Yeah, just about the same. So it's like, you know, it is, yes, it is a thing that you do have to do, but it's not quite as bad. Like, it's not quite as much of a macro boosting as you would think it is. Because again, because of this, I don't know if it's a bug, I don't know if it's intentional, but Celestial just does not mine as quickly on their bases.
It is going to force the Stormgate to go in the direction of the Infernal player right now. So we'll get a chance to see what benefit Snockstar gets to choose from. It's going to be a Soul Forge. So the opportunity, that's the one that boosts buildings, right?
No.
No, that's the one that replicates it.
Yes.
Units. Got it. I was like, that feels really strange. I just don't remember seeing the word Soul Forge, but maybe it's been a while. So the bonus unit's never going to hurt. The opposite side of the map for Ariel, though, is slowly starting to come underway. We've got Kree in production. We have our Guardian Nexus already done. We are getting rollout as well. So it will be a larger presence from the Celestial player going forward. And it's funny because Ariel is so popular and he's so relevant because of his weird, goofy, off-brand builds. And we're just seeing something pretty standard right now, but it is a pretty quick jump to an Ascension Matrix as well. So tier 2 already by the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, this is going to be for the Vectors. Realistically, you get Vectors coming out 2x2. Recall potential is a long upgrade, but it means you can blink forward and blink backward. It is a lot of harass potential. You can use it to do some pretty cool stuff that we saw Ariel try to make work against Mana. Didn't quite work out as well as he would have liked against Mana, unfortunately, because, well, again, the eco thing. And unlike Infernals, Vanguard can put a ton of pressure on the map early on in a way that isn't always possible. So that's what it is. That's what you're looking at. For now, though, of course, this is buying some space. And Snockstar, he was informed in the most recent series that, yes, cloning dragons is legal. But good luck doing it, because it comes out like you're going to get your Elder at like 7 minutes or so. It's going to be done. And then you're going to go commit to this dragon. It's going to take 2 minutes to build the dragon. And you're not building any imps out of that shrine because the dragon is building in that kind of production queue spot. So you're welcome to try. Like, good luck. And Snockstar did pull it off in the refresh series in game number 4 and did win the game with it. But I don't know. I'm kind of looking at this situation, though, and I'm like, well, Ariel's just letting him do it. He's just very happy to sit here on his 4 bases and just macro. As there's this drop on the other side. Doesn't really get a lot done, right? So he's just very happy to go on 4 bases and macro up and build a lot of vectors and get himself up to recall potential and play from there.
Yeah, I was a bit concerned as to whether or not that drop was going to have any major impact, but the Argents were in a good spot. Now they're on the hunt trying to find this Harbinger as it is working to heal itself with the shroud that it creates. I love that little interaction. So that's going to get bullied away here in just a moment. But yeah, you made the perfect assessment that those vectors are going to be the primary danger here. It is going to be a lot of Kree, a lot of vector as well. So you do have that coverage in both directions. The second Stormgate's going to come out. This will be something that I think Ariel needs to consider vying for, but right now no movement. So I think he's just more interested in trying to focus on what this push is going to be here. And it is going to pull down to the left-hand side. So we might see a bit of an interaction here going forward, but we already have a dragon on the production tab. So Flayed Dragon will be on the way. Again, it does take about 2 minutes to build, so that is not going to be a part of this fight, but the Brutes are not able to really wiggle their way in here. There's just too many units, BeoMulf, for him to try and position.
Yeah, so second Stormgate will go the way of Ariel. And the question now is, what unit does he... Okay, very cool. I was going to ask what unit is he going to get to go and enable the push? Not quite. Cosmic Drifter, though, is going to go for some drop pressure. This is a massive jellyfish, massive orange jellyfish, or whatever you want to call it. It has double the slots of any other dropship. Most dropships can fit, say, what is that? Can fit 4. Yeah, you can fit 4 Kree, or maybe 8 units, 8 total slots. Kree take 2 slots. Cosmic Drifter can fit double that. So that can be a very impactful thing. But we are in this situation now where Ariel's push is scary. He's got a lot of stuff. Big army. But the Dragon's going to be out soon. Fiend Explosion's going to be out soon. So this also does feel like the time that he wants to make something happen, as now the Cosmic Drift is going to go in. A lot of Gods already set up here. This is where Snockstar thought the attack was going to be. So this Cosmic Drifter is going to unload its payload of Kree, but not really do much more than that. It's fine on the right side as well. This is just buttoned up tighter than an Easter basket. And Ariel, I think he's got a backup. This is a nice attempt, but it just went. It's a very low tier army that he has with these vectors, with these Argents, without Longshot, and he's just not going to be able to break through. It looks like the Kree ran in and got a little bit of damage there, but now we got 2 Dragons on the field, and solidly at tier 3, we have Molten Touch complete for these Hellborn. This bust from Ariel, it just feels like it was a little late rushing.
Yeah, and it didn't quite find the additional damage that it was looking for. Soulforge already used, so we've got 2 Flayed Dragons. You said it was possible, and it's being brought into the game number 1 of this series. But we're now going to see the Shroud cover the map. This is going to be the offensive moment here for Snockstar. Ariel not quite getting the damage done needed to keep his opponent on the opposite side of the map, and now is going to find a way to deal with this double Dragon dance here, utilizing the up and back of this reinforcing wall is really, really helpful here for Snockstar as he continues to push on forward. These Dragons do tons of damage to building. They do tons of damage to heavy units. So everything that's going to stand in the way of this army flooding forward is not going to stand very long if the Dragons have anything to say about it. But still enough units here to try and hold things down. It costs him a base, so it's not like it's a free hold, and it's not like this hold is done either. He's got to find a way to bully these Dragons back and away. Archangels would be a good start to this, but you really have to have more than 1 because there's just more than enough units here. Spriggans are able to target that down and instantly falls. 1 is not going to be enough for that defense, BeoMulf, and it's starting to look like Snockstar is just going to roll on through in game number 1.
Yeah, the Spriggans out just in time to deal with these Archangels as they pop. And, I see what Ariel was doing, right? You're buying time, you wait for Shroudfall to be done so you actually have the vision to take down these Dragons, but Archangel's just not out quite in time. They do a lot of damage. You can punch a Dragon down with Archangels, but the way this happened, losing the bases like that, hitting the timing a little bit late, and remember, Rushy, this wasn't like a tier 2 timing. This was a lot of stuff trying to bust him with like a 30 supply lead when it didn't go and didn't break the game open. Snockstar was able to run across the map, but that's game 1 of hopefully 7 games. There we go. I think Ariel's push had potential, Rushy, but it was late.
Sure.
is kind of the where I'm looking at that. It was a game where it's like, you know what? He actually had this point where the second Stormgate's there. He had, I think it was a 30 supply lead or so. It looked, you know, like a reasonable push.
Yeah, it was the creativity. I mean, that in my opinion was a little lacking. Having the split attack when you push forward with the main army, that was good. It was the right approach, but it really needed to find more damage. Snockstar did a nice job of having that army split off. Like you said, I mean, in an attempt to reroute that main army, you know, like, oh, it was supposed to be coming on the left side of the map, shows up on the right, but I still had enough left over there. So finding a way maybe to deal some additional economic damage earlier in the match rather than waiting for that big moment. It feels like right now the Infernal army set is really well equipped for waiting. And if you are going to wait and only push in with tier 1, tier 2 units, I think that's going to be a difficult challenge that maybe can't be dealt with right now.
Yeah, we're going to have to see, right? Because I think part of it is, sure, you know, it is Infernals that you can play defensively if you want to. Part of it's Snockstar. Snockstar has long been a fan of playing this more defensive style. That's kind of how he tends to approach playing like early patch stuff as it is. Where he's like, yeah, I'm just going to go hold the high ground. I'm going to build Hellborn or Magmadons or whatever, and I'm going to I have so much confidence in my late game macro that I'm going to be good. Oh, as we're just about ready to get in game 2, by the way, reminder that if you want to win an ultimate code, which is all the co-op heroes, all the campaign, some racial highlight, unit highlights for the Vanguard as well, a bunch of stuff, exclamation mark enter enters you in the giveaway that's going to be running through the duration of this series. So if you want to go and snag yourself $65 for free, go play through the campaign, which is a lot better. I don't know if you had a chance to go play through the new half of the campaign yet.
No, not yet. It's been busy band life, my friend.
Fair.
Mission 7. I'm excited.
Mission 7 is a lot of fun. But for now, we're going to go for a bit, not of a break. What am I saying? Game 2 is already here. Scarlet Isle is the map. So now, Rushy, it's game number 2. Scarlet Isle is a good long map. That means a good long macro game, right?
You'd think so. That's what the sages would tell you. However, I know these players just a little bit too well. And if Ariel's going to fall 0-1 in a series start, I could definitely see him doubling down on aggressive and tricky and clever. That's just the direction he always goes. So if we are going to get any indication of that, it's the fact that he's getting this creation chamber out just a little bit earlier than the previous game. I think we got 3 arc ships before we went into creation chamber in game number 1. So it's not necessarily a huge indication of one way or the other, but given the fact that we talked about in game 1, the amount of emphasis placed on being super economical just to cover a deficiency, I think is really, really important to keep an eye on. We are going to get that 3rd arc ship, however, so probably not going to be too crazy. But it's pretty late timing for these follow-up shrines as well. So we're getting 3 base. We got 1 iron vault. It's not a very dedicated opener from Snockstar.
Well, it's a dedicated economic opener from Snockstar is probably the way to talk about that one. You want to make... It's a big map. It's... If those of you, the StarCraft heads, are taking a look at this, you're gonna take a look. Like, this is a old... Like, this is Vani Research Station. This was a early Legacy of the Void map that we're seeing here. That is just... It's classic. It's long. It's a great big macro game. Macro map. You have this kind of extra base that's effectively free up until the point where dropships or something come out, which are not... Don't come out for quite a while. Or ever, really. If you're talking about Eon Gates for Ariel, it is a much more difficult thing for him to have any sort of dropship on the other side of the map. As something is bugged here. Oh, no, it's on cooldown. Okay. I was like, wait a minute, what's happening? But the collection array fabrication is a 60-second cooldown. It takes 30 seconds to build, it's a 60-second cooldown. So Ariel seems to think that this is bugged here, but it's going to be another 10 seconds before we can get that 3rd base up and running. So 3rd base should get started now, but these fiends actually might just be able to cancel it very quickly if they get on top of it right as it gets started. But there we go. Now the collection array is on the way. We have an Argent going to get made. And these fiends early, they're kind of annoying here. They do 12 damage, they do 24 damage a second. They're feisty little boys.
Yeah, I actually love the harassment of pushing that arc ship up and away, because he lifted the arc ship, and that's what prevented that collection array from being able to start, because it wasn't complete. So you lift the arc ship, it stops the production of the collection array. So really, really nice use of the harassment here in game 2. Snockstar doing a lot with a little in this opening, and is now able to leverage himself a stronger position. He's got a 4th base. He's moving out to that Stormgate. He's going to be able to secure that additional unit. Something. We're going to figure out what he actually gets to choose, but it's all about map control. And I love the fact that Snockstar is able to utilize that and kind of put Ariel on the back foot right away.
Yeah, so now the question is, what is Snockstar going to get out of this? Another Soul Forge, so 2 dragons on the toolkit, right? That's what we're looking for. Now, this is a game where he has spent a lot of Luminite onto 4 bases. This is a game where he's got himself Soulbound Chakrams. He's got himself Infernal Fury on the way. It also means there's a Ritual Chamber. You're spending Therium on that. So all of these things do slow down what Snockstar wants to do. But it is very much in Snockstar's favor here, that this is it's a 40-second rush distance map, natural to natural, or I think it's main base to main base is the measurement here. So it is very much to his favor that this is a long map that will allow him to, theoretically, buy enough time to get this dragon out, to be able to get up to Elder Shrine and the extra 2 seconds for the dragon without taking too much damage, too much effective pressure from what Ariel wants to do.
Got a Greater Shrine. We've got the push. Infernal Fury is about to finish up here for Snockstar. This is probably going to be a push opportunity in my opinion, from my lens. It seems like Infernal Fury is a good moment to kind of pull the trigger and start moving across the map, but we do have a Twilight Spire on the way as well, so that transition to get towards that dragon production is headed in the right direction. I do like the use of the Shroud Stone as well, just to be very defensive. That top right base is very, very exposed, and it's hard to reinforce if you don't have an army right there. So if all of a sudden Ariel shows up with units, if he shows up with something that is going to put a lot of pressure, like maybe some scythes that can deal a lot of damage and provide some good cover to maybe move that front army all the way over. But Ariel right now is just kind of really wash, rinsing, and repeating game number 1. Getting into Kree, rollout's just about to finish up. That front strong army is still going to be very, very useful. But on this map where there are a lot of natural choke points for the Infernal player, I don't know if Ariel is going to be able to find the kind of damage that he's looking for, especially since he wants to hit a little earlier than he did in game number 1.
Yeah, I think what you're going to try to go take a path around the edge, like cut around this side and go straight into the 3rd base. There are going to be 6 or 18 gremlins around this 4th base, plus the Shroudstone way far behind. And that's just a lot of stuff to soak shots. That is a difficult thing to deal with. So taking a look, by the way, Greater Shrine about halfway into an Elder, and then means that we're looking at about a roughly 9-minute dragon. So about a minute before the tier 3 Stormgate's going to be ready to go. But now Ariel getting ready, and he got pretty lucky here on the Stormgate positioning. He takes bonus damage into the 2nd Stormgate, right, because he lost the 1st one, and it's his rally. So he should be able to make that happen. Oh, look at these 2 clumps of army here. Kree on the right side, Kree and Argents on the left. And this army of Snockstar pretty far forward here, but he's going to pull the trigger too early. Finds the arm on the right side. That flank is not going to be a thing anymore, and Ariel just has to run. Kree getting on top of this Stormgate, though. They take it down in time. I don't think they can, but they're going to try to commit to this a little bit more. Getting on top of the gaunts is always going to be beautiful with these Krees. He rolls forward and gets the splash damage down. This army's getting annihilated here from Snockstar. He had part of his army on the right side chasing the rest of the Kree down, but he lost everything in the middle of the map. He's going to lose the Stormgate as well. And with the dragon getting started, this actually does feel like a timing, because Ariel did such a good job of taking that fight. And now, okay, Void Prowlers, they blink forward. They're really good for getting surrounds. It's 35 damage every attack. They do, or 34, excuse me. They are very spicy here as the Kree come in once again, looking for the jump of the Void Prowlers, maybe on the backside, trying to lock them in place. The damage here with the army from Snockstar, part of it on the right side, He brings, oh, that's a miss micro there. Brings the Soul Forge forward. Now it's snipeable if you go for it. But in the meantime, this fight on the 4th base going very well for Ariel right now, taking out a lot of these units. And even as the Kree go down, they're exploding on top of the brutes, getting a lot of damage done. But I don't know if we have Heaven Steps. So the rally is going to have to kite backwards just a little bit. And I think the Soul Forge was kept alive. So the Double Dragon is still, yeah, okay, it was kept alive, was not sniped down. And now Ariel has to run back a little bit as the rest of the Kree start to arrive. There is, oh, Arcship on the right side here. This is actually pretty cool. It's good mining, sure. But you put the Arcship over here and you can drop an Eon Gate, which is, by the way, tier 2. So maybe that's going to be something that you can do to have some pretty effective harass as this game continues.
Well, this game's not going to continue much longer. Do you know how many bases Ariel lost in all of that?
Oh.
He lost 2. He lost his bottom, his right base, his bottom right base. His main was completely exposed and it torn apart. All of that happening in the main engagement. So Ariel only sitting at 100 supply here. The base that went all the way north, it was out of necessity. It was on the run. It had nowhere else to go. So Ariel has to win this game. He's got to win it right now. The dragon comes out. That Soul Forge is going to produce his 2nd dragon, and it's going to be GG for Ariel at this point. Not able to defend against Snockstar's counter push. So yes, he lost the battle, but he's going to win the war. And that is going to be the tale in this game number 2 that just went unchecked by Ariel. Unfortunately, Snockstar playing with some sneaky tools while he plays with the whole army.
Snockstar does such a good job of pretty much like buying time with this dragon by getting the drop going, as it's going to be another dead Archship. And yeah, you're right. Now with 2 dragons here with Molten Touch done as well, which is additional DPS on top of everything else. It is a, yeah, it's just about a mathematical impossibility. The drop in the main base causing problems that Kree will eventually deal with. But I'm a little surprised, actually, we didn't see Ariel build any Judicator nodes on that extra base. But for now, Argents are going to try to find a way. They are better Argents than they normally would be because they are around these Energizer nodes, and that is pretty nice, but this is not going to work. It's just Argents versus a tier 3 army out of Snockstar, up about 60 supply. Yeah, that drop, you're right, Rushy, that did just about everything it had to just really knock Ariel out of this game.
Yeah, it's good push. Good push by Snockstar, figuring out exactly where he needed to be. GG is going to be called, and it's the Infernal Dominion pushing forward here. Giving himself a 2-0 lead in this series.
So, game 2 goes the way of Snockstar. I kind of like that position. Ariel was putting themselves in a decent spot where they were able to go and push through, and then yeah, you get dropped, you lose a couple bases. That's not great. Fortune Chaos, thank you so much for the raid. Anna B, thank you so much for, and Dexicus, thank you for the subs as well, as we get ready to move into game number 3 once we build the map. Is just me, or do unit or like units doesn't mean to hit Kree who's up in the below, in my honest opinion. Rush, I don't know if you're taking a look at my chat, but do you have any idea what Lucky Itch is trying to ask there?
I don't know. I think I need more time studying the hieroglyphics here.
You know what, Lucky Itch, I'd love to answer your question. I just have. Oh, Kree is going to blow dead unit. Other unit. Oh, so you're saying, is it weird that units are attacking the unit that's about to explode? Do units continue to attack a Kree that's exploding? I don't think they do.
No, the Kree becomes both untargetable and unmovable.
Yeah, it just explodes.
Unless it does it still have the tier 3 upgrade that you can run them forward after they have?
Yes.
Okay.
Radiant Fury, I believe it's called.
Oh. You got all the names.
I got most of them. I don't always have Seismic Slam, but I got the rest of them. Yeah, they don't. Okay, yeah. Sometimes they can form a bit of a wall, Lucky Itch, where all in front is kind of hard to get past them, but other than that, you can't interact with them. But yeah, you can body block. Hope they're pretty up the Celestial units. Yes, Imre, they are. It's in the process. They're Alan actually during the AMA put some previews. Okay, yeah, we have the better Emberfrost. We didn't have the good Emberfrost in the first time we saw them because apparently my game was being a little bit weird. But y'all, if you thought Emberfrost looked good before in that first series of the day, we're gonna get Emberfrost for game 3, and it is so much better. So we're gonna move into game number 3, Emberfrost. Man, Rushy. Especially the frost side of Emberfrost. We're gonna ignore the Ember for now. It looks so good. I saw it before. I'm like, this is pretty solid. But now, well, it's got like the sparkling effects on everything. There's something I think something's broken in here. I think this is supposed to be a crash ship that just maybe it's not rendering right. I don't know, but yeah, this Emberfrost is gorgeous.
Not rendering right. That's just how bad the wreckage was, man.
You know, that's fair.
Just seen it go down.
I'm like, this is not anything that I can recognize as anything, but yeah, okay, no, I guess it's probably fine. It's just very bad wreckage.
Ooh. Okay, so only 3 Stormgates on this map.
Yes.
That's something that I'm getting used to, is just seeing the different maps and how they balance out the Stormgate power play. So I think our first map, had 4, 5. Last map definitely had 4. This map only has 3. So it does play into the overall thought process if that is something that you want to settle into as a part of your strategy. Now, Infernal players typically, definitely want access to that Stormgate that can pop onto the map and get that early advantage. You get a Faerun, you get a Soulforge, all those things really, really impactful. For Ariel, though, being able to get that 3rd arc ship up here really early and sacrificing that first Stormgate to get that economy, I mean, right now, given the state of the worker economy, kind of feels like a necessity, right? It's way more beneficial to get the economy rather than those first Stormgate benefits. But we're starting to see that mid game is really, really impactful. It's important if we want to see the late game take shape. There was a moment, I think, where Ariel could have maybe defended that counter push, the drop that happened in that main point, and utilized that Stormgate benefit to his advantage, but it was short. So game 3 here, he's a very adaptable player, BeoMulf. I would love to see him cut some of those corners to protect himself from those side attacks.
Yeah, I'm down with that. I'm also kind of looking at this, and it's very interesting what Snockstar's been doing with this dragon timing. He's like, yep, okay, is this fair? I don't know. Maybe they're going to have to nerf it again. They nerfed it once, might have to get nerfed again. But what he's doing here by getting this first Stormgate, which Ariel, you talked about it, making sure you get 4 base economy, so you're mining just about as much as a two base Infernal player is. And that'll get fixed. But anyways, optimizing for this economy, it does mean that we're getting about a 9-minute dragon. So because of that, you're forking Ariel into this position where he's like, do you attack in and try to kill the opponent before they get that dragon, which they're saving a lot of money for? 750, 750 that's not being used. Do you do that, or do you claim the second Stormgate? Because that's up at 7 minutes. The time it takes for you to fight over it, you're going to be hitting like 8:15. It's 45 seconds before the duped dragon is out. That is not a lot of time to go end the game. So is it worth doing so? I don't know. Right, these are the questions we're trying to solve here as we take a look at this. The game's only been out, or this version of the balance patch has only been out for about not even 24 hours, 23, 22 hours now, Rushy, Yes, Snockstar and Ariel, they got a chance to play around with some of the changes beforehand, but in general, this is very new, and the Celestials are totally changed.
Yeah, I think that's the hardest part. We got a Power Stone that came out. This is the one. So I don't know if you've seen a Power Stone yet today, but this is one of the options where you can actually come over and designate buildings, right?
That's not the Power Stone.
That's not the Power Stone? What's the Power Stone?
That's the Shadow Mark.
The Shadow Mark, tell me. What's the Power Stone, my friend?
Power Stone is the avatar, which, by the way, has been nerfed. It used to be you could, chain as many of them onto things as possible. For now, it's just the single. You go, the unit you apply it to gets, I want to say it's 150% HP. It attacks faster. It moves faster. Does not do any bonus damage. So it depends on the unit that you apply it to. You apply it to a Vulcan. Oh, it's so good. You apply it to a Hellborn. It's pretty good. or sorry, energy regen, not movement speed. So this Hellborn, pretty solid right now. Now it's attacking every 0.9 seconds instead of every 1.3 seconds. So this timing, got a super powered Hellborn. Let's see if it works.
Where is that Hellborn? Oh, there it is. Just kind of lagging around in the back here. So we're going to start clearing up a pathway. Yeah, actually, taking away that ramp. Oh my gosh, look at it go. It is just Jeetnum. My goodness, it's a little silly to look at, but look at this. This eliminates the ramp benefit here for Ariel. So now all of a sudden he has to fight on the same ground. He's got Argents coming on the left-hand side that don't have to worry about the advantages of that ramp right now because have vision up on the top. So he's going to be able to push that back. Can't really afford it to overpush here if you're Snockstar because you just lose that Hellborn. It's not very fast. You don't want to just throw away that benefit. So a little bit of damage, a little bit of poking, but ultimately a good engagement here for Ariel, who is right now double in the supply count. It is funny to see how this the supply numbers are settling into this new patch, as Ariel has really struggled to be able to be present in this matchup so far. But now we're looking at the 6-minute mark, and he's going to shove forward here. He's got the creep. He does have those upgrades here. Rollout is done. I don't believe we have anything too crazy on the Argents here. Put together. The Harbinger does get picked off as well, so that drop that was very, very crucial in games 1 and 2, BeoMulf, that's off the table right now.
It is. You can't use it to spread Shroud forward as well as now the army moves in. And this time, Heaven Step is done. So these Argents that struggled a little bit to find the concave, to find the right position in those previous games, now they do have that kind of blink pseudo dash forward. And second Stormgate up in 10 seconds, center of the map, which is exactly where Ariel is. And remember, you might say, oh, why is it doing twice in a row? 1 and 3. You got a 33% chance that it's going to be the same thing as this Gatling Gun Hellborn on the high ground here. We're going to see some Forsaken Traps going down, not really getting a lot. And you got to be careful because, again, this Hellborn, it does a lot. It does decent damage to heavy units. You got to be careful there, but it is pretty vulnerable even still. So dashing backwards, looking for the position, and now Kree getting on top of the Hex, and really nice there. But the Forsaken Traps, they're still going to go down. And the Stormgate will go, I'm pretty sure, the way of Ariel. I think Ariel got it. Yeah, he does. So, oh, yeah, there we go. Gets the Void Prowlers on top, tries to go and take down this Hellborn. It will survive for now, but the rest of Snockstar's army gets taken down, dashes into a cliff. What is this, League of Legends?
He's got to be able to get that high ground vision. He's got to get that positioning, BeoMulf. It's important. But that Hellborn is very low. It is going to get picked off here, and that is going to be dangerous for Snockstar, as he's going to have to fall back here. It's 188 to 73 supply. Ariel has such a better position here in game number 3, but he did exactly what we talked about. He eliminated what was causing him grief in the first 2 games. Those side attacks, the pinch in being able to move forward here, and now he doesn't have 2 dragons he has to deal with. There's no Soul Forge on the field. The dragon actually gets canceled as well. Snockstar is panicking, but it's all for good reason here. Ariel is completely pushed forward here. He's on to the Elder Shrine. That's going to get harassed. That is not going to be able to survive very long, but the Magmadons are going to try and have some sort of say. Look at the split going down here on these Argents to keep themselves alive. Now they're going to have the benefit of being able to do bonus damage to heavy units, but it is non-stop unit production here for Ariel. I don't think Snockstar's got any standing here. I think he's going to have to tap out here in game number 3.
Yeah, he's pretty dead. It's 200 supply to 51. I do admire the stick-to-itiveness, but Snockstar's going to get forced out here. Unfortunately, that pressure release valve, that Harbinger that was supposed to pin Ariel back, get a lot of damage done, it's just straight up there in the fight. And it was sniped down very early, so that just nothing forced Ariel back. And that means that we got a series. Ariel's got a map. And Ember Frost is just a gorgeous map.
He's got a map.
He's got a map.
Oh, okay. We were about to have a Dora the Explorer moment.
I'm the map. I'm the map.
We were in the same point. We were mind linked.
That makes me uncomfortable.
Why? Come on,
Rushy, I have hung out with you enough that I know that it is not in my best interests to delve into the insanity that exists within your mind. It's just not, it's not good to do.
Well, we didn't have to go to the negative place. It could have just been we're friends and we've done this a long time and it could have been cool. But no, you had to be mean. I get it. I get it.
You know, what do you want me to be, average?
Oh. Ooh, what about mode? Can we be mode?
A la mode? Covered in ice cream?
Ooh, I do love some good ice cream.
I do too. We have a place here in Texas called Brahms. Where is TK? Come on, TKO. Yeah, but we have a place called Brahms that is the farms are in Oklahoma and they only deliver and they only have locations that are within like 8 hours drive of where one of their farms are. So it's not quite as good as like going to your local family-owned farm. And if there's a place where I grew up that literally is that, where you go to like this family-owned farm, the creamery is right there and it's awesome, but it's still pretty good. And it's like super cheap too. So
it's nothing beats living next to the ice cream capital of the world though. Lamar's, Iowa. Look it up. Blue Bunny. Blue Bunny's some of the best ice cream in the world. I'll fight all y'all.
I'm a big Gallagher's fan, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of good options here, but good options for us getting into game number 4. We're headed to Short Circuit, BeoMulf.
We are. Short Circuit, game number 4. As we get into this, Jax asks a very important question. Are we Byoshi or Rumulf? And I
Definitely
hate
not
both
the
of
second
those.
Yeah, our caster Archon is going to have to find its own kind of vibe here. And we're not there yet, but we are open to suggestions. So let us know what you think.
How about Rubio? It's better. It's not great.
That's just going to come with implications outside of Stormgate.
What, that we're uncultured? That we're a bunch of rubes?
That fair. We'll go with that one.
that we are gems.
Ooh.
Ruby.
Ooh.
Oh, Ruby.
Yeah. Now it just sounds like a red version of an Oreo.
Or Pokemon, right?
So true.
Look at him, it's a Rubio.
Go.
Rubio.
And you know we're the shiny version. Come on.
Oh yeah, 100%.
How could we not be?
No, I'm pretty sure that's the Celestial setup here. They're the shiny. Like, you see the glitch under the new glitch art under the Arc ship?
Yeah. It looks more like data. It looks more data inspired. So it feels like we're hacking into the mainframe. Like the Celestials are these like high tech computer people.
I'm pretty sure that if you've read the novellas, they talk about like the quantum choir that drags people to things, or that like they follow like these resonant frequencies. I'm pretty sure the resonant or the quantum choir they talk about is the Celestials. So this is just quantum energy. Don't actually think about don't think about the science of it. It's fine. This is sci-fi, okay?
My immersion, no. Well, I mean, if we want to ruin the immersion, let's talk about this D20 over here. Or is it like a D16? I don't know.
There's
the mathematicians will come for you in the chat, but I just like to play with my math rocks when we play Dungeons and Dragons. That's all I know.
It's a D20. It's a duodecahedron, I believe is no, that's a 12-sided die. Crap, what's up? Anyways, sacred shapes here, Rushy. It's fine. You know, geometry, sacred geometries. It's good. It works out. What is chat? If you're paying attention, what is a 20-sided polyhedral? Is it a dodecagon? Everest is saying it's a dodecagon. Or dodecahedron, I guess, because dodecagon would be a 20-sided, two-dimensional thing. Icosahedron? Okay, that makes more sense. There we go. Like I was like, I think dodeca is 12. Anyways, this is why we are not allowed to cast at the same time, because we just get chat like deep into the intricacies of polyhedral math.
It's called audience engagement. Look it up. So good. That's why you come to live events, right?
Oh yeah.
We love you, YouTube. We do.
Oh. We're also live on YouTube, so we love you live YouTube as well. It works out.
A Stormgate has appeared.
There we go. As we're taking a look at the setup, by the way, Ariel is on like 5 bases. Not quite saturated just yet, but he's just doing this leapfrog thing where you go and you have, how many arc ships does he have? 1, 2, 3 arc ships for 5 bases, and just is like leapfrogging and getting these collection arrays up, and eventually it's going to be fully saturated, and eventually the money is going to be there, and give him gate. That's something. And are we going to get a Soul Forge here, Rushy?
We are. Yep. So the potential for a second dragon on the map. I think one of the challenging things is you don't know what your opponent gets. If you don't have vision of that Stormgate, I mean, you can see the Stormgate while it's active. It's just universal vision for both players while it's active. But once it's killed, that the free upgrade, whatever we want to call it, the prize, the reward, if you will, it's a secret unless you see it with your own vision. So now it is kind of an interesting situation. Ariel, I just assume, is operating under the pretense that, hey, this is probably just going to be Soul Forge. It's always going to be if it's an option. So why not just play into that? And that is a huge difference in game number 3. Our last game, there was no Soul Forge. So not that Ariel really needed that at that point. I think he had the game won long before dragons were going to be a part of the equation, but it's something to consider. And with this boost in economy, with the advantages of being able to maneuver things forward, he's going to have to find a way to deal with that, though. That Fiend is getting so many kills. 2 of those prisms for 1 or 2 Fiends. That's not a bad position to be in. And it's going to be a follow-up attack here as well. Snockstar has sensed the weakness here in the top right-hand corner. Is now just going to push forward with this army. And Beo, this is going to be a decent amount of damage that Ariel's going to have a tough time pushing back.
You got to remember here that this, even though Ariel's being greedy, this is a map that is very wide open, very spread apart across all the bases. So yeah, Ariel got himself 5 bases. That's nice, but he does not have upgrades available. There's no Heaven Step rollout's not done yet. So this base, you will lose the collection rate. You're losing a lot of Kree, or not a lot of Kree, a lot of prisms. And that is causing some problems, but this effigy is not going to last for forever. Rollout's going to be done soon, and as long as you keep the arc ship alive, it's going to be okay. Now, the problem is already 1 of the arc ship charge has been used, so it's still going to be another 40 seconds, but he's going to get it up again. Now the Kree are on top of this thing, and this army does have to run. Ariel takes damage on the 5th base, loses a decent amount of prisms, but Heaven Step is halfway done. More creation chambers are on the way. Ariel with a 50 supply lead. And remember, if this is anything like the last timing, and we got to assume it is, Snockstar's been pretty efficient in making sure he gets the dragon out ASAP. We're still about 3 or 2.5 minutes away from getting the dragon out, from getting that clone dragon up, which means there's not an easy pressure release valve coming for Snockstar right now. There's not an easy way to stop this outside of just building a lot of units and hope you win the fight.
Yeah, it's definitely a precarious situation for the Inferno player right now. Now, Snockstar's not like worse off necessarily. He's got 4 base economy. While he was executing that push in the top right-hand corner, he was populating his 4th base with workers and was able to get tribute pyres out. It puts him in a better position to continue on in the game. But it was a little bit of a trigger moment, right? He needed to find some sort of tangible damage. Getting that arc ship killed would have been the right place to start, but instead he had to settle for killing off some of the prisms, and that is not proving to be very effective right now, as this army is going to get collapsed upon. Argent's able to Heaven Step forward and box Snockstar out, and suddenly the first 2 games were so squarely in the position of the Inferno player in terms of mid-game dominance. And it seems like Ariel has kind of stepped into his own here. He is going to go for that Cosmic Drifter once again. So there will be an opportunity to see this fight unfold. Let's see if Ariel can actually get some of that cross damage done this time, or if it's going to be Snockstar just buying moments to get those dragons out.
Yeah, it should also be pointed out that this dragon is going to be about a minute later than it otherwise would have been, right? Game 2, game 1, pretty much every game where we've had these dragons out fast, it's been a 9-minute dragon. This time, the dragon started at right before 8 minutes. So it's going to be a 10-minute dragon. This gives you another minute to play around with this significant supply lead that you have, with this great big tentacle boy that sucks you up inside of it. Don't think about it, Rushy. It's fine. And we're going to see how much damage Ariel can get done here. I think you want to put the Drifter off to the left side maybe, but It also means you can just bomb Kree on top of this army, which is exactly what he's gonna do. Gets on top of the Hellborn, causes so many problems, and just the explosions are doing damage even if the Kree get taken down. Now we're gonna see the Heaven step forward, trying to take down all these high-tech units, and it seems like Ariel has everything that he needs there. The Dragon's only halfway done, and realistically, Rushy, even if it is ready here, it's gonna spawn into death. It's gonna spawn into a bunch of heaven-stepping Argents. The army falls down, the bases now, they're under threat. There are a lot, there are a decent amount of gremlins, but they're not really interested in fighting right now. They're taking a bit of a break, taking a bit of a breather, and that means that Ariel is finding so much value here. The Dragon was canceled just to give Snockstar the money to get more stuff on the map, just repopulate as much as possible, but this was the big thing, right? You get the Dragon up, that's supposed to be the timing. And with that being as delayed as much as it is, Ariel is, I don't even know if he's gonna win with this necessarily, as he goes, just kind of drops things up, moves them back, but he gets enough damage to buy him so much time in this game to make the next hit happen.
I mean, if the Dragon doesn't get canceled, there's a moment. There's a way. There's a path to victory for Snockstar, but losing out on those Dragons was the crucial piece. I mean, he needed to, right? He had to cancel that. He had to get the resources he needed to have this last little surge of defense, but you're not going to recover a 100 supply deficit with tier 1, tier 2 units. You've got to have the Dragon as a part of it. The Explosion's going to help, but again, it's all going to be too little, too late here. That 5th base being saturated, not going to be quite enough, as Ariel is going to be able to shove up. These last final units are going to fall, and the curse will not be enough. It is going to be a 2-2 evening of the series here for the Celestial player, who once again is starting to come into his own here. The defense continues to hold, but like I said, Beo, I'm not feeling confident that this is going to result in anything other than a GG at this point.
Yeah, the thing you're waiting on, and it takes too long, but maybe you have some really big flaming interconnections, and that can blow this army up enough where it's fine, but again, tier 3 Stormgate will go the way of Ariel here based on the rally. We have all the imps are gonna go down. The Elder's gonna Elder Shrine gets taken down. And we are now tied up. Ariel 2, Snockstar 2. It continues to, matchup continues to evolve right in front of our eyes.
I really liked the use of the dropship in that game. That was better than I was expecting it to be, because it didn't turn into like multi-prong harassment with the main army and a hit squad, but being able to just drop valuable units in the core of the army to disrupt and force Snockstar back and away. Excellent use, and it's naturally a little bit stronger anyways. It's not going to be as flimsy as a normal dropship unit. It's got that bonus health, and it also kind of works to the advantage if those gaunts do throw up towards the flying unit. That's just damage that's not happening on the ground. That's in curse that's not being spread. It's a great use of that bonus unit from the Stormgate. Absolutely wonderful play.
Yeah, very nice play. And again, I would like to see it for multi-prong, but you try that once, doesn't really work. But dropping 8 Kree on top of the back lines, and yeah, it's a problem. By the way, I do apologize. Ads ran over the course of this game right at the very end. Sorry about that. But if you're watching on YouTube, no ads there. Hopefully not too many. So yeah, we're gonna move into game number 5 here soon enough. We're tied up at 2 games apiece. It's gonna be another Ariel map, Malice Depths. And there we go. By the way, I know people are asking in chat, it's Ariel or Ariel, but I keep thinking there's the I before E, and I keep thinking he's like, yeah, under the sea, you know, mermaid princess, Ariel, but that is not his name. So there we go. Malice Depths, game number 5, ready to go, Rushy. Here we are, game number 5, Malice Depths. Snockstar took the first 2, and Ariel started to punch back pretty hard. Playing a little greedier when he needs to kind of take advantage of how passive Snockstar likes to play, is to get into the Dragon. And then this just great big, realistically kind of a tier 1 timing off of 5 or 6 bases. Punching through before Snockstar's late game death ball, his Death Star army is properly set up. And it really does seem to be working for him.
I'm curious what direction this is going to head, because I think the definition of insanity is doing things the same way and expecting a different result. And I'm worried that because of the nature of the timing of the patch and this tournament, as our players are literally learning a lot of these interactions and timings on the fly, which kudos to that. I mean, it happens all the time in RTS games around the world. Totally, it's not ideal, but it's totally a realistic thing to see. My fear is we get stuck in this route that we feel comfortable with, and instead of stepping out into the unknown, embracing a little bit of the uneasiness and the uncertainty, we get caught in a path. And I'm worried that Snockstar is going to get caught in a path right now. Found a lot of success in the first 2 games being a little bit sneaky and being aggressive at a specific time and trying to rely on that dragon timing. I don't know if that's something that he can continue doing here in game number 5. I think this would be the moment to try and mix things up, maybe come up with a slightly different approach, get something that hits a little bit earlier. Ariel is finding a lot of success here with a strong mid game, and I wonder if Snockstar needs to start answering that adjustment with his own mid game timing.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking as well. But before we get into that, Rushy, have you been watching over some high schoolers, middle school or high schoolers for the last couple weeks? Because that sounds like guidance counselor talk. We need to be comfortable with being uncomfortable here. We need to go expand our horizons and, consider thinking about other things a little bit differently. As we see a couple prisms there trying to deal with the fiends, and prisms do not deal with fiends. Fiends do a lot of damage. So it's Ring Around the Rosie. Prisms will die, and that's a bit unfortunate, but it does buy time to make sure that the chamber should get up at least. So the unit production surges will be available. I think we're on 3 ship. Yeah, we're on triple ship. So should be able to get some surges out, make sure that you have what you need. And as the prisms continue, well, these first couple fiends are annoying, but they should be dealt with. The problem, though, is this early aggression that you were talking about, Rushy. Pre-upgrades. It's a couple gaunts, it's a couple brutes, a couple fiends. This, before any units are out, this is a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, this is the disruption. That's exactly what Snockstar needed here, just to, again, get a little bit of momentum going in his direction. These fiends are putting down a ton of additional damage and allowing these units to get a lot of work in here. Now we do start to see the introduction of these Argents, and that is going to bully away the meat of this army. That's not going to allow him to stick around for too much longer, but all of these prisms are just being sacrificed blindly at this point. I am so surprised at how much damage that this army is continuing to find here. I mean, that's almost, gosh, it's got to be close to 10 prisms that have been dismantled here at this forward base location. And right now, Snockstar is not even looking at that Stormgate. He is all in on this base and continuing to find additional harassment. It's just units streaming across the map.
It is. And now if they're effigy, it's just like permanent effigies here. They're not permanent, but he just cannot get on top of them. And with Soulbound Chakrams done, all of a sudden these prisms that were a pretty decent fighting force, all things considered, they're just free phantom food at this point, making life very, very difficult. So there's Energizer Node trying to power up some of these Argents, give them a little bit more power, but at this point, it feels like this base just has to be given up. I know you're playing around here because this is where all the production is, but it is way too close to where Snockstar's playing. And the rally distance is short enough that Ariel just didn't have the time. He was not able to ever win the fight, and that just means that he's got to give this position up. But that's where all of his production is. So if he gives this position up, he's not getting an army really in the remainder of this game. And he was, you talked about how Snockstar has to be a little bit more comfortable in the mid-game or early mid-game, hit these timings. The Stormgate's just about done. No one's touched it.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the I was thinking. So I love seeing the idea come to form here, and this is a perfect punish. It's easy to look at this and go like, oh, this is just incredibly cheesy and overpowering. What do you do about this? But Ariel has got 4 bases at this point. He just flew the 3rd base over and is trying to reposition it. But this is punishing greed. I mean, this is a very, very good way to look your opponent in the face that wants to get into that later game and has played into you trying to get into the later game as well. and just capitalizing on the overwhelming greed here. So being able to rotate around, that third base has finally gone down. With it, 3 creation chambers as well. So that's a huge amount of production that's no longer on the map. It has to be rebuilt. Those creation chambers are going to be resurfaced at the natural location, but this arc ship is incredibly damaged and is going to get bullied away once again. That's another base that goes down. That is more damage that Snockstar is able to find, all without having to really sacrifice anything on his end. He's got 4 bases and he is loving position right now.
Remember, Ariel is on 3, which granted is like 1.5. They're going to fix that bug. It's going to be a lot better. But because you're not losing the arc ship is the big thing there. You can just drop down. Collection rates are free. You can get it going. And he does have a lot of prisms just in this clump of army. So if he's ever allowed to get it down, he will have that economy once again. We got the space on the right side. That's going to spawn a creation chamber or a collection array. And that should allow all these prisms that are just kind of clustered with the army to have somewhere to mine. So it's not great for Ariel, but the supplies are starting to equalize a little bit. I don't know if we have a Guardian Nexus. I have not seen one in the production tab. So no rollout, nothing like that. That's a bit of a problem. But at the very least, the supplies are kind of equalizing. You do have Argents, you do have some level of an army, but man, without Kree, without roll up, it feels very, especially now as Infernal Fury's done, it's going to feel extremely difficult to ever take these fights.
And that's the difference in the supply counts right now, because you look at the supplies and they are rather close, but it doesn't tell the whole story. You're absolutely right. There are crucial upgrades missing from Ariel's army that just don't allow him to have the same hitting power as brutes that are now rocking around the map with Infernal Fury. They're going to be able to stun units. They're going to be able to position themselves in stronger ways. Now, if Snockstar overcommits here to the bottom right corner of the map, he's going to get himself pinched and maybe give Ariel an opportunity to get back into this game. And he's got to be careful in that regard, but it is just so tempting to be able to wrap around this army with units on the left side and just take care of business that way. There are going to be some Gaunts that step onto the Shroud here that will be able to spread a little bit of curse, start infesting some of these units with that potential for additional damage. And I just am starting to feel very, very confidently that Snockstar has done enough here. The arc ship in the lower right-hand corner is going to go down. That falls apart. So now all of a sudden we're looking at a 3-base Celestial player, and it's barely 3 base. There aren't any prisms that are even mining from that collection array at this point. And being able to take the Stormgate on top of it, BeoMulf, is just the piece de resistance.
Now, the good news is that there are no Soul Forges on tier 2. There's no Darkhold on tier 2. So those two, like, insanely strong things that you used to be able to get off the set, like, you're not going to clone Dragon off this. It's just going to be the Cosmic Drifter, which I like. I do like our love. You look at his eyes. He just looks so friendly, but our little tentacle boy is going to go for a drop, and 16 units, 16 slots is a bit of a pickle, but also, no. I was like, maybe you can take a fight here. You're too far behind. So the drop of the main base is going to kill this base off very quickly. The fight in the front, the fight in the middle is not going particularly well for, well, pathing's a little screwed up, so it's a little bit better, but Ariel realizes that he's losing everything on 2 sides of the map. He does have to tap out, and Snockstar now 1 map away from moving on to the final match of the day.
Great adjustments. Absolutely cinema. Love that. Love that for both of those players. Obviously, Ariel loses, but it's a good reminder to not get caught in the same route. You gotta be able to get that early scout on. You got to get that information figured out. And that's something that I think is vastly different compared to like a StarCraft 2 or an Age of Empires 4, or even Warcraft 3, is there aren't as many dedicated scouting opportunities at the beginning like there used to be. Like we used to always start, Vanguard would always start with a scout. Celestials would always start with a morph core, and Infernals would always start with a Hexen. So there were some built-in options for scouting, but it's different now. And I think as players start to settle into that early game rotation, start to figure out what they need to know, because it's not always about just scouting. I mean, you got to know what you're looking at. You got to know what to see. And I think we're just going to start getting more and more of that as we go forward. I love it. I'm excited. I'm a big fan.
Oh, yeah. So you're telling me that both Ariel and Snockstar are doing a very good job of trying the high ropes course, even though they're a little afraid.
Yeah. Ooh. I love pushing people beyond their boundaries. Get comfortable uncomfortable, BeoMulf. You can take the teacher out of school, but you can't take the school out of teacher.
We're gonna go take those rapids. It's gonna be great. As map number 6 is gonna be the one ladder map pool that we have in the pool here today. Edge of Oblivion. Very short map, but you can wall off the natural. Let's see how this one goes. Game 6. So Rushy, it's a ladder map in my Stormgate tournament. What is this?
Well, it's the stock standard, right? Is what we always do. We always use ladder maps.
We always use ladder maps. Actually, we don't. It's the one map in the pool. Boneyard. I mean, we've just been playing on Boneyard and Broken Crown for so long, and the community-made maps are so good. I just can't wait until we get like Emberfrost and Blackspire and Malice and all these different maps. I can't wait till they're the ladder pool, because that's gonna be a good time, right? Like, and by the way, I did an interview with Tim Campbell that went live yesterday, and in that, he did talk about how, yeah, that is their plan. They would like to go, and as soon as possible, pretty much, add community maps into the map pool. They just don't quite have the process for it yet. So, because it's more than just saying, oh, this map's pretty cool, but we got to QA it. We got to make sure it's optimized. We have to make sure that everything's okay and we have the rights and permissions and yada, yada, yada. So, it's coming soon. Is the story. Now, what's not coming soon is Ariel being happy because these fiends already started to, just chew away at this collection array. And remember, it's on cooldown. If you lose the array, it's about a minute before you can build another one. So it's a big slowdown if you can make it happen. But a bunch of fighting prisms are gonna get taken down. They don't really want to fight this.
Yeah, it feels like there's definitely a lack of response to this particular type of aggression in the early game. So I'm hopeful that's something that will get looked at. I mean, those prisms are no jokes. I mean, they do a little bit of Fight Club in their spare time, but you know the first rule, we don't talk about it. So instead, it's going to be the collection array having to wait another 10 seconds before it can be started once again. And Snockstar are able to capitalize on some very, very strong harassment with not a lot of investment, which opens up an opportunity for him to grab his Vault Conclave set up here. The third shrine is going to go down in just a moment. And once again, I think there needs to be some sort of method to try and deal with this early aggression. This doesn't feel like an overly greedy opening from Ariel. So that's just speculation. That's not me as a caster. That's just me as a human being who likes to play good video games. But we will have a creation chamber popping out here. Well, I hope momentarily, which will then push this all back in a way. But it's a little complicating right now.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be able to get out. That's fine. I love how fast these prisms are, by the way. They're just like, oh no, I'm being attacked by geometry. This is scary. I got out of this. I was done with this in 7th grade, Rushy. And now they're four. Oh, you have to handle this one. 4 fiends. 24 DPS times 4. 8, what's that, 96 damage per second? Yeah, you have to deal with that one. So the surge is going to go down. You're going to heal 30 HP per second on the structure. You get Argent out fairly quickly.
Stormgate will activate.
It's going to be fine. Is that we're going to see a 4th base getting just about done here as well. So the economy is in a decent spot. Now you just need to prevent that tempo thing that Snockstar did last time from properly taking hold.
I feel like the tempo thing's already happening here. Like this is way more damage with 4 fiends than expected taking place, because behind it has just been lots and lots of imp production here. We don't have any movement towards a greater shrine at this point, so our tech isn't going to go anywhere anytime soon. But I mean, why do you need additional tech right now? You're taking 4 fiends across the map and you're doing so much harassment here. 2 creation chambers are going to get canceled. They're instantly rebuilt, but that's going to allow Snockstar to be able to put pressure on that first Stormgate. This is definitely an overwhelming situation for Ariel to try and handle. It's not like he's down and out of it completely, but it's so much of your focus that you have to put into this defense that's not allowing you to really go elsewhere. You are able to get that 4th base secure. The 5th base is going to be on the way here momentarily, but the Stormgate gets finished in the bottom right. It's going to be a creeping horror this time around, so that should be something that gets shown pretty quickly. But once again, it's going to be increased aggression for a player who's not quite ready for it.
No, he's really not. These fiends, they're causing so many problems, but they will get taken down at the very end. There we go. Only 1 remaining. That's probably going to be enough to deal with. As on the other side, the prisms were pulled away. So even if you lose the collection rate, which is not great, it is still kind of manageable here. Now, you have to be careful because the creeping horror throws a bunch of putrid abscesses at you. That's what the attack is called. It's a putrid abscess, an ensnaring fluid. Slows you down is the problem in an AoE. And as you try to cut away from this army, that doesn't feel great. So Ariel trying to find some opportunity to go contest this. But again, the slow that the creeping horror has and how fast it moves makes that a little bit difficult. For now, though, we will see the effigy get taken down pretty quickly as Archship just have to go run away, soaking some damage. Did get a bit of an HP boost last time. It's 1,200 instead of 800, so that's something. And it looks like this base is just going to get taken down. It's not, the prisms got out. There's a base on the left side here. Not really the end of the world. I'm worried when the Guardian Nexus is not up yet.
Yeah, it's the upgrades. The upgrades are so important. It would be like the equivalent of getting to the late game in StarCraft 2 and you just don't have any +1 upgrades or +2 or +3. It's just at some point you have to have it. It is a requirement. And in a game where there is no stock static upgrade to just boost your overall offense or defense, you get moments like this where you just really cannot stand and fight against your opponent. The production is not there. You've got 6 incoming, but it takes a while for them to get onto the map, and then everything is separated. So now you've got units that are trying to reinforce from positions that they really just cannot fortify on their own. And suddenly Snockstar is just going to be able to continue rotating around. He's on 3 base. He's happy. He's got the aggression that he needs. And right now it's all push all the time here at the front door. Some units do split off to the left-hand side, but those are going to get cleaned up by reinforcements at this point. And still a lot of damage being done, but it's so much of Ariel's focus that he is not able to put into advancing himself in this game.
No, he's not, but this is a decent surround. The SimCity is actually working very nicely for Ariel here, and the Prism's fighting as well, which is, it's not ideal, but if you clean up this entire army, which I think the Fiends are causing a problem. Phantoms as well. It's like, he might be able to clean this up. The Concave looked good as we got triple surge on the chambers on the left side. He's lost a lot of economy, and from a supply lead goes into a deficit. Kind of interesting, by the way. It seems like he's very content to stay on Gracelight instead of moving into Adjudicator nodes. So that is the healing nodes instead of the actual attacking nodes. It takes about 10 energy per attack, so maybe just the numbers aren't there, but it did mean that attack into the natural was difficult to make happen, right? Because all of these archons are healing up. But in the open field with the rally going across, 3rd base is going to go down. 4th base untouched, at least that's something. But just the argent numbers are not where they need to be, and without Heaven Step, without roll up, it feels very hard to actually get in the concave, to actually take these fights that you need to take. But Ariel, I was gonna say he's stabilizing. He's not. He's just, another base has been found, so Snockstar's gonna go take that one down too.
Yeah, it's disaster all over the board. As soon as Ariel starts to get one situation kind of secured, he's got a problem in a different spot. And that's to Snockstar's credit. He's constantly causing chaos around the map. Ariel finally has to tap out. Started so strong. 2-0 in the series, or 0-2, comes back, but can't hold the series as Snockstar is going to claim the overall prize here in this best of 7. 4-2, and he advances on.
Of course, though, if you like this, you want more Stormgate action and want to go check out Rushy, twitch.tv/RushESC, but make sure you go sub to the YouTube channel. Follow me on Twitch. Catch you next time. Gotta do the YouTube sign off, so when it goes on YouTube, people, do the thing.
He's such a thinker.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. I've seen people talk about, was it too greedy? Was it not too greedy? With how Celestials with the mining bug right now, you have to play that greedy because otherwise you're just not going to have an economy. So it's pretty easy to punish because you have to play that greedy. It is kind of just how that works. So doesn't mean Snockstar moves on. Ariel is going to fall down, and we now, Rushy, are getting ready to move on to the winner's match, which is Mana versus Refresh in a mirror match.
Ooh. Vanguard.
Does also mean that the giveaway is complete. The series is over. We're going to draw a winner. And Kang ZX. If you are Kang ZX, let me go and at Kang ZX. I need to send him a Kang ZX, if you are still here, send me a DM. We'll get you that code. If not, well, we'll open it up again. We got plenty of codes to give away. For now, though, it's a bit of a break. Might be slightly longer because I got to go let the dog inside and feed her lunch. Yes, Rush, you have a dog. She's very cute. I've seen you pictures. Sent you pictures.
That's true.
So a bit of a longer break there, maybe, as we get our next series set up. And that's going to be Refresh and Mana. Winners match.
Together. So the idea of, yeah, it looks visually very silly that we see a full 3-base saturation before the 3-minute mark. Ideally, it's about the same as we've seen in the past. So the little bit of harassment here by Snockstar is not going to be too terribly crazy because the Argent's going to pop out in time, push it back. And now you're just sitting on a really the hunt trying to find this Harbinger as it is working to heal itself with the shroud that it creates. I love that little interaction. So that's going to get bullied away here in just a moment. But yeah, you made the perfect assessment that those vectors are going to be the primary on the production tab. So Flayed Dragon will be on the way. Again, it does take about 2 minutes to build, so that is not going to be a part of this fight, but the Boots are not able to really wiggle their way in here. There's just too many units, BeoMulf, for him to try and position.
Bush is scary. He's got a lot of stuff. Big army. But the Dragon's going to be out soon. Fiendsplosion's going to be out soon. So this also does feel like the time that he wants to make something happen, as now the Cosmic Drift is going to go in. A lot of Gods already set up here. This is where Snockstar thought the attack was going to be. So this Cosmic Drifter is going to unload its payload of Kree, but not right side as well. This is just buttoned up tighter than an Easter basket. And Ariel, I think, he's got a backup. This is a nice attempt, but it just went. It's a very low tier army that he has with these vectors, with these Argents, without Longshot, and he's just not
with this double dragon dance here, utilizing the up and back of this reinforcing wall is really helpful here for Snockstar as he continues to push on forward. These dragons do tons of damage to building, they do tons of damage to heavy units. So
this happened, losing the bases like that, hitting the timing a little bit late. And remember, Rushy, this wasn't like a tier 2 timing. This was a lot of stuff trying to bust him with like a 30 supply lead. When it didn't go and didn't break the game open, Snockstar was able to run across the map, but that's game 1 of hopefully 7 games. There we go. On the way, we have an Argent gonna get made, and these Fiends early, they're kind of annoying here. They do 12 damage, they do 24 damage a second. They're feisty little boys.
Yeah, I actually love the harassment of pushing that arc ship up and over.
The second Stormgate, right? Because he lost the first one, and it's his rally. So he should be able to make that happen. Oh, look at these 2 clumps of army here. Kree on the right side, Kree and Argents on the left. This army of Snockstar pretty far forward here, but oh, he's gonna pull the trigger too early. Finds the arm on the right side. That flank is just has to run. Kree getting on top of this Stormgate though. They take it down in time. I don't think they can, but they're going to try to commit to this a little bit more. Getting on top of the Gaunts is always going to be beautiful with these Krees. He rolls forward and gets the splash damage down. This army's getting annihilated here from Snockstar. He had part of his army on the right side chasing the rest of the Kree side. He brings, oh, that's a miss micro there. Brings the Soul Forge forward. Now it's snipeable if you go for it. But in the meantime, this fight on the 4th base going very well for Ariel right now, taking out a lot of these units. And even as the Kree go down, they're exploding on top of the Brutes, getting a lot of damage done. But I don't know if we have Heaven Steps. So the rally.
Well, this game's not going to continue much longer. Do you know how many bases Ariel lost in all of that?
Oh,
he lost 2. He lost his bottom, his right base, his bottom right base. His main was completely exposed and it torn apart. All of that happening in the main engagement. So Ariel only sitting at 100 supply here. So yes, he lost the battle, but he's going to win the war. And that is going to be the tale in this game number 2 that just went unchecked by Ariel. Unfortunately, Snockstar playing with some sneaky tools while he plays with the whole army.
Snockstar out of this game.
Yeah, it's good push by Snockstar, figuring out exactly where he needed to be. GG is going to be called, and it's the Infernal Dominion pushing forward here, giving himself a 2-0 lead in this series. G-Num, my goodness, that's a it's a little silly to look at. But look at this. This eliminates the ramp benefit here for Ariel. So now all of a sudden he has to fight on the same ground. He's got Argents coming on the left-hand side that don't have to worry about the advantages of that ramp right now because have vision up on the top hatch, as Ariel has really struggled to be able to be present in this matchup so far. But now we're looking at the 6-minute mark, and he's going to shove forward here. He's got the Kree. He does have those upgrades here. Rollout is done. I don't believe we have anything too crazy on the Argents here. Put together. The Harbinger does get picked off as well, so that drop that was very, very crucial in games 1 and 2, BeoMulf, that's off the table right now.
It is. You can't use it to spread Shroud forward as well as now the army moves in, and this time, Heaven Step is done. So these Argents, that's exactly where Ariel is, and remember, you might say, oh, why is it doing twice in a row? 1 and 3. You got a 33% chance that it's going to be the same thing as this Gatling Gun Hellborn on the high ground here. We're going to see some Forsaken Traps going down, not really getting a lot. And you got to be careful because, again, this Hellborn, it does a lot. It does decent damage. Will go, I'm pretty sure, the way of Ariel. I think Ariel got it. Yeah, he does. So, oh, yeah, there we go. Gets the Void Prowlers on top, tries to go and take down this Hellborn. It will survive for now, but the rest of Snockstar's army gets taken down, dashes into a cliff. What is this, League of Legends?
Such a better position here in game number 3, but he did exactly what we talked about. He eliminated what was causing him grief in the first 2 games. Those side attacks, the pinch in being able to move forward here, and now he doesn't have 2 dragons he has to deal with. There's no Soul Forge on the field. Dragon actually gets canceled as well.
Intuitiveness, but Snockstar's gonna get forced out here. Unfortunately, that pressure release valve, that Harbinger that was supposed to pin Ariel back, get a lot of damage done, it's just straight up there in the fight. And it was sniped down very early, so that just nothing forced Ariel back. And that means that we got a series. Ariel's got a match.
Is going to be if it's an option. So why not just play into that? And that is a huge difference in game number 3. Our last game, there was no Soul Forge. So not that Ariel really needed that at that point. I think he had the game won long before dragons were going to be a part of the equation. But
or not a lot of Kree, a lot of prisms. And that is causing some problems, but this effigy is not gonna last for forever. Rollout's gonna be done soon. And as long as you keep the Arc ship alive, it's gonna be okay. Now the problem is, already 1 of the Arc ship charge has been used, so it's still gonna be another 40 seconds, but he's gonna get it up again. Now the Kree are on top of this thing. ASAP. We're still about 3 or 2.5 minutes away from getting the dragon out, from getting that clone dragon up, which means there's not an easy pressure release valve coming for Snockstar right now. There's not an easy way to stop this outside of just building a lot of units and hope you win the fight.
Yeah, it's killing off some of the prisms, and that is not proving to be very effective right now, as this army is going to get collapsed upon. Argent's able to Heaven Step forward and box Snockstar out, and suddenly the first 2 games were so squarely in the position of the Infernal player in terms of
Bomb Kree on top of this army, which is exactly what he's gonna do. Gets on top of the Hellborn, causes so many problems, and just the explosions are doing damage even if the Kree get taken down. Now we're gonna see the Heaven Step forward, trying to take down all these high-tech units. Welcome back, everyone. We do have more games on the way. Unfortunately, the winner of our giveaway had not DM'd me over break, and it was a prolonged break. So we're gonna go. We're gonna make another drawing before that happens. Again, this is for an ultimate code, $65 value. Gives you access to everything that Stormgate has to offer right now. So we're gonna draw another winner. 1 Empyrean Sky. I'm pretty sure Empyrean Sky has the Ultimate Edition already, but Empyrean, if you don't, are you here? All right, there we go. All right, you're here. DM me so I don't forget, but that is gonna be the end of that. Oh, you don't? Oh, awesome. Okay. So that's the end of that giveaway. Mark giveaway as complete. There we go. All right. And we are going to make another. How many codes? We'll start it after the next game. Empyrean Sky, please DM me on Twitch or on Discord to remind me. And we're gonna go into game number 1 of this winners match between Mana and Refresh. And by the way, Refresh is playing Infernal on some of these maps. Pretty fun. So, game 1, here we are. In the bottom left, in the blue, generally playing in Vanguard, but playing the Infernals here, at least in game number 1, he's the Korean player. It's Refresh.
And in the top right, the red Vanguard player. He's been around for quite a bit, and another game for this man. His name is Mana.
Mana. Elmo's World.
Wait a minute. We went 2 different directions with that.
That we did, Rushy, but it's more fun like that.
That's fair. We had our moment where we were synced up, and now we're back on Oops All Chaos. And it's the way it's meant to be.
I mean, is that better or worse than Oops All Argents?
Way better than Oops All Argents. There's no moment that's better for that. Nope.
You know, it is nice that, granted, I think Celestial does need a little help right now. It looks like the economy is a little scuffed, and it's making it very hard, right? Because you got to go for this like 3 arc ship timing, and it is it means you're super vulnerable to all this aggression. But once that gets solved out a little bit, I am excited by the prospect of more than just Argent Crate that we saw Ariel trying a little bit. It wasn't quite able to make it work, but again, the prospect of Celestials actually being able to use their entire roster is an exciting one to me, even if we're still waiting on the big unit revamps for next patch.
No, I'm down. I'm so down for the idea of being able to use more than 3 units. It's my favorite. So, but are we going to get that same interaction here? It's one of the best matchups, in my opinion, right now, seeing Infernal versus Vanguard. We're getting set up into very early mech bay. So we'll get a chance to see some Hedgehogs. Probably. Yeah, we got Hedgehog on the production tab. This is going to be a fun little back and forth. I mean, this is our ladder map. We talked about that in a previous series, that not all of the maps in our pool are ladder maps, but Edge of Oblivion is. So that means a lot of people have had a lot of time to practice on this. And there is some very fun interaction for Vanguard players to use Hedgehogs on this map and just be very, very quick back and forth. You can use those healing, I'm going to call them zones. I want to call them camps. They're not really camps, but the healing zones to get some of your push potential back after you do a little bit of harassment. It's kind of a nice way to punish a Infernal player who gets out on the map maybe a little bit too quickly, and definitely gives you some pretty decent map control.
Yeah. That is very true. And in general, I mean, we just talk about how strong these fiends are, man. It's I don't think they're as bad as Storyteller Dave is pushing as strong as he is pushing them in the Discord about how literally they're the most broken thing ever and it's horrible and I can't believe they did this. But it is still 24 damage a second. And yeah, they're kind of squishy, but it's still a bit of a problem. So, and they actually can't really fight right now. They got to go heal themselves back up to full, as we do see this pressure from Mana. I'm really curious to see how Refresh chooses to deal with this. Right? Because Refresh is a Vanguard player, probably, again, the strongest. I don't think I'm too crazy to say the strongest Vanguard player in this tournament. And he's gonna, if anyone knows exactly how to deal with this Hedgehog nonsense, it is gonna be him, right? He is the one that has that more than anything else. He's been playing against it. He knows what kills him. So for now, the answer is you lose a lot of Gons to it and you run brutes at them just to get them away, but you're not gonna kill them. So the answer right now is bad trades. Is apparently what we're looking at.
I mean, yeah, that's largely going to be the direction that you have to go if you're not going to utilize that. We are getting Soulbrand Chakrams upgraded, so that's going to allow the Gaunts, which are honestly the best natural enemy to the Hedgehog right now, the opportunity to inflict curse, so that's going to be super helpful. But until they have speed, until you get that Reaper's Rush out onto the map, these Gaunts are just not going to be able to trade very well, and neither of these units have their speed upgrade at this point. And it's going to be Flame On Imps that are going to be moved out right now here by Refresh. An interesting direction to head, as Mana is just going to completely dismantle all of this army that's sitting here right now.
It's super dicey as well when we talk about this. Flame On, it's a lot of damage. And they were recently buffed. Well, shadow buffed in 0.5, maybe 0.4, where all of a sudden, instead of lasting like 5 seconds, they last 14 seconds. So you're able to go with these flaming imps and just chase things down and make life difficult. Problem is, when you're only on 2 bases, you don't really have a good way to get enough imps out. It is it's a problem. Ooh, nice lash there on top of the Faerun. So that should die. Yeah, it's going to tick down to the very end. That's a Phantom. And that is already fairly nice here as the Weaver continues to move forward. You get it for the lash. You're not getting it for the damage as much because Hedgehog's 230 HP, 23 damage a hit. It's not horrible, but you really are getting it for the lash. And now Flaming Imps are done. Problem is that this third base is only just now getting started, Rushy. Third base done. It's fully set up in mining. It has been for a while for Mana. So this economy that Refresh has, it's not enough to support the Flaming Imps that he's committed himself into.
Well, and it's going to be the production as well, because right now it's Refresh that's locked into 2 Conclave and 1 Iron Vault. And yes, you're going to have access to Hellspawn Resurgence. That's going to help, but it is not going to balance things out with an opponent who's got multiple mech bay at his disposal. He's utilizing some of these solar habitats as well to increase that production speed. So that's working against him as well. Reaper Rush is just about done. I don't know. I'm not sold on Flame On. I understand the benefit, but it comes at such a great cost, and especially when you're playing from behind, I just don't know if you really want to sacrifice yourself even further to that goal. But this is the direction that we're headed here. Reaper's Rush is now complete, so I think that these units are going to be able to fight just a little bit more effectively with those Hedgehogs, especially as we do have some Conclaves finishing on site. So those are going to be units that are getting in. Flame On Imps are going to be able to get out there, but will they be able to connect? No, those Hedgehog are going to say, see you later, and try and outrun things. Beo, I don't know if they're going to be able to catch up.
They're trying. There's going to be 1. All right, Flaming Imps make... God, these last for forever. So they are valuable, and they totally force you off of it. And remember, first Stormgate went the way of Mana. Now you got a couple Weavers that do 200 damage a hit to this Stormgate. So they actually do a very nice job of taking things down. And now when we're looking at 4 Conclaves, this is a decent concave of guns. You're going to be able to go take that out. So second Stormgate is going to go the way of Refresh here. And those 4 Flaming Imps did so much in just forcing Mana off the position. That has bought the third base up and running. It's now fully saturated. It bought the Stormgate. It has these Void Prowlers, which are so useful. Either as a harassment tool, 34 damage, blink into even positions where they don't have vision into this fog of war, but also just as a very nice way to just lock your opponent into place. You blink behind them, you really treat them as a bit of a, like a bit of a body block there, but now, well, they thought about blinking into the high ground, and looks like they will do so. So that's going to force a bit of a trade here. Mana, we'll be able to go take the Tribute Pyre on the left side as the Gaunts run over to deal with that one. But these Void Prowlers in the main base, even with the overcharge, which actually hasn't been popped, it's a lot of damage. And they really do start to shred this. So now they're going to get this Sentry Boost. The Magic Repair is not there. Mana not paying attention until he is. Blink is on cooldown for quite a while, though. And looks like these Void Prowlers are going to have to run away into the line of sight blocker and back out to the low ground, but they're going to find some med techs. But the healing looks like that's also not going to be enough. So the Void Prowlers, they force Mana back. That is incredibly useful. But they're not going to win a fight. They're not going to go wipe out a base, which is the kind of eventual, the ideal goal when this happens. But now a bunch of Hedgehogs are going to get found out on the map here, Rushy, and a couple of them will fall. So Refresh, early game pressure, kind of scary. He's playing this map beautifully from here on out.
Yeah, it's a very good recovery here for a player who was definitely a little bit down on his luck. And now he's got the units here to deal with the Vulcans. Very, very crucial lashes here from the Weaver. They can't spend their time out in front, though, because once those lashes are gone, like you said, those are not as useful. A beautiful use of those Flame On Imps. I'm being converted here, BeoMulf. Maybe there's some magic to these units here, as that upgrade is providing him an incredible amount of leverage on this position here. And now suddenly Mana is without anything. He's losing all of his defensive structures. He's having to evacuate the 4th base location. There's Shroud everywhere in the entrance of this natural BeoMulf, and this is just all falling apart for the Vanguard player.
That it is. You know, you're not the only one being converted. The Imps were as well. From regular Imps to Flaming Imps. And they just get on top of everything. And given this setup, your job, right? The entire goal of this Vanguard army is to sustain, is to just out-heal everything that's happening, get all the Vulcans spun up, and that's what you're looking for. Well, we don't have Molten Touch. We're only on tier 2. But with the Weaver Lash, you take down a lot of these Vulcans. You dash in, you can actually buffer that, by the way. You can dodge the Lash, but Mana's not quite able to pull it off. And then you bring him in there, and then all of a sudden the Flaming Imps just blow everything up. Burst base healing. certainly that's what Refresh is showing us in this game one as he goes up 1-0 in this best of 7. And Ray, it's actually kind of cool when we talk about this. You might say, like a spell damage versus a high HP unit. Okay, sure, fine. But armor actually applies evenly to all things. So it's not like, we're going for spell damage against a highly armored unit. Not quite how that works.
Well, that was an impressive use of those flame on imps. I'll own it. I'll own it. That was not what I expected. It gave a lot of leverage on that push. So very, very well done by Refresh, and the patience on top of it. I think that's where Refresh being a Vanguard main maybe is the right way to word it. I didn't want to say it that way because it's like, he plays all three really well. Well, I think he's most famous for his Vanguard. You made the comment of maybe it's going to take a Vanguard player knowing the internal weakness of that Hedgehog harass to be able to deal with it. And I think that's exactly what happened. He knew what losses he could withstand and how to navigate that moment. So very, very good play calling by Refresh, not panicking, taking his time, taking a breath and saying, you know what, I've got this down the road. I just got to hold right now.
Yep, that is very true. And it was kind of cool to see the Flaming Imps, again, not used as they were used in the fight at the very end, but really just being used as please leave player slot, being used as a way to force everything back. It's like, there were times when like you had these like exo med tech pushes about a year ago almost, and the answer was sometimes you would go Flaming Imps early and you would do that, but you just kind of, every time you take the fight, the imps go in, you can't rebuild imps as quickly, you just kind of get bled down. But Refresh did a very nice job there of just getting a couple and just using those to force the Hedgehogs back, which then gave him the time to get his tech up, to get the second. We saw how it was able to develop from there. So very cool to see as Refresh is playing Infernals once again, Rushy. Rebirth is the map. It's game number 2.
I get the sense that this is just going to be an Infernal Vanguard series, which I'm not hurt over. I think that's going to be fine. It is going to be a map that offers corner spawns, which is nice. I mean, this is kind of like an homage to StarCraft 2, especially in the more modern era of ladder map designs. Very, very nice. Get your players as far apart as humanly possible. Lots to fight for in the center. I do love how many like lanes there are on this particular map. The shout out to the community map makers. Like, they are phenomenal at what they do. That is absolutely no disrespect to the people who are getting paid to make maps right now, but as we've seen throughout the RTS community, there are a lot of passionate people that just know how to make really good maps, and we salute you.
I mean, remember, Rushy, there is no one necessarily being, yes, if you do make a map as part of your job, you're getting paid to do it, but there's no dedicated map team at Frost Giant.
Sure.
Cult Fiction went in, he made Ruination. People have been making maps, but there's, again, no dedicated map making here. So the community, they're going to spend 30, 40, 50 hours, however long it is to make this map. Yeah, of course it's going to be better. They're spending the time. It is their hobby. And there's 20 years, 25 years of StarCraft 2 map design. That shows us just what is good, what is not good. Well, losing a servo is not good. I can tell you that one.
Ooh. Okay. The Fiends are going to be able to dance around and create. And eventually there's going to be overcharge that will be able to clear this back out in a way, but obviously really don't want to just waste those at an inopportune moment. Not to mention, probably can't get it right now. There's just so many worker kills right now. Lancer should be able to finally come in and deal with it. That one servo did have to stand tall on its own and clear that out. So finally the Fiends are dealt with. The overcharge is not going to need to be used defensively, but it should put Refresh kind of in a position where he can continue to keep a little bit of pressure on his opponent, who is now going ahead to try and take his third base. It's an awful early third command post, in my opinion, and that's really going to put him out of depth to really be able to contest for that first Stormgate.
Well, you say that, but Refresh is also going for that rather quick third base. It's a big map. The one thing that I think is kind of interesting here, not the one thing, but what I think is kind of interesting here is that this is a map that has one Stormgate, which means that your pressure also secures you the Stormgate. It's not like what's a good example here? Even say Edge of Oblivion, which is a small map, but like you're pushing through one side, Stormgate spawns on the other side, you can go and maybe sneak one. And this one here, it's like, yeah, you know, as the mech bay is gonna get, man, I think we have like 5 or 6 dead servos from the just early little bit of Fiend Harass. It is a problem that Mana is struggling to deal with this, unfortunately. It's making his life much more difficult as another servo goes down. And anyway, talking about this, you push through, the aggression does often win you the Stormgate in a way that doesn't necessarily happen on other maps. But it's still, you know, with the early base that we're seeing, not a lot of units on the map for either side.
They're going to be just enough here, I think, for Refresh to get some decent damage down onto the Stormgate. So this is more than likely going to be an Infernal take. Yeah, 1 Hedgehog, 2 Lancers, not going to be near enough. Private Barfy is not going to be able to hold this one down. So the Fiend is going to be able to scout that this comes forward. And I think Mana now has to shift his focus into basically just denying that Stormgate from being taken. Because now with the update to how that interaction takes place, I mean, he's got to be able to clear all the damage of the blue back to his side so he can fill it with red. I think in the end, it's really not a big change. It is just visually a lot more striking to follow. So yeah, trying to deny that is about all he can do. Not going to be able to make that happen. So that first Stormgate does get procced here. We haven't seen a Soul Forge yet in this series, and it's going to continue that way. It's going to be a creeping horror for Refresh this time around. And now it's just going to turn into some really, really nice aggression here because you can push forward with that creeping horror, really slow down the positioning of your opponent's units. And right now, Mana really does not have a whole lot to defend with or attack with.
Rushy, I'm sorry, creeping what now?
Horror?
Horror.
Horror.
Horror. I swear the devs were like, yeah, we're going to find all the casters and we're just going to make their lives miserable. We're gonna give them a name.
What did you think I said?
You know, we're not gonna talk about it. It's fine.
Okay.
You know, I am having a lot of fun though, just clicking on. Not every unit has its own name, but a lot of them do, and I'm just really enjoying like clicking through the different ones. One of these Lancers is Private Scooter McGunk.
I just found him.
Unfortunately, the Hedgehogs, I guess because they're machines and you know the pilots might have names, but Hedgehogs don't have names. But, you know, we have the Wolf of Wildfire, Sun Whisper, Zephyriel Dustwing, the Infernal Theorist. It is a lot of fun. Just kind of clicking around and seeing what names get. They're not randomly generated, by the way. These are people that got the Name a Unit reward in Stormgate. So they were able to submit a unit for, you know, Vanguard, Infernal Celestial, and then it gets randomly chosen. So someone decided a Gaunt needed to be named Lord Morrowind or Morrowind at some point in time, and there it is.
That makes a lot more sense. I had forgotten that was a thing that existed. So very, very cool. So fun little way to put a little bit of ownership into the game. Like that. Creepy Rush is about to finish. Oh, love that.
Yeah.
So go ahead. You had more ideas?
Yeah, no, I do enjoy as well. You can see like people like, clearly these are all infernal names, but like people had different ideas about what infernals were. You know? So like you have the Wolf of Wildfire. He's very like Viking, sure, you know? And then you have very orcish names. Then you have like more naturey names. Like Voidcaller Zest is a, that almost feels like a Brandon Sanderson type thing. Right, so like it's kind of fun seeing where people's different naming conventions came from. Talk about these different lanes. This is a high ground as the Hedgehogs, they move forward, but a little bit spooky. Second Stormgate on the way though, and I'm not sure Mana's at the point where he's properly going to be able to contest this.
I mean, he's getting the upgrade, so I forget what it's called. Don't tell me. I will find that machine someday in my lifetime. Oh, there it is. It's the transonic rockets. Of course, I knew that. But I agree with you. It's going to be a dive in here, but he's going to try and trade out the momentum for that Stormgate, and he's just not even going to be able to do that. So he does have to back up, because if he loses all these Hedgehogs, there's no reason for him to stay in this game number 2. He will have lost everything for nothing. But I fear that might still be the case at this point as well, because the second Stormgate gets cleared pretty quickly. It's the unstable Necrolytes that are going to be able to come out and cause some crazy damage. These units deal so much splash damage as they sacrifice themselves. They're slow for a reason. They're slow so you fear them, BeoMulf.
They do, but getting them into a fight for the most part can be very difficult. I want to see Harbinger drops. And actually, is it worth, and this is a decent question here, is it worth getting Seismic Slam? I think Seismic Slam is a great upgrade as it is, but getting Seismic Slam and getting that Blood Tree out so you can go and Seismic Slam on top of the army and then Necrolyte them, because it's like a 2-second stun. It is a strong thing. It doesn't work always the way you would like. It kind of sometimes the slam goes down and hunts for a position. It's not quite as performant as you would necessarily like it to have. But for now, we got a big attack on the north side, and the Weavers kill structures very quickly, so that's all going to get taken down. And the Necrolytes are here moving forward. Mana in a bit of an awkward position, kind of caught in transition as he tries to develop this late game. And a single Sentinel, even though it does make your army a little faster, Rushy, doesn't quite do enough. Well, actually, wait, if you kill the Necrolyte, does it do friendly fire?
That's a good question. I don't think so. I mean, there's a lot of refresh that aren't taking damage right now, but oh my gosh, there's so much dead positioning here for mana. Those Necrolytes are going to go up and destroy themselves on the buildings. You can see just how much damage they deal to those structures, but I think right now the whole focus is on the army on the lower right-hand side. There's just enough Gauns here. Shroud continuing to spread forward. Effigy's able to deliver additional curse to these hedgehogs. And with the creeping horror still in the map, BeoMulf, I mean, these fast units don't have any position power, and that's going to force him to tap out. GG is called, and the Vanguard player has not found good footing here in this series. He falls down 0-2 to the Infernal player.
I thought Vanguard was Giga OP and unbeatable. That's what everyone was saying after the Winter Show match last night. Story I was told.
Oh, I didn't get a chance to watch any of that. How did it go?
That was pretty good. MSRM and Mixu was always a treat. So.
Oh, yes. Good players who do a good job leaving a good impression.
Map 3 was Ember. Oh, we got Emberfrost. It is such a pretty map.
Van GG question mark? Oh no.
Oh,
What will
no.
people spam in the chat?
Inferno.
Oh, that's right.
Inferno P.
Inferno P. True.
Or
I'm so
Celeste.
sorry.
If once Celestials get fixed, Celestials.
Celestials.
Yeah,
Oh, that's okay. I was missing that crucial piece of memery. I got it though.
Celestials. I'd love to see how the Mixu versus Refresh matchup would work out. Yeah, I was thinking about it. It's like there was a world where Mixu got invited instead of Mana for this tournament because Mana got the other one, but I just didn't turn around time enough. Yeah, I felt the matchups were going to be good enough. So, by the way, no, we can't talk about that just yet because it might fall through. But potentially exciting things in Stormgate competitive future. For now, though, Emberfrost is going to be game number 3 of this best of 7 winners match. Refresh is up 2-0. So, big map, small map, doesn't really matter. Even when the hedgehogs moving across, Refresh has the answer. He's able to build this Death Star of an army and just mana not quite able to scale. Although, in fairness, a lot of that goes back to the Fiends. I think we saw 5 or 6 servos go down early game. And that's a significant percentage of your early game economy if you're a Vanguard player.
Well, it's the fact that you lose so much of it to so little. I mean, it's 100 Luminite for that opening brute. And if you can, I mean, then you just have to kill 2 workers. You kill 2 workers, you have paid for it in full. And then there's the additional math of, oh, well, it's not technically just 100 Luminite for 2 workers. Think about all the potential that they have. And then the mathematicians go crazy with that. I do not do that. But it's such a little investment to get so much harassment done. And I'll be honest with you, BeoMulf, feels a little strong right now. Nothing we can do about that. But I do think it is a good observation to figure out how players want to play into that opening aggression here with these Fiends. Because the Fiends do a lot of damage. We've talked about that. They are pretty weaselly. They are weak. So it's not like they're impossible to deal with. But they're definitely getting a lot of bang for their buck. Oh, brutes do cost 150. You're right. Still, yeah. 3 workers. Oh, no. My point still stands.
I love, by the way, how they buff brutes by 5 HP. Not because, like, that's not a massive buff, right? That's a 2.5% buff. But it now makes it easier to determine if you're above, over, or under 90% HP. Like, they buffed it specifically because they know gamers can't do math. Do I still have a rush? I do still have her. Okay. More fiends are going to show up here, but Lancer's doing a decent job as Mana overcharges, gets himself into a third base, up and running.
Sorry, my brain turned off. So if you asked me a question, I missed it.
I was just talking about how gamers are bad at math.
Oh, well, I got to stay out of that discussion because I am the worst at math.
Yeah, that's why you're a band teacher. Sorry.
So true.
Like you got to do, you know what? If you're in the wrong clef, and you know, like, how many notes do I have to transpose this thing?
Yeah, see, you're showing off your musical understanding. So
I mean, that is math. Yeah. I have to move 7 notes down. Sure, it's great. That's math, right?
No. Well, we've got double mech bay on the way. That's crazy. We should talk about that. Oh, actually getting a pick off on that worker. Yeah, it's just the continued harassment here. At some point, it also becomes not a war of numbers, but it's a war of attrition. Just constantly having to relocate your servos, having to keep track of whether or not the building that I set to build actually got built or not. And it really doesn't come at any cost on the opposite side of the map. There's a scout that goes over. Bleep the Scout sounds like it's got an inappropriate name. I promise, it's just Bleep. But there really isn't much happening harassment-wise on the opposite side. So it's going to turn into a very similar song and dance here. It's going to be a Stormgate that pops up here that is overly harassed by the Vanguard player. He's going to have to give that up. But this time around, it is a little bit better economic situation. We've got a third base situated. We have a worker count that's starting to get set. I'm natural, and natural is not really saturated at this point. This is still kind of a tricky situation.
Look at what we got for Mana, though. This is, I think, where Vanguard starts to look really cool, is that he's got double Vulcan on the way, sure, but he's also got a hangar bay done. So we're going to go into Vulcan drops in this game number 3, trying to take advantage of how big the map is and how there's a decent amount of dead airspace. So you can kind of sneak a Vulcan into the main base. Once they start to charge up, imps get shredded. They're not light units, but they still just get absolutely shredded. The splash damage can be very, very solid. And because this is a long map, it's not like, even though we did see an action, I'm sorry, I should have, there we go, the creepy horror. Despite the fact that, you know, it's a Stormgate, it is given over to refresh, the map is big enough that he's not going to be able to go for a great big push, which means that you can actually afford to put a significant percentage of your army supply in this drop play on the other side of the map and not worry too much about getting too punished for it.
I mean, it's got to get some damage done, though. Like this, you're sacrificing a lot economically against an opponent that has not been harassed at this point, really has not had to deal with a whole lot of economic shift. So this has to be the shift. It's got to be a moment where he zips in here. And right now he's going to catch this army just trying to move out, so it will be out of position. These imps are going to all line up, and they become just a firing squad at this point, but not really losing all too many. I think only a couple of imps actually go down, but these units are going to get picked up as well. So evac is going to have to be very careful here, starting to take a little bit of damage, and as these gaunts get underneath, they're going to be able to harass this a little bit further. Does it get out? It does. 22 health is all you need. It's just a resource, BeoMulf, but Mana did not find the damage that he needed to do for the amount of cut that he had to make that happen.
I don't know if they cut it that much. Realistically, we're looking at how little was mining in the natural. Part of that is a lot of workers just being used to build other things. It was still decently saturated. The problem is he lost Vulcan. He was forced to leave it behind because the army rotated. So he kills the Weaver. He gets a couple workers there. But yeah, no, losing the Vulcan is why this was very much not worth it. But okay, he's committing into this, right? We got a second evac on the way. He's going to be going for multiples of these drops. And you can use this as an aggressive option. You can die. Work a line fairly quickly. You can also use it to set up really nice flanks to go get the Vulcans in an awkward position, get really good stuns off, and go from there. But for now, First drop coming out once
Dimensional
again.
rift
It's going to
detected.
find this
A
fifth
Stormgate
base
will
that Refresh would
activate
like to
soon.
find, and he's going to find a fourth. No workers there, not really. So it's going to kill off 2 imps maybe, just about that, and not even that one. But as the Gaunts arrive, Gaunts are not really the solution to this. It's once you add the Brutes in, once you have something else. So Evac's going to run away, returns to hangar as the Shadow Flyers arrive.
Stormgate has
And there should be
appeared.
a second one. Where's our... Okay, second Evac is there. And Mana is just trying to flex at StarCraft 2 chops right now. He's got 2 drops going. He's going for the multi-prong. Sentinel's getting at it in as he continues to try to scale. But hey, big maps, I'm here for it. Yo, get the drop pressure going. See if you can find the value. For now, though, Refresh, he's got the second Stormgate. What does he want here? What's the primary target out of this second Stormgate?
Oh, it's gonna have to be something useful here as he thinks about it for a while. The Sky Hunters, I really like that choice here. Those units are able to do some bonus damage to flying units. I believe they also stun them as well. Oh, good use of those Flame On imps to put a lot of damage done, and then comes in with the Shadow Flyers. Those are 2 dead Vulcans at that point. So I don't know, it feels like a little redundant there to try and sacrifice the imps and also sacrificing the Shadow Flyers as well, but is going to be able to find the damage that he needs. These Sky Hunters, though, are going to now bully everything back. That Sentinel that was going to help support this army BeoMulf, that's no longer going to be able to hang out in the skies.
No, it isn't, but the Nano Bubble's on the way soon, just about done, and that's minus, I want to say 75%, might even be more, range damage. So you put the bubble down, Gaunts just don't do damage. And you know, I know you said, nice imps. I mean, those imps were not going to kill the Vulcans. And then instead of just losing the imps, which is already expensive, now you're losing imps and you're spending Therium on top of it. So, you know, if you were going to get trades, I'd say absolutely worth it. But they didn't get anything. Now, again, you talked about, well, you lose the Vulcans anyways. Shadow Flyers coming in from a nice angle was fantastic for Refresh. And now the high ground here with these Sky Hunters, which, by the way, not only do they do damage, they stun the target for half a second when they attack. So these air units are very spicy as a Weaver gets taken down in the very beginning. Sentinel's gonna get taken down, gets the bubble down in time though. And that means these Gaunts are just not doing a lot of damage. They gotta yoink things out of it to make sure you can get the damage that you're looking for. But even still, this Concave is way too strong. And it does feel like Refresh just has a, I mean, the Vulcans are standing tall here. I was like, it feels like he's got way too much. But he doesn't. That nano bubble lasts so long. And now the Vulcan hot drop on top of the Hellborn here. And not going to be able to dash forward, not getting the stun, not confirmed. But that was actually a pretty good fight for Mana. I thought that was just horrible. I thought he was going to be way too surrounded. But upgrade's not there. Refresh forced back.
Yeah, those Vulcans came in on the high side and had a perfect line of sight on the Gaunts and were absolutely able to decimate that encroaching army. And Gaunts be some of the secret winners in some of these fights. The amount of curse that you can put onto your enemy army is so crucial if you want to look into the length of a fight and how you can drag things out to the point where, yeah, the bubble gets taken care of, it's removed from the engagement, and just that additional extension into the later portions of fights, so important. But you've got to have Gaunts and you've got to have a way to curse the army. So Refresh going to come in with an additional way to do that. He's getting miasma researched at this point. So I think that's a good use, especially against mech. It forces those clunky units to have to constantly reposition. And every time a Vulcan is forced to move, it loses a lot of its damage potential, BeoMulf, which is a great way to limit the amount of damage that Mana's able to give in a fight.
It does, and we don't have peak performance yet either. So if you move and you lose some damage potential, theoretically, if you got peak performance, you can just dash and get it right back up to full. But without that, a little bit awkward as these Shadow Flyers, they see what's happening, but they're just going to go down early, not quite able to find any Flyers. But now, okay, here's the rest of the army. Where's our Sentinel? Now it's going to come in, and without Shadow Flyers, not a good way to deal with this. So the Nano Bubble's going to be there. Certainly, we do have Hellborn. They do have Molten Touch, which is very nice against the Nano Swarm. It means you take 90% less healing, so it's incredibly impactful against just the HP this army has. But Mana feels like he's starting to hit Exodia, right? He's got these healing, he's got the nano bubble, and he's now got himself a Swarm Mother as well. Gives all these tiny little Swarmlings. It's effectively a Brood Lord, but not quite as toxic. And it's just a lot of stuff to fight through. So now this fight's gonna go once again. Miasma did go down. Everything's gonna be cursed up here, but Miasma, it doesn't do percentage-based damage anymore, so it's good against the small units, not against the big ones. Flamebeam's gonna try to make contact, but it's only gonna be okay. And that's just not going to be the fight that you're looking for. The dragon's out now. Flaming Imp's now ready to go here. Refresh on the high ground. The nano bubble's here. You just do not fight into this one. You got to run away. Imps are going to get taken down. Flaming Imp's looking for a little bit more, but they're just going to get gunned down before that happens. As now, more of these Swarmlings starting to get spawned up here. Miasma would clear them off. But this army that Mana has, very difficult to deal with. Not a lot of anti-air though. Hedgehogs, oh no, Hedgehogs take the dragon down, but now Flaming Imp's on top of everything. Can you blow this army up? Looks like maybe. Oh man, all the Vulcans are gonna fall down. Hellborn on the backside here. Mana's losing a lot of his army, but what remains, there's no burst anymore. No good way to take a lot of this down. It's these lower range Hellborn on the backside. Mana is gonna get forced back. Refresh holds the position, but it's expensive. You lose the dragon, you lose a bunch of imps, you lose a lot of your frontline units. But you're gonna try to chase forward here, Rushy. This does not feel good. Running away from where the imps are is just, it feels incredibly dicey in this late game.
Well, especially since I think there's so much potential for Refresh to be able to come back with a stronger, more diverse army, especially since those Hellborn have largely gone untouched. So yeah, you lose the dragon, but the dragon wasn't really bringing that much to the table for that army. It's good. The dragon's good, but it really was coming down to the Hellborn dealing so much damage, the Weavers pulling crucial units out of position. And when you're constantly trading out smaller tier 1 units on the Infernal side for larger tier 2, tier 3 units on the Vanguard side, you gotta feel really good as Refresh. So yeah, Mana being forced to walk away from being able to do additional economic damage feels terrible, especially since Refresh is now going to start putting in a little bit of economic damage of his own. He's gonna be able to scout out those top right bases and do just a little tour and peace out. But this is an interesting Stormgate position here. Top right corner, that's gonna be a heavy contest here. I don't know if Mana can afford to not at least contest it. He has got to be able to prevent that final, probably the final Stormgate collection of this game, because it's going to come with a major benefit for whoever is able to grab it.
The game's getting really twisty though, because on this big map, Mana's army, bottom left side, there are multiple bases here that he would love to take down, even as he loses some of his own. Stormgate though will go the way of Refresh. Mana had no way to properly contest this. So let's see, what does Refresh want out of this? What's the big game turning thing that gives him what he needs? He's actually just not selecting it. He's like, I gotta deal with this. Oh yeah, Flaming Imp's gonna go down to the Vulcans, not enough to kill him. And what did we get? We're getting to the point now where it's gonna randomly choose. He's gonna get a dark, he's gonna get a base. It's strong, but like a deep one, a Swarm Mother, being able to clone multiple things. It's good, I guess, but man, I don't think that this is the Giga Stormgate reward that you're looking for with all this position that you've had. It is good though for Refresh. He's maxed out, right? He has taken down a lot of Mana's army. You're taking down these bases. These Magmadon's killing up a lot of these servos. And this Dark Throne is, it's on a bit of a walkabout here.
Oh, imagine it just turns itself into a giant Shroud production machine here. It's going to be able to reunite with the army.
Drop it for Imps. Drop it for Flaming Imps. I think that is actually the play, but the Nano Bubble's going to force things out for now. Unironically, you get yourself, I think, you get the 3 Imps for free, and then you get another full charges. So you get like 8 Imps. And you get in production pretty quickly. Dropping it for a bunch of Flaming Imps does seem like the proper play, but Refresh, now I'm really surprised we're not seeing him do this, as we're gonna see some Stacies go down on this backline. It's just really forcing the Concave to not work. Is the Dark Throne just sitting here? Like, it's just not doing anything. I really think you could do some cool stuff with this as Refresh, but it doesn't really seem like it's gonna matter now. He's up 100 supply, taking everything down, but now Atlas is moving in. Nano Bubble doing a great job on the repair, even as one of these Vulcans dies to curse. And finally, the Dark Throne's dead. No value here whatsoever. You could have done some really cool stuff with that. As it stands, least impactful tier 3 Stormgate I've seen in a long time.
It's been a few. It's been a while since we've had one that kind of disappointed in, but I think Refresh just didn't have any read on it. It was something that it auto selected. He just like all armied it, grabbed it into a group, and then just like called it good. So my guess that's the direction that we head. And Refresh, he's got bigger views anyways. He wants to win the game. BeoMulf, harassment here on the top right hand corner. Huge stomps forward onto the main part of this mech army as everything's going to get situated out. These units are going to be forced to spread in directions. They're not even in the bubble anymore. They were completely pushed out, and that means that all of the damage prevention, that's not going to fall onto these units. That's going to fall into the trap of a feeling like you've got something to stand for, and instead it's going to be a complete collapse here of his army, his economy. Everything is starting to close in on the main base, but I think Mana is going to get out before it gets too ugly. GG is called. He had a great moment. He almost made it work, but Refresh captures a moment and grabs a 3-0 lead in the series.
Stormgate will activate soon.
Dude, I think that's my favorite Stormgate game that I've seen. At least in this patch. I will tell you, in this patch at the very least, it is my favorite. But maybe overall, I don't know. We've had some other really cool ones, but that was fantastic. Back and forth, all over the place, multi-pronging. And it's kind of cool watching how Refresh is playing this. He is playing this. You see people take different. He's playing this like he is just aggressively dropping effigies, pushing them out on the map, giving this position to fight on. Where sometimes you see like Snockstar, and he's going to go and kind of hold on to that energy a little bit, maybe do some more health spawn, bring them into fights rather than using them just kind of slowly move your map control. And it's kind of cool that both of these, what's map 4? Short Circuit. Kind of cool that both these styles seem pretty viable. And it gives you some kind of individuality as things go on.
Well, and I like the change that they made to the effigies, not allowing effigies to be placed anywhere on the map with the ability to then drop an additional one. That felt like a really, really good change. And I think it opens exactly what you just described, being able to utilize those effigies in a couple of different ways. Maybe you want to use it as a one-time aggressive option and wreak havoc on a base and really convince yourself that you're going to get the damage that you're looking for. Or you just want to go back to your Zerg roots and say, you know what, I'm just going to cover this map. Good luck dealing with it. Meanwhile, I'm going to get all the benefits. I'm going to get all the healing. I'm going to get all of the curse. It just, yeah, it's two different directions to get to the same end goal if you're an Infernal player, just overwhelming your opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, we got a second what's the word? Giveaway going for the other deluxe pack that I have. Unfortunately, only on Twitch. So if you're watching on YouTube, going over to Twitch, you can only buy one ticket. So buying 10 tickets will not work. Pressing !enter will give you that one. We're going to keep this open for at least the end of this series, maybe later on. As we got to wait for Rushy, as apparently he is bugged a little bit. But we're going to get him in soon enough. Yeah, so !ticket, !enter will, again, enter you into the thing. You can only buy one ticket. So you cannot buy Infernal tickets. You cannot buy 1,000 tickets. All of these things. But yes, this is the ultimate pack that gives you all 3 campaign missions, every co-op hero. You get some cosmetics as well. You don't get every pet in the game, but everything else. Yeah, the points are fake. Poriforian, it's something Extreme Element does. Points don't matter. You just get one ticket. !enter. It's unfortunately, I cannot change easily. I can't change the you failed message, as far as I can tell. So that is what it is. Rushy, we got him in. Awesome.
Yep, just got back.
We're gonna go into game number 4. Man, Emberfrost has been giving us some good games. And by the way, if you do just !enter and you get an error, that's because you've already entered. And if you like this Rushy guy who's talking with me, who's hanging out in chat here today, or hanging out casting with me today, he has his own Twitch, twitch.tv/RushySC. You should go follow him as well. If someone can do that shout out, a mod, that'd be awesome. But anyways, we're going to move into game number 4 here. Short Circuit, the other Matarino map in our current map pool. And Refresh is up 3-0. All right. Game 3, probably my single favorite Stormgate game that I have seen, at least on this patch. Early days, but maybe even just more than that one. It looked really good. We just have to see if Mana can do more than just play a really good game. Question now is whether he can take down Refresh at all. He's at 3-0 on the side of our Korean Inferno player.
I like the opening choices here for Mana. He's tired. He's tired of messing with this guy, getting into late games. It's not working out. So instead, he's just going to go for this early mech bay. I like that. I think this is about what he needs. He needs to punish his opponent who has been doing the literal same thing to him. Just taking a couple of units, getting across the map, just causing a whole lot of chaos and disrupting the opening flow. And this is probably his best opportunity to do so. Refresh started with a shrine first opening. Now, it's not super economically aggressive. It's went shrine into vault, but it's only one iron vault, so there's only going to be a single brute here, which means that opens up a lot of potential here for Mana to get some decent damage done.
But have you considered, Rushy, that 2 fiends are faster than a hedgehog?
It's true, but there's a lot of potential. I think maybe I'm wrong. Especially since the first initial meeting here, and that one fiend is already which is great for Mana. But now it becomes a game of management here, because you see that this hedgehog does fire at a fast speed right away because it can bank up to 4 of these missiles. But once it uses its full payload, it then goes into a consistent but much slower attack pace. So yeah, as he dives in, he can't stick around. He has to be able to let those missiles reload, and that's going to be Refresh's opportunity to get some of this harassment back in. So taking a little bit of damage here, it's not terrible, but it's something that he's going to have to be wary of. Oh, that was almost a complete surround here. All of those units are greased up like butter at this point, but now some of these fiends start to fall, and now Refresh is getting a little taste of his own medicine, BeoMulf.
That he is. And yeah, the Stormgate engine, securing surrounds is really hard. I swear, anything you're trying to surround, it's made of butter. It is so hard to get your hands on top, but now the gods are gonna be out a little bit more. And this is one of the, when you open 3 triple shrine like this off a single bolt, you're not gonna have conclaves that fast. You're not gonna have gaunts out enough to contest this. And now, by the way, Hedgehog up to level 1. Bonus HP, bonus damage, a little bit more range. The kite job becomes that much stronger. So like, this is, I mean, Mana behind this, he's got himself his natural. He's starting to probe that, or not probe, he's starting to go and servo that up a little bit. He's building up. I keep thinking I'm seeing Vulcans, but no, that's Brutes on the way. He's done a lot of damage to Refresh early on. Now again, Refresh is on triple shrines, so he can go and regenerate some of this. But even still, these 2 hedgehogs, these 3 hedgehogs have caused a problem. Is this hedgehog is not even going to go down. There's no, what's the new upgrade called? There's no Soulbrun chakrams. So no damage over time. That does make it actually a little bit easier to deal with these hogs. And now we're just kind of at this point where Mana is very content to sit here and put pressure on and listen to the gremlins slowly die, and they sound like an old man groaning. But yeah, at this point, this is impressive, and I think it's an early one. I think Refresh is just kind of dead here.
Yeah, this is really working out for Mana. He had to stick a little bit longer. He did lose that first hedgehog, and I think losing any forces you into sticking around to get additional damage, because it is an expense. I mean, you've got to get some Therium, you've got to get some units into a specific tech tree. It's not as simple as I'm going to build my first building. So any amount of damage loss for Mana is something he does have to recover, but he's done a really good job of navigating that. And because of all the pressure that he's pushed out, this is going to be a very rare Vanguard first Stormgate. So it could be an opportunity. I mean, a Faerun here would be incredibly strong and top up all of these units, and it would just be right back in Refresh's face if that happens. But we could also see a Soulforge as well. There's so many things that the Vanguard would love to make duplicate copies of. A Faerun here, though, I really like. And yep, exactly. Turning back to the top side of the map, this Faerun's going to top off these units, and they're going to become a force to be reckoned with.
That they will, but if you take a look here, I was trying to just track around in my head, count how many workers each side has. The income's actually pretty equivalent, despite all this damage. Mana is still in a great spot. He's up 25 supply. Of course, some of that is the Faerun. And taking down that Ritual Chamber is so impactful, because what it means is we're going to see, man, this Shroud Stone melts. It's a heavy structure. It's got the heavy tag. Hedgehogs do bonus damage to heavy. But Taking out the ritual chamber means no flaming imps, which was so useful in that game 1, I think it was, in the to force this all back. So useful to get soulbound chakrams to make sure that you can actually have damage that sticks over time. As it stands, that's not going to be there for a while. You got to rebuild it. That gives you more time for mana to continue this aggression. And now the shrine's about halfway done. This is a timer now. You have to commit into this right now, lest you lose your shrine. So he's gonna go do so. And the Faerun's just about out of energy. 15 energy, all that remains. So he's actually, the healing is gonna run out pretty soon. And it's just about right now, but the shrine goes down. And this is not like a celestial situation where you can build it up fairly quickly. Mana for the 20 supply lead, taking out a lot of these imps. There's gonna be the lash going in, not on the Faerun though, identifying that it's out of energy. Just trying to kill off as many of these cards as possible. And now chasing forward, but the Soulbrand Chakram is only about halfway done. Another hog will fall. And you know, even as bad as this is very bad. Mana might just win with this push. If Refresh is able to go and buy enough time, I mean, we've seen him come back from maybe not this bad, but we've seen him make some pretty cool comebacks.
Stormgate will activate
And now Soulbrand is done, but the third base is dead. And this is not a strat. I don't know. I think this is a Stormgate Rushy that's going to get contested all that much.
Yeah, it should just go to Mana. I think he should just turn and head that direction. But I understand why he wants to continue to put on this pressure, because if you allow Refresh to get back into the game, it can cause his own demise just because he is lax in the response of trying to keep his opponent on his toes. But I don't know that he's got a whole lot here. I mean, once these units get damaged up, they're going to get curse inflicted onto them because the soulbound chakrams are completed. And I was going to say, I think that should be the moment where he goes, nope, I don't have a fight here anymore. And as long as my opponent isn't able to easily fight on Shroud, I'm going to have the advantage. As he starts to add in Vulcan, he's going to be able to get some additional energy back onto this Faerun as it regenerates over time. But the addition of medtech are going to be very, very useful as well. And I personally think that the benefits from this Stormgate are going to be very, very impactful if he wants to continue moving forward in this game, because he's already taken care of the tech transfer. He's already going to get himself in a better position. He just has to wind up and swing again.
I think it depends on what it is. A Vile Lurker is a great option if you're trying to go, and you gotta be careful, right? Because the Vile Lurker does do friendly fire, and it's a mobile Atlas is effectively what it is. It does a lot of damage, not quite as much damage to units as an Atlas does. It's 70 versus 90, but it does 210 damage versus structures. It's incredibly good at breaking entrenched positions. As for now, a couple hogs will go down, but the Faerun just enough energy back to go and survive a little bit more. And Nanoswarm is done as well, so there's just so much healing on the side of this mech army. Now we do have flaming imps ready to go, looking for the explosion, not quite able to intercept. And now more imps coming down the backside as well. Look at this Refresh. Look at this. This is no world where this should be a defense, but he's gonna make it happen anyways. Vile Lurker's gonna fall down as well. And this Atlas, they're all falling down. Oh man, the flaming imp flank. He wipes Mana. Mana's still in a great spot, right? That is still economy that you're spending. But that was looking like it was going to be a game-ending push. And instead, he forces Mana back onto his side of the map. He's going to kill off a lot of these hedgehogs. This is a miracle fight from Refresh. And you got to back him now, I think. But he has bought himself so much from that one engage.
I mean, this puts it back in the game. The reality is Refresh now has an opportunity to wipe his opponent out with a 4-0 win in this series, and this is about the best moment he's had here in game number. Mana spent a lot of time really targeting down the Weavers, and I think that has been a little bit of it's a catch-22, right? You really want to isolate out the opportunity for Refresh to pick off some of your higher value units, your Vulcan, some of like the Faerun, and some of the additional Stormgate units. But at the same time, it's costing him so many of these hedgehogs, which he can't afford to lose. He needs this damage potential, especially with these brutes bearing down on his army. He's got Infernal Fury, and he's got to be able to hang on here. He's going to try and use the healing zone to keep himself in this engagement for a little bit longer, but I think as the Shroud gets pushed forward, there's going to be less opportunities here. Mana's just going to give up the Ghost. He's just losing all of these Hedgehog, and now suddenly this gives Refresh a chance to catch his breath. He's got his fourth base saturated here. He's getting up into the Demon Hoof Tremors in his Magmadons. That's going to be able to help him deal with the Vulcans of his opponent, and now he's going to be able to start going on the offensive if he wants to start targeting down this Stormgate.
It's all about this Harbinger drop that Mana was having to deal with in the main base as that fight happened. Mana had to go deal with it. It's a Harbinger. It's a bunch of Gaunts. They have, barely stays alive there. Because the moment you start losing servos, you start turning them into phantoms, and it snowballs really hard. So Harbinger drop went in. Mana had to go spend his attention on that one, which meant that the Hedgehogs were able to go down. Now, is this a horrible position for Mana? No, it still is not. He's on 5 bases. He's looking like he's getting up into a 6th. The economy is still a very good spot here for Mana, even though he kind of keeps losing these fights in the mid game. But Refresh, if he keeps doing this, that's what you're going to be looking for as he now comes flooding down the ramp, trying to get on top of these Hogs. Half his Gaunts, though. They're fighting the Stormgate. They're not fighting the armies of Flaming Imps. They're going to try to go in once again, converting some of these units into Phantoms. But the Flaming Imp, this last one's going to have to run away. Damage now getting pumped into this Tier 3 Stormgate once again. And Refresh, for now, continues to have to back up here. It's awkward fighting around the Stormgate. So you're just trying to find as much value as you can. The Shadow Flyer is kind of a waste here, only for the single Hornet. But now, Vulcan's getting at it in just a little bit more here. The Concave from Mana is delicious. But the Flaming Imps looking to find their way on top of the backside. Not nearly as impactful this time, because again, the splits, the tree splits are fantastic. And the Flaming Imps, left side, get a little bit more here, but Refresh is losing this one really badly. The drop on the left side looks like that was handled as well. The Harbinger is dead. So it's all about the fight in the middle. And while this Stormgate may actually not get claimed, I don't think there's enough time to get all the damage done. Mana has taken a beautiful fight around it. He's forced Refresh to fight into him. And it's just really cost-effective trades. Meanwhile, Mana's got his 5th base. He's got a 6th and 7th base going. So Flaming it's a little bit more. It's a good flank, but you don't want to target the Vulcans realistically. You want to get the rest of them. And the splits for Mana are just making that so difficult.
Oh, no, that was a great fight in the middle. You talked about the spread here. More Flame Imps trying to come in. They get a good connection with a good chunk of the army and clean up a majority of the Hedgehogs, but the Hedgehogs continue to be rallied in. Yeah, the Shadow Flyers, all they can do is watch as the carnage and the chaos on the ground unfolds in front of them. And as good as the Flame Imps are, they are guaranteed economical damage. So being used defensively here means that Mana is just accomplishing his goal, that he is going to get some economical damage done on this particular base. But I mean, it's a necessary evil at this point. It is going to force down a Vulcan retreat here. That one Vulcan had 1 HP left at that point, but a huge amount of repair coming down here by that Nano Swarm keeps it in the fight. And I think Refresh is on his final legs here. He just doesn't have enough to be able to respond here. Tier 1 units are not going to be enough to deal with the overwhelming power of these Vulcan as they continue to walk forward. More Flame on Imps do make good connections here, but I just don't know if there's going to be next to enough to really deal with this in the end.
Yeah, what we're really seeing right now is the lack of Molten Touch. No Tier 3 available. I don't think he ever got to it. Yeah, no, he did, but never was able to have the room, the opportunity to get Molten Touch. It meant those Nano Swarms kept these Vulcans alive so much longer. So Mana takes a map. We get to move on to game 5. That was, I wish this was a best of 9 Rushy, I think. We just forced him to play 7 games because like Refresh and Mana now are like really settling into the groove in this series. First couple games, whatever. But that one, yeah, that game on Ember Frost, this map here on Spark Station, these are turning into really good games.
Mm-hmm. Mana's a great player. I don't want anybody to think that Mana's any slouch at this game. I mean, he's been playing series since the inception a year ago. He's been taking care of nerds left and right. Like, this is a good series. It also just goes to say how good Refresh is. Like, he is an outstanding player as well. So we've got ourselves some good games coming up. We've got more good maps as well that'll play into both of these players. We've had our great Emberfrost game, but what are we jumping into? Black Spire Station for game 5.
I think Black Spire is, I don't know, it's hard to tell because I think Emberfrost is really cool. I think we've got a lot of really cool maps, but Black Spire gave me my single favorite moment of the last patch with the HYY bait on the Stormcaller. So I'm a little biased towards it, but It's a beautiful map. It's got a lot of tentacles everywhere. You know me, Rushy. I love meat. I love being able to talk about tentacles.
That is the thing I know about you.
As I made him step away from the computer just to be safe.
It's like, oh, don't want it to come my way.
Asperik, by the way, 5 gifted subs to the community. Stage Games, Frog on a Unicycle, Vape, Armageddon, Paul Wilson T. Thank you so much there, Asperik. Glad you're enjoying everything, because these games are good. People ask you, yeah, no, Klempe, here's the problem. I am the ultimate mod. You cannot call mods on me. That's how that works. I have the power heroes. We're going to move into game number 5. Mana on the comeback trail. All right, Rushy. Game 5, Blackspire. It's a map with 4 Stormgates, not 5. It's got some really cool, I think this is technically the Arculus. It's got some really cool, different doodads all across the map. Important to point out, by the way, because someone, I remember, I think it was Refresh was playing on this map. He tried to go and mess around with these trees. These trees are not interactable. They're just doodads. They're not like actual trees. So important to point out, but it's a pretty map, Rushy.
Yeah, I like it. I'm just kind of like cruising the outside edge here. Like it's very pretty light blue. I'm all for it. Oh, we got a wreckage in the top left. Oh, sad.
Rusty, you cannot ban channel owners. That is actually impossible. As Tiska75, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub as well. And if you like Rushy, by the way, on the other side of this guy also streams. So stop what you're doing right now. And if you're watching this on YouTube, stop what you're doing right now. Go over to his channel. Go subscribe to his channel too. Twitch.tv/RushySC. Means that he finally streams some. Been a while. If enough people come in and sub while he's offline, surely he's going to come back.
I was streaming last week.
Yeah, but like,
it hasn't been that long.
It has been over 1 hour.
That's fair. That is quite a long time in the internet.
Yeah, if it's just forgotten who you, everyone's forgotten about you already. Like, who is this guy?
I was never notable. But
technically not true. You do have notability in both Stormgate and the StarCraft 2 Liquipedia pages.
That's so true. He's so right. Ugh, I just wanted him to say it out loud. Got him.
I've been mind gamed.
It's a rare moment for me to mind game you. Usually it's so I'm grateful for the opportunity.
I am. You know what? Sometimes we got to give the people what they want. People were talking about it was Joe's. It was like the Stormgate was Joe, and I'm like, okay, I know what they're going for here. Who's Joe? And they all got so excited. I'm like, you know what? Sometimes you just got to give the people what they want.
Okay, we have returned back to the first 3 games forms here for both players. I like that Mana is playing a little bit more defensively. It's a little more active in the defense here, and being able to use this hedgehog to chase those fiends away. Yes, absolutely what you want to see if you're the Vanguard player. So it's not an overwhelmingly crazy opening one way or the other. We are going to get a second mech bay, which again is not crazy. It's going to get us into more hedgehog play once again, but Refresh is often a good start. Getting this gaunt count kind of put together. He's getting an additional conclave to help support that. But the best part, it's the chakrams that are on their way. The Soul Brand chakrams that are going to allow for curse. That's what was missing really in game number 4 for Refresh. So being able to be on the map with an opportunity to inflict curse, gonna put him in a better position, but I don't know if it's gonna give him the opportunity to be able to contest this Stormgate.
We're gonna have to see. For now, it is 2 hogs, as the Lancer's gonna have to run back. So 2 hogs don't really kill this all that quickly, or I guess claim it, destabilize it, stabilize it, whatever it is, all that quickly. And especially with the effigy getting dropped, you have to be careful. Hogs don't like to be cursed, right? That bonus damage when you're sitting here at like only 230 HP, it does matter. But he's doing a pretty nice job of kiting this out. And I don't know how much. No, he's on 3. Never, what am I? He's on 3 shrines. He should have enough energy to get to leave these up pretty consistently. But for right now, this is actually, Rushy, starting to feel like a Stormgate that is going to get drawn. It's still a nice dive in there on the effigy. It does feel like it feels like we're at a point where it's going to be very difficult for anyone to claim it, but Mana's units are low, and Refresh is doing a good job of getting a lot of, so Refresh is going to get the first Stormgate. There we go. Mana is not able to claim it this time, but does have 3 bases going. He's going up to 5 mech bays. He's going to be building a lot of hogs, and it works out pretty well.
And I'm super glad that they nerfed the Faerun a little bit. Before this patch, the Faerun just had infinity energy and was able to provide so much support for armies. So still very strong, still like a useful, tangible goal to fight for, but definitely in a better place. But this is still going to be a very scary push if Refresh wants to get across the map. I think he could. I think he's got what he would need to be able to put down pressure, especially with no Vulcans just yet. But it is going to be 4 mech bay production of hedgehogs, which is kind of interesting. I don't know if Mana really has the economy to afford that right now. And it's definitely not the case. Like, he just doesn't have any cash. He's able to rock 3, but 4 is a bit of a stretch. So instead, it's now going to be an exchange of map positioning. So both players are going to try and get a little sense of what's happening here. The 4th base setup for Refresh is going to get denied. Should? No, he's going to leave it with 9. He's going to leave it with 1. Mana, you were so close. You just didn't get enough in time. So it's still going to be a weak target. So that's not going to be something that Refresh can just ignore. He is going to have to deal with that at this point. But a Harbinger is going to come out and is going to be able to provide some additional pressure and coverage one way or the other. The 4th base is now going down for Mana. And transonic rockets are going to make these hedgehogs better, but there's got to be a transition to Mana.
I mean, this late game Vanguard army can be very strong when you start to get to Vulcans and things like that. But for right now, just trying to chase on top, drop a bunch. It's flaming imps inside. Well, they're not flaming just yet. That's a very nice pick here on the Hellborn, taking some of these big beefy units down. But this man, this flank is so cool. And technically, you can do it in an even more interesting way. If you get seismic slam, just stun everything. The charge up time is long. It's hard to pull off, but it can work out as a flaming imp. The flank's going to show up here. There's nowhere for them to go. They're all trapped into a corner. He's just going to blow them sky high, and Mana's going to lose pretty much his entire army, which is exactly what you're looking for. You can go kill a base. You can go kill off a lot of workers. You can go kill a bunch of hedgehogs, but we are getting back a little closer to production, and the numbers are still decently high as we're going to see the medtech get lashed in. It's going to go get stunned up, running away, healing itself back up, and should be fine. This army, a Weaver can apparently just walk on top of this platform. That's a thing.
That too.
I mean, Weaver at one point did have cliff lock. I don't think it does anymore, so not sure what's up with that one, but hey, Weaver, you can just it's floating above the air. I don't know what's happening here, but the Faerun is going to get taken down. That is something. Man, this Weaver just looks so funny.
Yeah, it doesn't actually exist. It's just a figment of his opponent's imagination. I didn't know we got hallucinations in this game. Let's go.
Oh, it does. And now second Flaming Imp Drop's going to go right on top of the heads here of everyone. And you just got to run away. Flaming Imp exploding. Actually not going to land all that well for the time being. The splits are solid. Mana, of course, seasoned StarCraft 2 player, but this timing is just too strong. It feels like the 4th base is going to get taken down. It's only hedgehogs. There are no Vulcans until right now, so there's not a lot of splash damage to deal with this. It's just all on this Master Bears. The Vulcan's going to get lashed in, but no ramparts available, so no shield. And this is just, Refresh hits the timing, hits the gritty, as the children say, goes up 4-1, wins this best of 7, the lion's share of our $500 prize pool, and Mana gonna have to fight for second in the final match of the day. Weavers should be able to hit air units, Rushy.
You would think so, but then Colossi should also hit air units.
I mean, I think Protoss players would be very happy with that one.
They would. They would love that. They'd be eating. They'd be eating good.
They would be consuming. But this was Mana.
No, that's true. They don't have mouths. Can't get into that. That'll take us down a rabbit hole.
Sorry?
No, nothing. You're good.
Oh, no. Anyways, we got to run some ads so we don't run them in game. And we got one more series. Maybe 2 if I can convince... find an actual winner's match, but probably not. One more series between Mana and Snockstar to determine Who gets second place? Who gets third? Who gets fourth? We already have our winner. So for now, bit of a break. When we're back, more games, more Stormgate, maybe more Rushy.
But are we going to get that same interaction here? It's one of the best matchups, in my opinion, right now, seeing Infernal versus Vanguard. We're getting set up into very early mech bay. So we'll get a chance to see some Hedgehogs. Probably. Yeah, we got Hedgehog on the production tab.
Vanguard player, probably, again, the strongest. I don't think I'm too crazy to say the strongest Vanguard player in this tournament. And he's gonna, if anyone knows exactly how to deal with this Hedgehog nonsense, it is gonna be him. All right, he is the one that has that more than anything else. He's been playing against it. He knows what kills him. So for now, the answer is elusive.
Speed until you get that Reaper's Rush out onto the map. These Gaunts are just not going to be able to trade very well, and neither of these units have their speed upgrade at this point. And it's going to be Flame On Imps that are going to be moved out right now here by Refresh. An interesting direction to head as
on top of the Faerun, so that should die. Yeah, it's going to tick down to the very end. That's a Phantom. And that is already fairly nice here as the Weaver continues to move forward. You get it for the lash. You're not getting it for the damage as much because Hedgehog's 230 HP, 23 damage a hit. It's not horrible, but you really are getting set up in mining. It has been for a while for Mana. So this economy that Refresh has, it's not enough to support the Flaming Imps that he's committed himself into.
Well, and it's going to be the production as well, because right now it's Refresh that's locked into 2 Conclave and 1 Iron Vault, and yet finishing on
Flaming
site.
Imps.
So those are going to be units that are getting in. Flame On Imps are going to be able to get out there, but will they be able to connect? No, those Hedgehog are going to say, see you later, and try and outrun things. Beo, I don't know if they're going to be able to catch up.
They're trying. There's going to be 1. All right, Flaming Imps. God, these last for First Stormgate went the way of Mana. Now you got a couple Weavers. They do 200 damage a hit to this Stormgate, so they actually do a very nice job of taking things down. And now when we're looking at 4 Conclaves, this is a decent concave of Gaunts. You're going to be able to go take that out. So second Stormgate is going to go the very nice way to just lock your opponent into place. You blink behind him, you serve them, you really treat them as a bit of a, like a bit of a body block there. But now, well, they thought about blinking into the high ground, and looks like they will do so. So that's going to force a bit of a trade here. Mana will be able to go take the Tribute Pyre on the left. As Repair's not there, Mana not paying attention until he is. Blink is on cooldown for quite a while, though, and looks like these Void Prowlers are going to have to run away into the line of sight blocker and back out to the low ground, where they're going to find some med techs. But the healing looks like that's also not going to be enough. So the Void Prowlers, they force Mana back.
Lashes here from the Weaver. They can't spend their time out in front, though, because once those lashes are gone, like you said, those are not as useful. A beautiful use of those Flame On Imps. I'm being converted here, BeoMulf. Maybe there's some magic to these units here, as that upgrade is providing him an incredible amount of leverage on this position here. And now
Lash taking down a lot of these Vulcans. You dash in, you can actually buffer that, by the way. You can dodge the Lash, but Mana's not quite able to pull it off. And then you bring him in there, and then all of a sudden the Flaming Imps just blow everything up. Burst beats healing. And certainly that's what Refresh is showing us in this game 1 as it goes up 1-0 in this best of 7.
Ooh. Okay. The Fiends are going to be able to dance around and create. And eventually there's going to be overcharge that that will be able to clear this back out in a way, but obviously really don't want to just.
And this one here is like, yeah, you know, as the mech bay is going to get, man, I think we have like 5 or 6 dead servos from the just early little bit of Fiend harass. It is a problem that Mana is struggling to deal with this, unfortunately. It's making his life much more difficult as another servo goes down. And anyway, talking about this, you push through.
Visually a lot more striking to follow. So yeah, trying to deny that is about all he can do. Not going to be able to make that happen. So that first Stormgate does get procced here. We haven't seen a Soul Forge yet in this series, and it's going to continue that way. It's going to be a creeping horror for Refresh this time around. And now it's called Don't Tell Me. I will find that machine someday in my lifetime. Oh, there it is. It's the Transonic Rockets. Of course, I knew that. But I agree with you. It's going to be a dive in here, but he's going to try and trade out the momentum for that Stormgate, and he's just not even going to be able to do that. So he does have to back up, because if he loses all the... that's a good question. I don't think so. I mean, there's a lot of Refresh that aren't taking damage right now, but oh my gosh, this is So much dead positioning here for Mana. Those Necrolytes are going to go up and destroy themselves on the buildings. You can see just how additional curse to these hedgehogs. And with the creeping horror still in the map, BeoMulf, I mean, these fast units don't have any position power, and that's going to force him to tap out. GG is called, and the Vanguard player has not found good footing here in this series. He falls down 0-2 to the Infernal player.
Welcome back, friends. Rushy's camera continues to not work, but Rushy continues to be here as he needs to join the lobby. He had 7 minutes.
I'm here. I did it. Hooray for me.
All right. By the way, this will be a best of 5, not best of 7, because Mana does have to go soon, which is unfortunate, but tis what tis. This is the final match of the day. Scarlet Isle is map number 1. All right, we actually didn't do vetoes. Mana said he didn't care. So, best of 5, map number 1, Infernal and Vanguard once again, which I think is definitely giving us, it's the most mature matchup. It's giving us our best games thus far, and game 1 is ready to go. All right. Now, ready to go. Okay. Spawning in the bottom side of the map here on Scarlet Isle. His name is Snockstar.
And in the top of Scarlet Isle here, the red Vanguard player, this Mana.
Mana.
Do.
Elmo's World.
We keep going the wrong direction.
I considered going on the same direction as you. You gave me the setup.
I did.
I was like, hey, you know, I can do that. And then I'm like, nah.
Nah. Ah, got him. Pranked.
It's more fun like this.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of curious and perplexed as to the direction of this series. It's going to be best of 5, so there will be some importance in the maps that get called here, but a map that is quite tall and has a rather long rush distance, we'll call it that. And Snockstar is opening up Iron Vault Conclave after the Shrine. That should be kind of an interesting first battle here for Stormgates, but does Mana... Okay, there's Mana's barracks. I was like, Mana doesn't even have a first barracks up yet. Yes, he does. And he's also getting Therium alongside it, so it's gonna be hedgies.
It's a bit awkward, right? So this map in particular, you have one base on the right side of the main base, one base on the left side of the main base. Infernal structures build a lot slower if they're off Shroud. So you want to use your first 2 effigies because you spawn with 50 energy, that's 2 effigies. You want to use your first 2 effigies to get your natural up. Bring it in from the main. What that means is that you can't go for a quick third base on this map in any way sort of efficient play. So you go, you get the natural up, that gives you enough effigies to go be able to get your third base up. It kind of, based on the map geometry, does kind of slow down any sort of like triple shrine play. If this was, say Short Circuit or something, a little bit easier to go and get set up. But for now, that's what we're looking at, is a scout is made. Trying to see what's happening. Seems like these fiends are far more efficient scouts than any scout that might otherwise exist. And look at how Mana's expanding, by the way. He's doing the good old Terran thing. He's expanding directly to his opponent because he knows his rally will theoretically defend any sort of aggression. And, you know, when we talk about Harbingers dropping into this base, that can often be very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to go about it, is just remove the challenge altogether. You could just get back there and fortify it with a bunch of sentry posts. And honestly, like, why just you know that you want to be towards your opponent anyways. You want your production up front. Why waste the resources and just cut the middleman out? So I don't hate this. I like this from Mana. I think it's a smart choice. It is going to prevent him from really putting a whole lot of aggression onto this first Stormgate, but the reality is Snockstar doesn't have that much either. So I think maybe 3 hedgehogs could dance with this a little bit. Part of me wonders if it's just going to prompt like one person steps into the ring that everybody can see, and maybe that'll prompt the engagement. But it is quite interesting that neither player really rushed out to meet that first Stormgate.
Yeah, really, it's a product of the map. right? You're going to go, this is a map that does kind of give you 3 bases for free, even if, as we talked about, a little bit awkward with how the Inferno wants to take it. So if you're going for quick 3rd base, maybe you're not going to try to be on the map as quickly. Now, it does take a while for the Vanguard player to go take this first Stormgate. A little bit easier with a couple Fiends or a couple Brutes, kind of just do a little bit more damage per second because, you know, because of how just Hedgehog damage works and how backloaded it is into versus heavy. But there's our Power Stone, and Power Stones, if you get this, go get a Vulcan. Like, I think that is your play, although as it's funny, I said, yes, Vulcan. Well, it's going to be a Hedgehog, and I'm a little surprised here. I think Vulcan, like Power Stoning a Vulcan, is the singular best option to put into Avatar form with how much it scales with attack speed.
Yeah, but I kind of like the ability to be really aggressive here up front. He's got a couple of Lancers to body block at the front, and suddenly this becomes a pushing point. I think Snockstar's done a really good job of dropping the Tribute Pyres in the spots that he has, so he's got decent coverage. And I do like that these Gremlins do a little bit of range damage as well. That's a nice change. I know that's not like a recent change, but recent enough in the past couple of patches, so kind of a cool little balance moment here. Oh, he thought about it. Mana thought about diving up into the main base just to see what was there, but I think it's smart that he didn't. Infernal Fury is now done, so this army is going to have to be careful that it doesn't just get charged down and defeated. But a lot of little stutter step micro here keeps these Hedgehogs in the battle. It's starting to get veterancy onto these units, which is going to make them stronger, and that Avatar would benefit from a lot of additional boosts if it can get it.
What I don't know, and if someone in chat knows that has been kind of experimenting with this a little bit more, I don't know if Avatar form attack speed impacts how often your rockets recharge. Because like, it's one thing to be able to like get out your full salvo rockets every 0.2 seconds instead of every 0.3 seconds, but the big kind of DPS issue with, for lack of a better term, with Hedgehogs is that, you know, they have to go and they have to get their rockets back. And that's why I'm like, yeah, man, Hedgehog, sure, it's a little bit more HP, a little bit more range, a little bit more energy regen, a little more attack speed, but it's just not great. And now let's drop on the other side. There is a sentry post there, so I don't know how much this is going to get done, especially with the overcharge. But Mana is not reacting to this. He's not bringing his army out there. He's just running onto the other side of the map. Sentry post is going to try to take this Harbinger down. Okay, the army's trapped here, but it's still the entire production, all the eco going down. And now, I don't like this decision. Mana's now running back. He's like, oh, I guess I got to deal with this now, but it's only after you lost everything, Mana. It's not, it's very awkward decision-making from our Polish Vanguard player in this game one.
It's a force into the engagement at the Stormgate, because right now, he's got a Vulcan back there that should be able to clean that up theoretically, but this is a really difficult fight here. The Vulcan of this army does get pulled in by the Weaver. A couple of Hellborn here are also going to make this complicated. Amana just does not have the position nor the manpower here. The Stormgate's going to fall to Snockstar. Snockstar's going to be able to push things forward, and only barely has Mana dealt with the damage on that top corner base. Instead, it's just going to be mitigating damage, using those Void Prowlers to jump forward here and continue to force the engagement. Mana cannot get away. He's just not fast enough to retreat, and unfortunately, the retreat means that his forward pushed base is now going to be in primary target for Snockstar's army. So now he's going to be forcing the engagement. But man with gun, BeoMulf, we all know what man with gun can do for a human faction.
Yeah, especially with these servo overcharges as well as that. We're going to see the Weaver just get targeted down before the last can complete, so the Vulcan stays safe. And now that the boys are pulled here, I guess the robotic children, something, the servos are pulled as they run across the map, but that overcharge is going to be done soon. And once that overcharge is done, they start to move much slower, so about 8 seconds. But for now, building a habitat, I thought this was going to be a sentry post, but no, it's for the, for the rampart for the Vulcan here, just to be able to tank at the front lines. Mana thinks he might be able to push through with this one with the Repair-O-Matic with the shield here on top of the Vulcan, eating a lot of that initial attack. And this is before the big upgrades from Snockstar, right? No Molten Touch, no Miasma, nothing like that. He's trying to push it. He's got Quick Draw Hustle here, and the Man with Gun, he talked about it, doing a really nice job. But Miasma's going to be done soon. Problem is, there really is only one Hex. It does not have the energy required. There's going to be another shield going forward on top of the Vulcan. And I think Mana might have done it here. He's been able to shove through this base that much. Absolutely sure. Forsaken Trap does damage, but it's not enough. And now they're on top of all of the Hellborn. This is the expensive underbelly of this army. This is the anti-heavy part of this army that deals with a lot of these Vulcans. And taking them down, it matters quite a bit. But Molten Touch is now done here. And we're waiting for another Sentry Post for the repair. This army of Mana starting to bleed out a little bit.
I love the use of the med station here just to be able to heal up these units. It's a delicate back and forth of what units do I want to try and repair. Do I want to repair the Vulcan with a Repair-O-Matic? Do I want to heal up the bio units with the med station? It's a delicate dance here as these Hellborn are going to start targeting down the buildings. Those are still rather delicate here. A big pull on that Vulcan. That's going to go down, and that's a huge chunk of this army that was really soaking up a lot of the damage and the focus. So now these X's are going to be way exposed. They are now the source of problem here for Snockstar, and there's enough of this army left to try and quell this down. I mean, it's just largely servos at this point. The exo count is, it's dangerously low. Both of these players making the most of every single action that they have, but Mana's gonna have to step back. He can just retreat though. He doesn't have to go all the way back. There's a flat cannon available. That med station can still be used to support this very, very bare bones army, but I think Snockstar is going to have the defender's advantage. He's just going to be able to run too many units in to reinforce.
Yeah, if this was any other map, you'd probably be fine, but the rush distance here on this map is so low. But we're going to see another shield go down on top of this Vulcan. It's 1,000 HP. It's very hard to go and cut through. So that's the time you're looking for. It's going to get stunned up once again. And yeah, the med station's gone. The med techs are still here trying to target down these Weavers as much as possible. Another dash in. Vulcans continue to add into this fight. The Miasma's here. Finally, we have enough energy to make that happen. And that's when these light units pop. That's when all the units go down. That singular Miasma, this Hexen, buying time, rallying into things, and now Mana, somehow he's still up in supply. He's still on 4 bases. And this game is not over, but that big rally, that big parade push running across the map, its back has been broken.
Oh, it's the fact that he was able to hang on to that top right base. That actually is the backbone right now, holding Mana up in this game. He was able to get pushed far forward enough to deal some economic damage to his opponent, and he was able to mitigate his own. So now in response, he's able to pressure out this Stormgate. He should be able to, I think he's going to be able to take it uncontested. There's just way too much risk here for Snockstar to try and push it.
Does he have enough damage though? This is going to tap out in about 15 seconds or so.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I don't think he kills this. Yeah, he's not going to have enough damage, so he's going to back up. That is the tier 3 Stormgate unclaimed. Did he, who got the tier? Yeah, no, so that was even with the damage buff. Snockstar got the tier 2.
Yeah, I hadn't looked at the timer on that, but honestly, like preventing the Infernal player from getting to it can also be a win in some way. So not able to capitalize on a further win, but yeah, look at the supplies, 146 to 124. They are slowly starting to separate, and Snockstar has had to invest a decent amount of his money and his production cycle into getting imps, which is not that terrible here. Drop's going to try and leverage a little bit more damage. It's going to be more of a miasma focused drop instead of just using gaunts, but it's still got to find some tangible damage here. Snockstar's not out of the woods, and Mana still needs to find a way to leverage this out. But look at the production tab for Snockstar. There's nothing. There's no buildings. There's no units that are really being brought onto the map right now. I really feel like he's starting to feel the crunch of his economic downfall.
He's got Elder Shrine done. I mean, we already knew that, right? He's got himself Molten Touch, but he's got that Elder Shrine. That's something as a bottle. He's going to find himself a decent amount of servos in this main base. They're not mining. Not really, but we're going to see, okay, Forsaken Trap is going to be the answer. No Miasma. It doesn't quite have enough the energy for it, I think, but it'll be forced off for now as that's the second Tier 3 Stormgate getting started. Mana pushing through the middle of the map here as this drop tries to find this outlying base. It's got itself a sentry post, which is okay. The Repair Medic doing a nice job. There we go. Fight on the left side or on the right side. That's going to go take this base down. That's going to be a kill, not a cancel. A couple more of these Shroud Stones get taken down as the drop not really being dealt with. But the big thing here, the Tier 3 Stormgate looks like it will be claimed by Snockstar, but at what cost? Because the army of Mana is backstabbing and diving into this fourth base after killing the Finn. And the question, is there something in this Stormgate that's going to be done? For now, the Flaming Imps get a really nice impact on Mana. He's going to get forced back. So he's not going to lose the base. And something coming out of this Stormgate is more hexes getting added in. Miasma's there ready to go. It's going to be the Swarm Mother. Just a blade of armor. All these Swarmlings are going to run forward. They're going to just eat shots. And without any Atlases on the field, very difficult to deal with. So the Swarmlings move forward. Army on the right. This is a nice fight here. The spells are not getting cast. Vulcans are starting to shred everything. This, on the right side, fantastic. But on the north side of the map, the Mana in a very awkward position. The Vulcan, without any evacs, does not do what it needs to do. And even though you win the fight on the right side here, Miasma goes down, finds some value Flaming Imps, not getting a lot. But again, it's this fight elsewhere. Mana is, I didn't notice this at the time, he's sitting here on 2,000 resources. His economic, his macro fell apart in this late game, unfortunately. And he does not, despite having 2,000 Luminite, has nothing to spend it on.
If he was able to get more of these barracks of producing Lancers, he would have something to kind of shove this down because he's protected just enough of his army to be able to jump on top of this underbelly. But that's all that it's going to come down to, and there's just not that much left. And what little bit of production that Mana has is out towards the front. That's going to fall apart here rather quickly. It's a few of these units being rallied off to the right-hand side to try and sacrifice a little bit of the economy, but right now that's not the issue. Mana's problem is he can't build things fast enough to deal with this army. So now he's got a few Exos here that are going to try and come in on the right-hand side, but a well-placed Miasma is going to force those back. They just can't afford to stick around, especially not when inflamed imps are going to come in and flame on all over these valuable, very fragile armies. And I think that the Swarm Mother is going to finally do her thing. She will be swarming. The imps have been brought up offensively. How many times can we say that the workers have been brought offensively? It's not even pulling the boys at this point. We're just entering the imps into the equation.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, right? Because this army, if Mana hits his transitions properly, and I think part of the problem was he just really was not, I think he was only mining at like 4 Therium for a lot of that and flaming it, or sorry, those are Swarmlings, but there's, at this point the game's over. Mana, once you start fighting against this mass Miasma style, right? You get a lot of hexing on the map. You start to hit this point where you really need evac Atlas. Because they can go and win the range battle, they can just hex and like to clump up a little bit, you can take them down. And he just didn't get there. He was only mining on, I think, like very little Therium, especially once the drop in the main happened. So is 1,000 Luminite, not a lot of Therium, not able to make the transition, and Snockstar takes game number 1. There we go. Yeah, I think this is one of those games where it's just, you get a little more Therium, you're a little bit more efficient with your mining, and it actually works out very nicely. You're able to go and you're able to hit those transitions a little bit faster, and you know, you do what you need to do. Snockstar is up now 1 game 2-0. We're gonna see what happens in game number 2. There's the map. What do you think it is, Rushy? What's the map here?
Oh,
Emberfrost.
We're going to Emberfrost, baby?
Yes, please.
I sure hope so.
Emberfrost makes me happy. It's a gorgeous map. It's a really pretty map. And it's given us a really good game already today.
Yeah, it's just fun to see how these maps get fleshed out, and we can see the creative side, the tactical side of the players actually utilizing the map. It's just cool. I really enjoy seeing what the community can come up with. It's fun looking to a part of my brain that I don't use, but I know that other people use it to their fullest extent.
100%. As I see people saying, yeah, Snockstar just looked a little bit more comfortable in the late game. I think that's fair. I think Mana also thought he had a very real shot of winning that game with his push. And then when you like really commit hard to a push and it doesn't quite work, the game gets awkward. And then it really relies on a lot of like game knowledge. Like, are you familiar with how this works? Are you used to how this works? And that's where Snockstar has just played a lot more games in Stormgate over his lifetime. So it makes a little sense there. Game two of Rushy. Game 2 is ready Rushy. And it's Emberfrost. Here we go.
Yo, we're jumping in. It's cold, it's hot. It's Emberfrost here for game number 2. Mana on the verge. I think maybe not once, but twice. On the verge of pushing down his opponent, Snockstar, to win game number 1. Snockstar just had a resiliency in his engagements that just could not be broken. He had so many moments that he was able to navigate a difficult situation, early game harassment, some engagements that didn't quite go his way, harassment that didn't work for him, and was able to withstand the test of time. And you know what, BeoMulf? He did it all, no dragon. It was all dragonless.
In fairness, he never could afford the dragon. His economy was shattered the entire time. I'm just having a lot of fun, by the way. I know you're talking about, oh, what happened last game and what could he have done different or what happened. I'm just like, there's a little guy in a cave staring at me. A very scary little flaming eyes, right south of the north, not Moonwell, the north Wellspring.
Oh my gosh, scooch up a little bit and look at his little teeth.
Oh, Matarino, this is your magnum opus. This is your magnum opus right here. It is, it's my favorite part of the map. The eyes just like, peekaboo, hi. It's like my cat, right? When she's not allowed into a room and she's trying really hard. And you just got to see like the face under the door a little bit, like desperately trying to get in.
It also is giving me, I've seen like on TikTok, the video sticking my phone camera into the couch to see if my cat's lurking there. And you know the cat's going to be there the moment the video pops up, but the phone goes in and it's just like, whoop, there it is. Pair of eyes.
As Fiends do win the battle in the Scout War. So they're kind of interesting, actually. We've seen 2 scouts get made by Mana. I'm wondering if this is kind of a math thing. So it's 16 damage against, well, actually not 16 damage versus workers because they don't have the light tag anymore. But kind of curious here whether there's some math there that is useful for him to work out. But as it stands, couple scouts, got a hog. Game continues, third base on the way. Yeah, you know, it's Emberfrost. It's a macro map. We're not going to have a lot of explosion through the first 3 or 4 minutes. Everyone, a little harassed. Maybe these fiends can get something done, but this is primarily like a second Stormgate and onwards type of game.
Dimensional rift.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just don't know if I, like, from a tactical standpoint, it's such a risk. It's such a risk to just constantly give that up because you can put yourself at a disadvantage. Like if they grab a Soul Forge, you get a Soul Forge for an Infernal player, you're going up against 2 dragons at some point in the game. And it is I don't know, it's a high risk with like a medium reward, in my opinion. So it'll be interesting to see if that meta changes over time. If we start to see maybe some more dedicated builds. Oh, this is very bold. This was a little bit more brave than I would have cared for him to be, but he is able to retreat in time here. This is going to be Snockstar claiming this. There should be more than enough damage for the Infernal player to grab that in, and that is going to be the case. But now we are going to see a Faerun, and that's going to turn into some pretty deep aggression. And I don't know. It's a tough situation. It's hard to know exactly what the best case scenario is for this game, but I definitely know right now Mana's going to have to play on the back foot.
He will, but I mean, attacking into a Vanguard that has sentry posts, that has servo overcharge, I'm not sure I buy it. Not at this stage of the game, not the position that Mana's in. I don't think that Snockstar was going to be able to break him. Based on maybe if you have Infernal Fury, but this is a 6-minute Infernal Fury. This takes a lot longer. So from that perspective, Mana fights a little bit, doesn't really lose anything, got his third base up on time. And I legitimately do think that in some games, and I think specifically for Vanguard. Now, I'm going to preface this by saying I haven't played a lot of 1v1 on this patch yet. I've been diving into the campaign. But I think Vanguard, it makes a lot more sense for them to just kind of give the first Stormgate and play for the second because of A, the quality of rewards, and B, often, maybe not this game, but often you'll see Infernal players overcommit to the first Stormgate, and then their tech isn't where it needs to be for the second Stormgate. And then you got a couple Vulcans or something, and life can be pretty happy. But for now, a bunch of Hedgehogs are going to show up onto the other side of the map, looking to target down these Tribute Pyres. And I do want to point out, as we're going to see the Tribute Pyre die, I really enjoyed how Refresh was playing with his Tribute Pyres in that last series. Because he was not just using them, keeping them on Shroud, putting them on bases. He was using them to expand his Shroud. He was dropping them all over the map as vision, as something you can kind of start spreading Shroud off of. And it made the map, and like it filled the map very quickly with this map control that he was looking for.
And that's something that Snockstar is doing a lot less of. And it's not necessarily a requirement, right? I mean, we think about that in StarCraft 2 with like Zerg Creep. It's almost a necessity to be able to deal with that. Oh, as these units are just going to get completely cornered off. It's not the entirety of the army, but that is an expensive loss here for mana, that these units getting caught out of position. Well, and the Hedgehogs are going to just fly their way in here as well. I really don't know. I don't know if that was part of the grand design there, but now we've got Hedgehogs that really haven't found a whole lot of damage, that are dealing with their own positioning issues. That's going to be challenging to try and figure out here. Oh, that's just going to put mana down so far. Oh, that's a difficult loss to endure here. And now you're going to have to wind up and prepare for the follow-up push. Snockstar is going to have a lot of opportunity. You know, it might just turn into aggression on that Stormgate, and that would be just fine, all things considered. But there's a Harbinger on the map. Mana knows that there's a Harbinger. He's going to have to find a way to deal with this split proxy aggression, and behind it, it's more and more tech from Snockstar. Miasma, Molten Touch, it's all underway for the Infernal player.
Yeah, the problem with that as well is, granted, Snockstar didn't really commit to this super hard, but Overcharge only lasts for 40 seconds. So by forcing the Overcharge early, it did mean that you just kind of wait a second and the follow-up could be really strong. And for now, though, decent amount of Hedgehogs here. Hellborn on the high ground. Molten Touch not done yet, and Hellborn don't do splash damage anymore. So they're great against heavy units, and you would like to target down the medtechs, but please, camera, target down the medtechs. But yeah, against Hedgehogs, they're only okay. It does seem, though, that Snockstar will be able to go and secure this second Stormgate, just not quite claiming it just yet to force mana into a little bit longer of a fight. But that Stormgate's going to get claimed soon. He's got enough army to kind of fight both in second Stormgate. Now here, please just get the Necrolyte, put him in the Harbinger, but no, okay, it's going to be Void Prowlers. That's fine. It's really nice to be able to just jump behind the army and body block them in. I'm not sure he needs that, but it is a tool that's now available to him. He's going to force mana back once again. Void Prowlers are going to find this extra base where all the servos are going to fall down. So mana back on 3 bases functionally. He's losing that 3rd base. Hellborn look exposed though, Rushy. Hedgehogs dive on top of them, and that's going to be very nice here for mana.
That was about the best case scenario there to shut down this push. But again, it's going to come at a cost here. Mana's going to lose out on that 4th base in its entirety. There is still a lot of push potential here with these Void Prowlers that are going to be able to jump up into the main base. So that's going to be units that are very exposed, that will be tough to reinforce here without leaving the front line open. And you've still got one Hellborn able to work away at that front line. Snockstar able to separate his supply count against his opponent. Mana having a difficult time. He deals with the aggression in the main base, but once again, at what cost? It cost a base, it cost more workers. It's not down and out of it just yet, but the tech continues to roll forward for Snockstar, and with a dragon on the production tab, it's going to start looking very difficult for Mana to really get some secure footing in this game.
He does have his 4th base on the way once again. He is able to deal with the Void Prowlers, but yeah, it's an economic problem. It's an infrastructure problem, but he is able to hold on, right? If you look at the supply, it's within 15. He's getting a system shock up. And we're at this position right now where a lot of Snockstar's income is locked. 750 is locked away for the next 45 seconds or so with his dragon on the way. So The numbers look good for Snockstar, and they are, but he's going to lose his base on the north side. That is a kill, not a cancel, as a couple fiends try to go on the run by. It's not really going to accomplish all that much. So this army of Snockstar, despite, you know, having this decent trade, is looking very small as Miasma's going to go try to get on top. Of course, that does 10x damage. It's 20 damage a second against all of these hedgehogs when you're staying inside of it. If you're not, it's just a curse. But it is a very nice tool to deal with these rather small units. It's not quite as much technically the old, and I'm talking like 6 months old. Miasma would have done 23 damage a second to these hedgehogs because it was 10%, but still doing 20 damage a second is very solid against these kind of clumped up units. And that buys the time now, Rushy. The dragon is out. Hogs are going to have to be the answer.
A Stormgate has appeared.
And it's unfortunate that I think it's going to be a difficult answer, a very, very flimsy one. They are going to have a lot of mobility, but you're having to use them in their least mobile way to actually respond to the army that's here. And Spriggan get added into the mix, so now we're going to be able to slow those units more. The Stormgate's going to be taken by mana, but it's going to come at the cost of his base. I mean, everything in the main base is now just completely ravaged, and it has taken him so long just to get that. He doesn't even take the resource from it. So what was it all for, mana? What was it all for?
Oh, that's really nice. Double Miasma on top of the Bastard Hair from all of these servos. So it's a ton of Phantoms in the main base as well. Snockstar, he's just going to back up with the rest. He's like, yeah, the rest of the army's here. I don't want to fight that. That's fine. I killed off every single worker that you have, the vast majority of them in the main base and the natural. And all the hogs, they siege up to deal with the Spriggans. That's something. I was going to say, well, the Phantoms dive on top. But yeah, you got enough. You got enough Vulcans here, and the Nano Swarm is going to be fine there. Problem is, again, the economy main base natural is pretty heavily shattered, and things keep continuing. And what's the answer? It's, well, okay, I was going to say it's Soul Forges, and I don't know how I feel about it, but getting a bunch of extra med techs feels pretty good.
It's better than nothing, but I worry that it's going to be here. Mana is now going to try and force a base race situation. Comes up with the hedgehog. Pick off the base that's building, but I'm confident it's just going to be Snockstar coming back. There's some decent flaming imps here onto this army, and it's dismantling an army that was already kind of a little bit flimsy. Good use of the imps by Snockstar. It was going to be guaranteed damage no matter what because he wasn't going to be able to get there in time, but now it's going to be an intercepting force here. The dragon's going to be able to jump on top of this army. Spriggan are going to make sure that none of these units are able to walk away. The hedgehogs are going to do their best to try and attack these air units, and they will be effective, but it's not going to be nearly enough damage here. The flayed dragon not going to sustain any meaningful damage. These hedgehogs are going to try and get away. They realize their efforts are futile, and it's a 240 supply to 83 BeoMulf. I'm not a mathematician, but I know that large number is going to be very difficult to overcome.
Yeah, more stuff isn't better than less stuff is. Now the dragon goes on top, gets the curse, breathes it back in, 25% damage to everything. Everything dies, and mana falls down as Snockstar goes up 2-0 in this final match of the day. Impactor, the soup does not lie. It's the opposite of what it is. Man, my cord on my headphones, on my headset, just keeps getting wrapped around the wrist, the armrest on my chair, and somehow gets like getting stuck in, so it gets trapped. Very sad. You get kind of like slowly and progressively start like moving towards the arm the armrest side. But this might be our last game of the day, Rushy. Snockstar is up 2-0. Mana's gonna have to see if he can make a comeback happen. Short Circuit is the map. Pretty cool map. And by the way, D Schlango on YouTube saying, nice game, nice stream, dudes. So thank you, D Schlango. We're gonna run, for what it's worth, everyone, we're gonna run our second drawing of the other deluxe code at the end of this series. So !enter, !ticket will get you a ticket there. If it's erroring out, you can only get one of them. You can only get one ticket. And if it's erroring out and you're doing that, it's because you've already entered. Are the replays going to be posted after? Yes, they are. Scruffy87 going to be on my Discord. !Discord will give you the link to that one. It'll be a nice little pack to take a look at everything as we move into game. By the way, you will have to download the maps. You will have to go download the maps, build them yourself so you can watch it. I don't believe you can watch replays if you haven't seen the map yourself. Important to point out. For now, though, game 3. Here we are, Rushy. Maybe our last game of the day. Game number 3. Snockstar up 2 games on Mana. What do you want to see different from Mana in these next couple games?
I think it largely comes back to that mid-game timing. We saw that a lot in the previous series where not Refresh. Who did Refresh play?
Mana.
Why can't I think of it?
Snockstar.
It was Snox. Refresh did play. Wait, no. I'm walking away from that. I can't remember what I'm not remembering. But it's the mid game. It's the mid game. I think the previous series we saw that was a primary concern. If you have an Infernal player that is able to just take that like 5 to 8 minute window and do what they want to do, it becomes so difficult to keep up with them. And at the point where you can't really just keep up with the pace of your opponent, you've got to disrupt them somehow. And I think Mana found a lot of success in game number 1 doing just that. And I love that he's headed in that direction right now. The minute 40 Hedgehog going to come and provide some of that disruption that is needed. The unfortunate part for Mana is that Snockstar is opened up with a pretty reserved Iron Vault. So gonna get some decent damage done here. Yep, can chase that Fiend down. Once it's just one Fiend, I think it's a better engagement for Mana, but disruption is the name of the game.
Yeah, just kind of like the good old Reaper versus Ling micro in the early game that we happen I get a lot in StarCraft, but the big deal is the Conclave's done, right? This game can snowball, and we saw this snowball in the, I want to say, yeah, with the Refresh versus Mana series. Refresh was playing Infernal in that one, but he did not open Conclave. He did not get himself a Shroud Stone. And then the Hedgehog started to snowball. But because you open Quick Conclave, because you have the Ritual Chamber on the high ground and you're not trying to greed for a third shrine, now getting the gods out, even if you lose one or two, which is not ideal, even if you lose a couple, you're going to be able to trade for one of these Hedgehogs maybe. You're buying space. You get time for the Shroud Stone to get up, which, by the way, Rushy, Shroud Stone new model was added in the last patch, but they made it a little even prettier. They added this, like, I don't know, gold highlights on the chained god. So even more so. And now, of course, with the Soulbrand Chakrams now just about halfway done, eventually these hogs are going to start to take the damage per second. That means it's rather hard for them to go and commit to this.
Yeah, it's the moment that Curse becomes a constant applier force. That's when you really have to be cautious here. Oh, good use of that veterancy here for the Hedgehog. Is going to be able to stick around. It does get a little bit of bonus damage, but yeah, like we said, that Curse now gets applied. Mana should instantly turn around, or at bare minimum, he can't fight on Shroud. He's got to be able to find different engagements. However, he's done enough harassment damage here. He might be able to secure this Stormgate all on his own, and that does seem to be the case. It does come at the cost of a little bit of his economic position, but it's a decent sacrifice to make sure that you can get the benefits of this first one. He's got... Wait, why do we have servos here? He's going back in.
He might be. He's overcharged the servos to bring them forward. He's going to repair all of these Hedgehogs. And then, yeah, you know, I don't like this. I like the idea. Conceptually, it's kind of cool. You go for this kind of servo push with the Vulcan, but he's already overcharged the servos, which means that overcharge is going to be done soon. You only have not enough energy in the natural. There is enough energy in the main base, but you get the Faerun. But the idea here is you overcharge the servos, you bring them with the Vulcan, you go for that attack. But now, overcharge is on cooldown for a little bit longer, so this attack is not really going to do all that much. These servos are just kind of in a random spot. They're not... Maybe he was going to go try to take a third base here. I don't know, but servos are in a bit of a random spot. They weren't brought back properly. I don't know, Rushy. I understand the idea. This is a build that has been strong at times, but the way Mana is pulling it off, I'm not sold.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I mean, now just sitting with these workers kind of off to the right-hand side, it is going to be in position for maybe a third base, maybe? I don't know. It feels very, feels very all in. Feels like I'm not worried about regaining these resources. It's not that important. And then the third base goes, okay. I'm confused. There must be something. Yeah, maybe those just got run off to the side and he wasn't quite aware of it. It could be a million things. The important thing though is that those workers did come back. The third base is going to be placed down. We do have a Faerun that can still provide some pretty decent coverage to these Hedgehog that are going to be able to dance back and forth. But with Weaver added into the mix, that's going to be a difficult thing to try and overcome. There are going to be some Vulcan drops that are taking place here. Wild Joe flying into that main base. This could be a decent position here, getting the Vulcan into the main base, forcing this army back and away. But I love the use of the harassment here. Already baiting out one of the lashes from the Weaver as well. That's just going to make this push by the Vulcans that much stronger.
Remember, Infernal Fury not done for another 20 seconds or so. So those nice extra stuns on top of the Vulcans, not super available. Reaper Rush is done, so at least the Gaunts can do a little bit more as we see percentage damage here being taken down. And while you can't pick things up that are stunned with no anti-air, nothing really stops the evac from just hovering over and picking up eventually. So Drops doesn't get a lot done though. They got like maybe 2 imps, if that. Not even sure it killed anything. So it was a good distraction, but Snockstar did a nice job. He made sure that he was able to actually kill off a couple Hedgehogs as well. The drop goes in once again. These Vulcans are right back up to full with the Faerun, and they can certainly kill off one of the Weavers. It actually stuns out, chain lock, stun locks the Weaver, gets the lash down as well. But at the very least, we do have that upgrade complete. Infernal Fury forces him back, but Shadow Flyer's not going to be enough here.
Ooh, nice little protection.
Mm-hmm. Man, that's like a very StarCraft 2 move, right? Where you got the drop and you got things behind it. You're just kind of getting this position set up. It's kind of cool. Now the attack continues in earnest here. Lots of Vulcans, Faerun as well. As we're going to see the med techs, they're going to get picked up, saved. And without your big tech units, you got to be careful. The rest of the army was in the main base dealing with potential drop. Mana identifying that one. And we're seeing these Vulcans starting to shred the HP of the army. It's going to look like a lot and then not a lot, then all at once. And we're going to see this army start to fall apart pretty quickly here. Okay, they're going to get one of the Vulcans. But now we're starting to see the Gaunts fall down just a little bit. The Faerun, though, out of energy. Medtech's running low as well, as we're going to see the Vulcans start to get cleaned up that much more. More reinforcements finding their way forward. This Vulcan is going to fall down. And I think the Medtech, yeah, returning to hangar back home. No safety. At least it didn't die, but this was a very good defense from the side of Snockstar. It was a scary timing. It might still cut through here with just the amount of healing these medtechs do, but with the Hellborn on top, looks like it's going to be enough. So Snockstar holds on. I think you want to back up here a little bit. I think you want to disengage, though. It's a little bit too needless trading, but he's got Miasma now, about halfway done. Elder Shrine on the way. He's getting the tools that he needs to defend against this.
Yeah, I'm not sure that you want to overcommit into some of those fights, especially with Hedgehogs. They're so quick and they're so weaselly to be able to dive in, just like expensive units. And I don't mind seeing that kind of sacrifice from Mana if he's going to be able to tap down units that are either like going to take a long time to produce, which for Infernal's not a major issue, or if they're going to be super expensive. And the Luminite cost for those Hellborn are definitely worth the potential investment, especially since Mana's in a pretty decent spot. Not able to claim, didn't have enough time to claim that Stormgate. So unfortunately, just another situation where it's too little too late, gets some damage done, but isn't able to capitalize on the whole reason that fight existed to begin with.
Yeah, I love that we're seeing more often now this kind of idea where, Stormgate's worth fighting over, but it's not the end of the world. So we're seeing a lot of these Stormgates that kind of end up with them not being claimed to draw in some ways. We're going to see the Weaver just get targeted down here. The Hogs are just going to take that thing down. Without Weavers, it's a little awkward. So I'm sorry. I said Weaver Master, or I said Hexen Mastery. No, it's Hexen Adept Training. So they're Forsaken Traps. But the really nice thing when you drop Miasma on top, 20 damage a second, 200 total damage, that's where life becomes a little bit dicier, right? That's where these Hogs really start to struggle. But without that being up here, it's not going to be as strong as the Hellborn. Starting to do a little bit more. They don't have Molten Touch then. So they're not doing that extra damage per second where these long fights can often be surprising, maybe, for the Vanguard player because, you Molten Touch, you get Cursed, there's a Miasma there, and everything just starts to bleed down. Without those upgrades just yet, Mana's still able to get pretty solid trades.
I like the economic shift for Mana. He's able to get his fourth base behind it. I mean, the RTS legend kicking in. All of those macro mechanics just reflexively taken over. So I love that. Ooh, a lot of workers on Therium right now as he's going to dive on into this fourth base location here and put down a little bit more pressure. I don't think he can afford to stick around for too much longer on only Hedgehog and Medtech. It's going to start to become a very difficult situation, especially when Spriggans show up and now you have to force yourself into either defense against those Spriggan or offense against the units on the ground. And right now, choosing neither is a death sentence. These units are going to have to retreat back and away, but these Spriggan can continue to chase. Miasma finally getting dropped down here. That 20 set damage per second. Really putting in some work. It's a drop in the main base, though, that's not going to be nearly as effective. Reinforcing Hedgehogs will start pushing all of these units back and away. But what really did this cover? It really didn't do a whole lot. There's not a whole lot of units being used in the main base. And now the fight out in the center of the map, more miasma. These units are just driving into it. BeoMulf, they're getting themselves all covered in curse.
They are. That drop in the main base, by the way, it was like a single hedgehog. It didn't do anything. So, yeah, you're right. Not a lot was accomplished. But now, Hogs are in anti-air mode. They're starting to shred down these springs as much as possible, especially with the Sky Mines. But even still, you're just kind of forced to sit in the miasma. So not really a great option there. The Spriggans doing what they can. More hedgehogs starting to arrive. The miasma just chunking them down. You look at the damage they're taking because they can't move in this sieged up position. And I think Snockstar's done. I think at this point, ignoring all the Stormgates, but just luring Mana into that attack on the fourth base when Flaming Imps were done and taking out a lot of the stuff. Well, I think Snockstar has found everything he needs, but it goes back to the early game a little bit as well. Pulling those servos for something that wasn't really a timing, having to just kind of sit there and not do much of anything. It slowed Mana down. It kind of slowed down his third base. Mana, though, taps out, says, good game, was fun, well played. So he's going to secure third place in this tournament. Snockstar second, Refresh first, and Ariel rounding it out at fourth. Of course, if you like this and you want more Stormgate action, following everything, make sure to go sub to the YouTube channel, follow me on Twitch, but also go follow twitch.tv/RushySC because he is streaming Stormgate quite often. And you should go watch him because he's a good guy. For now, though, thanks for watching. We'll catch you next time. And that, Rushy, is, as they say, a wrap. All the games are over.
It was a good time. I'm sad I couldn't be here for the first series. I think I showed up for the second series, but dang.
Third, I think.
Good morning of games.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got all the good ones. I think you, I don't know if you were watching the second one, but we had you start casting on the third one. But yeah, so thanks for the 10 gifted subs. This was a GSL group, not a upper lower bracket. So Refresh already secured first place. And this was for second. Battle for second. Yeah, but you got the good ones. That Refresh Mana series was kick-ass. We had some good games in this series. And I'm just looking forward to seeing what Celestials look like once they fix their economy a little bit. So,
yeah.
That's going to be a good time. For now, though, I think we're done here. I am starving. It's lunchtime. But it's way past lunchtime, and I have only had breakfast. So, Rushy, any final thoughts?
No, thanks everybody for tuning in. I hope that if you enjoyed some of the games you saw played today, gosh, I hope you boot up Steam. Go play the game yourself. It's free to play right now. There's a lot to enjoy. There's a lot that with active players, we can just help make the game better and better. So more data means more learning growth, means more fun, and we're just going to continue the cycle forward. So thanks so much for tuning in and being part of this as well.
Actually, important to point out, we should go and we closed the giveaway. We should draw a winner for who gets the second deluxe thing. Decepticats. Decepticats, are you here? Well, Rushy, you're more than welcome to go and head out. But yes, you're right.
I'm a piece.
All right, bye, Rushy. But anyways, you should all go follow Rushy again. Check out his YouTube. Check out his Twitch. He's very obliging to come hang out here. I'm really excited about the game. I think we had this is like 2 days in. We already had some awesome games. So I can't wait to see how things are going to evolve. Decepticats, Going once. Decepticats. Going twice. Decepticats. Gone. Not here, unfortunately. So we're going to draw a second one. Girthale. Are you here? We're going to keep drawing people until this is done, by the way. Thank you all for joining me today, by the way. Shout out to Frost Giant for sponsoring the prize pool. They did not pay me, much like they did not pay Winter yesterday. But how to join the giveaway? The giveaway is unfortunately closed. Sophia knows, but it's a Twitch thing. Girthale is also apparently not here. Gurthael. All right, we're drawing a third person. Wait, I don't want to do that. I want to draw another winner. Kailulu. Kailulu, you here? Someone's got to go and someone has got to get this. Kailulu, you here? Surely someone's going to be around that wants a deluxe pack and is still hanging around. All right, we're going to draw someone again. K underscore 4N. Someone. Someone's here, please. Okay, we're gonna go to another. We're gonna go to another one. We're gonna go to another one. This is what I get for running the giveaway for so long. F underscore easy underscore K. Guys, someone's got to be here. I know y'all take it, but like this needs to be fair. Hey, Zip SDT, thank you so much for subbing. F underscore easy underscore K. You here? Going once. Going twice. Moving on to our next someone. 3 extern F. We make the giveaway, but like that would run for another 10 minutes, and I, don't want to. This is not good stream to just like sit here. 3 extern F. Okay, next per. Wrong button. Rika, you here? This is just getting depressing. Rika, you here? I'll just pick a random. The problem is if I just pick it randomly, then there's bias in there. Somebody, okay, we're drawing another one. We're just drawing 3. Anyone here? Any one of these 3 names? Mafias, Clint 94R. Surely. But yeah, unfortunately, this is Twitch only just because I only have the automation for it on Twitch. Bueller. In Twitch though, so next 3, okay. Come on, Kesik, you gotta be here. I know that name. All right, I know Kesik's here. I know Hellraiser Wolf is here. So Kesik, you got 2 minutes, or you got like 20 seconds. Do we have Kesik? Otherwise, it's going to Hellraiser Wolf. Is Kesik in chat right now? Can I look? BEDEDEFGHIJK. Kesik is not showing in things. Okay. Hellraiser Wolf, congratulations. You get the second deluxe edition, or not the second deluxe, the second ultimate edition, whatever it is, the $65 thing. Please DM me on Discord and I will get you that key. And now we're going to find someone to rate up. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. It is a Hellraiser Wolf. Are you in the official Discord? If so, please DM me there. All right. And if not, I guess I'll DM you on Twitch. But for now, friends, we're going to find someone to rate up. Thank you so much for watching. I will catch y'all next time on... No, you're fine. Like, you don't have to join my Discord, Hellraiser Wolf. You can. That's another way to do it. But just, like, DM me on Discord. Easiest way to do that. I got your name, though. So, ! Discord. You can join there, and I'll get you. All right. Friends, we're going to be back Friday morning with the end of the Korean tournament. And I'll see y'all then. It's just not great. And now let's drop on the other side. There is a sentry post there, so I don't know how much this is going to get done, especially with the overcharge. But Mana is not reacting to this. He's not bringing his army out there. He's just running onto the other side of the map. Sentry post is going to try to take this Harbinger down. Okay, the army's trapped here, but...
Really difficult fight here. The Vulcan of this army does get pulled in by the Weaver. A couple of Hellborn here are also going to make this complicated. And Mana just does not have the position nor the manpower here. The Stormgate's going to fall to Snockstar. Snockstar's going to be able to push things forward, and only barely has Mana dealt with to be in primary target for Snockstar's army. So now he's going to be forcing the engagement. But man with gun, BeoMulf, we all know what man with gun can do for a human faction.
Yeah, especially with these servo overcharges as well. As we're going to see the Weaver just get targeted down before the last can complete.
Man with gun can do for a human faction.
Yeah, especially with these servo overcharges as well. As we're going to see the Weaver just get targeted down before the last can complete, so the Vulcan stays safe. And now that the boys are pulled here, I guess the robotic children, something, the servos are pulled as they run across the map, but that overcharge is going to be bored on top of this, on top of the Vulcan. And I think Mana might have done it here. He's been able to shove through this base that much, absolutely sure. Forsaken Trap does damage, but it's not enough. And now they're on top of all of the Hellborn. This is the expensive underbelly of this army. This is the anti-heavy part of this army that
go down, and that's a huge chunk of this army that was really soaking up a lot of the damage and the focus. So now these X's are going to be way exposed. They are now the source of problem here for Snockstar, and there's enough of this army left to try and quell this down. I mean, it's just largely Mana's gonna have to step back. He can just retreat, though. He doesn't have to go all the way back. There's a flat cannon available. That med station can still be used to support this very, very bare bones army, but I think Snockstar is going to have the defender's advantage. He's just going to be able to run too many units in to reinforce.
Yeah, if this was any, and yeah, the med station's gone. The med techs are still here trying to target down these Weavers as much as possible. Another dash in. Vulcans continue to add into this fight. The miasmas here. Finally, we have enough energy to make that happen. And that's when these light units pop. That's when all the units go down. That singular miasma, this Hexen buying the second tier 3 Stormgate getting started. Mana pushing through the middle of the map here as this drop tries to find this outlying base. It's got himself a sentry post, which is okay. The repairmatic doing a nice job. There we go. Fight on the left side or on the right side. That's going to go take this base down. That's going to be a cancel. A couple more of these Shroud Stones get taken down as the drop not really being dealt with. But the big thing here, the tier 3 Stormgate looks like it will be claimed by Snockstar, but at what cost? Because the army of Mana is backstabbing and diving into this fourth base after killing the 5th. And the question, is there something? The Mana in a very awkward position. The Vulcan without any evacs does not do what it needs to do. And even though you win the fight on the right side here, Miasma goes down, finds some value flaming. It's not getting a lot. But again, it's this fight elsewhere. Mana is, I didn't notice this at the time. He's sitting here on
off to the right-hand side to try and sacrifice a little bit of the economy. But right now, that's not the issue. Mana's problem is he can't build things fast enough to deal with this army. So now he's got a few Exos here that are going to try and come in on the right-hand side, but a well-placed miasma is going to force those back. They just can't afford to stick around.
Because they can go and win the range battle. They can just, Hexen like to clump up a little bit, you can take them down. And he just didn't get there. He was only mining on, I think, like very little therium, especially once the drop in the main happened. So is 1,000 Luminite, not a lot of therium, not able to make the transition, and Snockstar takes game number 1.
Video sticking my phone camera into the couch to see if my cat's lurking there, and you know the cat's gonna be there the moment the video pops up, but the phone goes in and it's just like, whoop, there it is, pair of eyes.
As Fiends do win the battle in the Scout War, so they're kind of.
If we start to see maybe some more dedicated builds, oh, this is very bold. This was a little bit more brave than I would have cared for him to be, but he is able to retreat in time here. This is going to be Snockstar claiming this. There should be more than enough damage for the Infernal player to grab that in, and that is going to
overcommit to the first Stormgate, and then their tech isn't where it needs to be for the second Stormgate. And then you got a couple Vulcans or something, and life can be pretty happy. But for now, a bunch of Hedgehogs are going to show up onto the other side of the map, looking to target down these Tribute Pyres. And I do want to point out, as we're going to see the Tribute Pyre die, I really
that as these units are just going to get completely cornered off. It's not the entirety of the army, but that is an expensive loss here for mana, that these units getting caught out of position. Well, and the Hedgehogs are going to just fly their way in here as well. I really don't know. I don't know if that was part of the grand design there, but now we've got Hedgehogs that be challenging to try and figure out here. Oh, that's just going to put mana down so far. Oh, that's a difficult loss to endure here, and now you're going to have to wind up and prepare for the follow-up push. Now, Snockstar is going to have a lot of opportunity. You know, it might just turn into
do splash damage into them. So they're great against heavy units, and you would like to target down the med techs, but please, camera, target down the med techs. But you know, against Hedgehogs, they're only okay. It does seem, though, that Snockstar will be able to go and secure the second Stormgate, just not quite claiming it just yet to force mana into a
that are very exposed. It'll be tough to reinforce here without leaving the front line open, and you've still got one Hellborn able to work away at that front line. Snockstar able to separate his supply count against his opponent. Mana having a difficult time. He deals with the aggression in the main base, but once again,
and we're at this position right now where a lot of Snockstar's income is locked. 750 is locked away for the next 45 seconds or so with his dragon on the way. So the numbers look good for Snockstar, and they are, but he's going to lose his base on the north side. That is a kill, not a cancel, as a couple Fiends try to go on the run by. It's not really good air from all these servos, so it's a ton of Phantoms in the main base as well. Snockstar, he's just going to back up with the rest. He's like, yeah, the rest of the army's here. I don't want to fight that. That's fine. I killed off every single worker that you have, the vast majority of them in the main base and the natural, and all the Hogs, they siege up to deal with the Spriggans. That's something. I was going to say, well, the Phantom
here. Mana is now going to try and force a base race situation. Comes up with the Hedgehogs, pick off the base that's building, but I'm confident it's just going to be Snockstar coming back. There's some decent flaming imps here onto this army, and it's Spriggan are going to make sure that none of these units are able to walk away. The Hedgehogs are going to do their best to try and attack these air units, and they will be effective, but it's not going to be nearly enough damage here. The Flayed Dragon not going to sustain any meaningful damage. These Hedgehogs are going to try and get away. They realize their efforts are very difficult to overcome.
Yeah, more stuff isn't better than less stuff is. Now the dragon goes on top, gets the curse, breathes it back in, 25% damage to everything. Everything dies, and mana falls down as Snockstar goes up 2-0 in this final match of the day. And then the Hedgehog started to snowball. But because you open Quick Conclave, because you have the Ritual Chamber on the high ground and you're not trying to greed for a third shrine, now getting the guns out, even if you lose one or two, which is not ideal, even if you lose a couple, you're going to be able to trade for one of these Hedgehogs maybe. You're buying space
to make sure that you can get the benefits of this first one. He's got, wait, why do we have servos here? He's going back in.
He might be. He's overcharged the servos to bring them forward. He's going to repair all of these Hedgehogs. And then, yeah, you know, I don't like this. I like the idea. Conceptually, it's kind of cool. You go for...
This could be a decent position here, getting the Vulcan into the main base, forcing this army back and away. But I love the use of the harassment here. Already baiting out one of the lashes from the Weaver as well. That's just going to make this push by the Vulcans that much stronger.
Remember, Infernal Fury not done for another 20 seconds or...
Vulcans that much stronger.
Remember, Infernal Fury not done for another 20 seconds or so. So... those nice extra stuns on top of the Vulcans, not super available. Reaper Rush is done, so at least the Gaunts can do a little bit more as we see percentage damage here being taken down. And while you can't pick things up that are stunned with no anti, it actually stuns out. Chain lock, stun locks the Weaver, gets the lash down as well. But at the very least, we do have that upgrade complete. Infernal Fury forces him back, but Shadow Flyer's not going to be enough here.
Ooh, nice little protection.
Finding their way forward, this Vulcan is gonna fall down, and I think the Medtech, yeah, returning to hangar back home, no safety. At least it didn't die, but this was a very good defense from the side of Snockstar. It was a scary timing. It might still cut through here with just the amount of healing. More often now, this kind of idea where, oh, Stormgate's worth fighting over. but it's not the end of the world. So we're seeing a lot of these Stormgates that kind of end up with them not being claimed to draw in some ways. We're going to see the Weaver just get targeted down here. The Hogs are just going to take that thing down. Without Weavers, it's a little awkward. So it's a little bit dicier, right? That's where these Hogs really start to struggle. But without that being up here, it's not going to be as strong as the Hellborn. Start to do a little bit more. They don't have Molten Touch then. So they're not doing that extra damage per second where these long fights can often be
here and put down a little bit more pressure. I don't think he can afford to stick around for too much longer on only Hedgehog and Medtech. It's going to start to become a very difficult situation, especially when Spriggans show up and now you have to force yourself into either defense against those Spriggan or offense against the units on the ground. He set damage per second, really putting in some work. It's a drop in the main base, though, that's not going to be nearly as effective. Reinforcing Hedgehogs will start pushing all of these units back and away. But what really did this cover? It really...
And I think Snockstar's done. I think at this point, ignoring all the Stormgates, but just